Hello, good morning. So, as already introduced, I'm Ron Osman. I'm the Acting Director for Industry, Minerals, Entrepreneurship, and Tourism. I am representing here His Excellency Ambassador Commissioner Mushanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals, who cannot be with us this morning due to equally important commitment. He's in Abuja in a ministerial meeting on finance. And I will read his speech on his behalf. And I greet each and every one of you, and I convey the greetings and best wishes for the success of this annual gathering from the African Union Commissioner, and extend heartfelt apologies on behalf of the Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals, who could not be with us today due to other commitment that I already told you. I would also like to express my appreciation to the government of people and the people of the Republic of Kenya for the warm welcome and gracious hospitality that was accorded to my delegation and to all of us. It's an honor to welcome you to the Africa SEZ Annual Meeting 2024 that is held in this vibrant city of Nairobi under the theme Building Resilient, Inclusive, and Sustainable Economies, the role of African SEZ in attracting impactful investment and redefining competitiveness. It's with great pride that I stand before you to share the vision, goals, and action of the African Union for strengthening and expediting the potential of SEZ across the continent. Special economic zones hold great promises for Africa's future. They are not just the hubs of industrial productivity, but the driving force for economic diversification, trade growth, and job creation. They demonstrate how public-private partnership can be innovative and transformative, making SEZ a model for other sectors that seek resilience, social inclusion, and prosperity for all Africans. As we navigate today's unpredictable global investment climate, where competition for resource is fierce, our SEZ must aim higher and push further to redefine Africa's place within global value chain. Our journey with the Africa SEZ organization started in 2017 when the African Union organized the first SEZ symposium, and in which we noticed that what was important is to bring all the ecosystem of SEZs under the same roof. What we are doing since that moment, we organized together the first SEZ annual meeting with ISO and the African Union Commission, the Department of Trade and Industry, in 2019 in Addis Ababa, alongside the Africa Industrialization Week. It's after that meeting that we also wanted to understand more and deeper what was the ecosystem of the special economic zones, what it means for Africa, and it's when we requested the study on, with the help of GIZ, to have a diagnostic on Africa SEZ. You have the handbook that was prepared by UNCTAD for Africa and on the Africa SEZ. After that, we drafted with ASO the AU model law for SEZ and its guidelines that was developed to provide a cohesive, forward-looking framework for SEZ development in Africa, first shared with ISO members in Abuja in 2022. These guidelines are now under consultation with regional economic communities and the member states, whose input will ensure a law that speaks to Africa's shared aspiration and diverse need. which is very important for all Africa to have the same vision on what we want to have from our special economic zones. We had some time kind of, fear about what was happening in the negotiation in the ACFTA in the early years of the negotiations. But then now we are very happy on the decision that was taken from the Ministers of Trade in the ACFTA Secretariat guidance that now all the goods from the SEZ will be considered are made in Africa product, like the other product. They have to respect the guidelines of the rules of origin, but they will not discriminate it because they are from the special economic zones, and that is a great success. The African Union Commission has also undertaken an ambitious studies examining the conditions necessary for SEZ to foster and elevate our SMEs. We know that SMEs are backbone for Africa's economy, and our zones must provide a nurturing environment that allows them to scale, to innovate, and to contribute meaningfully to national and regional development through SEZ. We can create an ecosystem where small businesses not only survive but thrive and grow into the dynamic enterprise that power Africa's economic engine. The Africa SEZ must also be designated to withstand the pressure of today's complex global landscape. Resilience and sustainability are no longer just goals, they are imperatives. Our SEZ can lead by example, integrating circular economy principles, eco-friendly industrial practice, and green infrastructure. They can become sustainable industrial parks that add value Africa's natural resource and ensure economic growth for future generations. Central to this vision are our women and youth who represent the untapped talent and potential of our continent. Africa SEZ must provide pathways that are accessible and, most importantly, inclusive, giving women and youth people the opportunity to gain skills, innovate, and lead within the industrial sector. To this end, the African Union Commission is committed to working with governments, with our regional economic communities, to establish inclusive policies that enable everyone to participate fully in Africa's economic transformation narrative. As new technology reshape industrialization, innovation, and digital transformation can serve as the foundation of the SEZ of tomorrow. Indeed, SEZ can become hubs of cutting-edge research, development, and training, drawing Africa's unique perspective to fuel invention that address both local and global needs. By investing in digital infrastructure such as 5G networks, data centers, and digital education programs, ensure that SEZs will play a critical role in advancing Africa's technology capacity and long-term competitiveness. As we look forward, it's essential that we work together to create a cohesive roadmap for Africa's SEZ, one that embraces investment-driven production and position the SEZ, our SEZ, as leader on the global economy. Together, we must establish a new approach to Africa SEZ, one that uplifts local economies and fosters regional integration without undermining domestic industries. African Union Commission, with our partners and stakeholders, will continue to support member states in regulatory reform, institutional modernization, and policy alignment to ensure SEZs become powerful vehicles for sustainable and inclusive growth. Let us seize this moment to set a bold agenda for the future of African SEZs. I call upon every one of you, policymakers, industry leaders, innovators, stakeholders, to join us in building Africa's SEZs that not only comply globally, but also uplift our continent's people and industries. Let us turn our vision into action, unlocking the full potential of ACZs to contribute to Africa's lasting economic transformation. Thank you very much, and I wish you productive discussion and inspiring exchange over the coming days.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Madame Ron Osman one more time with a clap. Asante Sana. Thank you once again. Next, we're going to listen to Dr. Gunther, the Managing Director, Directorate for SDG Innovation and Economic Transformation, UNIDO. So please kindly put your hands together for Dr. Gunther as he comes to address us.
So, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, also good morning from my side. It's a great honor to address you today at the, I think it's the ninth annual meeting of the Africa Economic Zone Organization. And I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers, Mr. Tassi Rifi, President of ASO, and the African Union Commission, His Excellency Albert Muchanga, for inviting UNIDO to this significant event. This gathering and the partnership that we will institutionalizing today proves our commitment to foster industrial development across Africa. Special economic zones have emerged as a key instrument in driving economic transformation on the continent. And as UNIDO, we are very proud to have supported special economic zones in our member states for decades through technical cooperation programs, investment, promotion activities. Our head of unit, Stefan Gratsch, is with us, and research. And our recent joint study with the Africa Economic Zones Organization with ASO underscores the transformative potential of these zones. With more than 220 special economic zones in Africa, they have mobilized $2.6 trillion in investment. This is crucial because so far, and you know it better than me, Africa's share of the global FDI flows is just 3%. And from Germany, the country I came from, only 1% of FDI reach the continent. But, and the colleague from the African Union Commission mentioned this is changing. The African Continental Free Trade Area, once fully implemented, will drive more firms to invest in Africa. Special economic zones will further accelerate this trend because they provide support with customs, the necessary access to infrastructure and services, and sometimes also tax incentives. They play a crucial role in attracting productive FDI, which is essential for sustainable economic growth. Productive FDI that creates good jobs and increase local value addition. For instance, Morocco, and the ambassador is with us, has been a shining example of how special economic zones can transform an economy. According to UNCTAD, Morocco attracted $2.2 billion in FDI in 21, which is an increase of 52% compared with the previous year. Kenya, our host country, too, has benefited from as special economic zones with establishment of such a zone in Mombasa, which has attracted investments in manufacturing and logistics, creating thousands of jobs and enhancing the country's industrial base. Furthermore, our joint study shows that these special economic zones in Africa have contributed to economic diversification, job creation, and industrial development. And I look forward to hearing the presentation on the report later, which, by the way, is only the latest addition to a lot of knowledge available on UNIDO's Industrial Park platform. Ladies and gentlemen, we at UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, we are fully committed to Africa's industrialization. We support with the development of eco-industrial parks, enhancing the global transition to green supply chains, but also with our integrated agro-industrial parks and the special agro-industrial processing zones. These parks are designed to create economy of scale, increase the value of agriculture products, and improve market access for smallholder farmers. In Ethiopia, for example, UNIDO has been instrumental in developing these agro-industrial parks, and the Ethiopia agriculture sector has been an enormous success. In just a few years, Ethiopia has doubled their yields of wheat and went from being wheat importer to wheat exporter. They are now the second largest producer of wheat in Africa after Egypt. Similarly, the new Alliance for Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, launched in partnership with our friends from the African Development Bank, aims to transform Africa's rural areas into agro-industrial corridors of prosperity. This initiative has already secured $3 billion investment to support the development of such zones across the continent. And in Kenya, the planned county aggregation industrial parks with UNIDO aim to raise Kenya's manufacturing share of GDP from currently 7% to 30% by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, special economic zones are vital for Africa's economic transformation and industrial development. They attract productive FDI, create the necessary jobs, and drive sustainable growth. I would like once more to thank the organizers for bringing us together, providing this platform, and for giving us the possibility to discuss the future of special economic zones in Africa. Together, we can contribute to more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economies that benefit all. And UNIDO is and will remain your reliable partner on this journey through our various programs and initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gunther. Let's appreciate him one more time. And thank you for sharing a little bit about the support that UNIDO is giving some of our African governments, and of course from a Kenya perspective, what you've just contribution of industry and manufacturing to GDP is definitely something that is highly welcome given the trickle-down effect that that could have, especially to jobs for young people. All right, we'll now move on to our next speaker this morning. I would like to welcome Samir Hamroumi, the CEO of the World Free Zones Organization, who will be speaking on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Al-Zarouni, Chairman of the WFZO. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. On behalf of Dr. Mohammed Zaraouni, Chairman of our Board of Directors, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Samir Hamrouni, CEO of the World Vision Organization. It's an honor to join you at this vibrant gathering of leaders dedicated to advance Africa's special economic zones. I want to thank our hosts, Africa Economic Zones Organization, Africa Union Commission, Ministry of Industry, and Kenya Special Economic Zones Authority. Africa is at a pivotal point in its economic journey, with global trade shifts driven by supply chain changes, digital transformation, and geopolitical factors. Africa, SEZ, has a unique chance to lead, supported by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which fosters regional integration, trade harmonization, and global value chains. To fully leverage this, SEZ must evolve into hubs of innovation and sustainability, addressing challenges like unemployment and energy access. With abundant resources in skilled, youthful workforce, Africa is primed to attract in renewable energy, manufacturing, tourism, agri-tech, and digital services, shaping a prosperous future. At the World Vision Organization, we recognize the transformative role that SEZ play in driving global economic growth. Our mission is to empower SEZ as engines of prosperity, ensuring they deliver maximum impact of the communities and economies they serve. Over the past decade, we have built a global network with over 1,600 members spanning 142 countries, including many from Africa. Through this platform, we facilitate knowledge sharing, provide policy guidance, and promote best practices that enhance the competitiveness and sustainability of SEZs worldwide. Looking ahead, we are guided by our three core pillars of impact, influence, and trust, which shape our commitment to advancing free zones as a driver of socio-economic development and sustainability. A key milestone in this vision is the launch of our flagship initiative, the Free Zone of the Future. Starting in 2025, this program will reimagine free zones as hub of entrepreneurship, sustainability, and knowledge by focusing on emerging sectors like orange economy, renewable energy, health, tourism, agro-industry, and manufacturing. Free zones will lead in environmental responsibility, workplace excellence, and socio-economic contribution, solidifying their status as the best place and the easiest place to do business in every country. To support these reducing initiatives such as the Zones Academy for Professional Development and the Policy Dialogue Initiative to align stakeholders' goals and the Zones Library as knowledge hub. Additionally, an enhanced business-to-business platform will foster investment opportunity, while our program, the National Integration Program, ensures free zones are fully embedded in national economic strategy. Together, these efforts will establish free zones as pivotal contributor to global economic progress, sustainability, and inclusive growth. To further reinforce our commitment to Africa's SEZ, I'm pleased to highlight the Memorandum of Understanding signed earlier this year at our 10th World Anniversary World Congress between the World Vision Organization and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. This landmark agreement underscores our shared vision of advancing trade and investment across the continent. The MOU focuses on 4 key areas: capacity building, information exchange, and promote investment trade. To unlock the full potential of Africa SEZs, collaboration is key. We must strengthen partnership between the public and private sector, leverage technology to improve efficiency, and foster regional cooperation to create robust trade corridors. World Vision Organization is committed to supporting Africa in this journey. Together, we can develop SEZs that are not only globally competitive, but also aligned with the continent's sustainable development goals. The challenges we face, from geopolitical uncertainties to climate change, require collective action. But with every challenge comes an opportunity. By working together, we can create a future where SEZs in Africa are not only pillars of economic growth, but also champions of sustainability, equity, and resilience. Finally, I'm pleased to invite, please, all of you to the World Vision World Congress 2025 in the island of Hainan, China, a platform to explore solutions to global economic challenges. Let us continue our shared mission of advancing prosperity through collaboration. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate him one more time. Thank you so much for those remarks, and we appreciate you for those moments. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important to note that both ISO and the World Free Zones Organization are the founding members of the Global Alliance of SEZ, the organization set up by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. And we want to appreciate that they are the both founding members of the World Alliance. Thank you so much for that moment, and thank you for the announcement. We want to transition on to our next session. And this session is going to be moderated by Jan Norwich, who's a senior professor of global affairs, King's College London. Let's appreciate him as he comes to take us through the next session and what to do with those moments. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Maina, for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear speakers and panelists, I would also like to welcome you to the African SEZ's annual meeting 2024. It is my great honor to have been invited by the organizers to serve as your master of ceremony / moderator of many of the sessions of today's conference. So you will see me in quite a few sessions today, moderating the different things that will be happening. As Maina has mentioned, my name is Jan Norwich. I'm an academic at King's College London, so I'll take sort of an academic approach also from doing research and other research on SEZs. My background is in investment and development. I work a lot on China and looked at Chinese investments in Africa. And I have also a background having worked for UNCTAD for several years. So thank you for having me. It is a great honor to be here. I would also like to thank the keynote speakers His Excellency Albert Mushanga, Gunther Berger, and Dr. Mohammed Al-Zarouni, and the representatives for the keynotes just delivered. So let's move on with the proceedings. The next session we're going to have is a technical session. And this session will be on a report jointly conducted by UNIDO and the African Economic Zones Organization. And the report looks at the characteristics, trends, and ways forward for SEZs in Africa. The session was jointly organized by these two organizations. It's kind of a groundbreaking report. I've already heard a bit about it. It involves a survey of various special economic zones in Africa. I think an activity that has not yet been systematically conducted, and I think we will have a lot of insights on where SEZs stand and what the future will hold for them. I will invite 3 speakers for this session. The first speaker is Ahmed Benes, who is the Secretary General of the African Economic Zones Organization. I would like to ask you to join the floor. I think you'll be all sitting here. The second speaker is Andrei Simek, who is Deputy Head of the Delegation of the European Union. Please also join us. And the third speaker will be Stefan Kratsch, who is Head of Sustainable Investments and Responsible Business Unit at the Directorate of SDG Innovation and Economic Transformation at UNIDO. So thank you for joining, and I will ask each of you to speak about the report and to explain what you have found. So I'll first ask Ahmed to come here and share his thoughts. I'll sit here, right? Yeah.
Special dignitaries, distinguished guests, member of the SEZ, good morning to all of you. Of course, it's a great honor again to meet up. And before that, I wanted to express my appreciations to our Kenyan sisters and brothers hosting this wonderful event, and that we all together will agree that it's already. So it's a great honor also for me to share the culmination of this joint effort initiatives towards building a true African SEZ model together with our community. So this Prime Gathering provides definitely a unique platform to explore the transformative role of SEZ in advancing Africa's industrialization agenda, fostering economic development, and enhancing the continent's participation in global value chain. This is in a perfect alignment with the ISO missions, which articulates around supporting the development of the African SEZ in socially inclusive and economically resilient manner. So to this end, we were proud to collaborate together with the UNIDO in developing this report that is entitled Characteristic, Trends, and Way Forward for African Special Economic Zones. This report is cementing a long-standing partnership between our organization and UNIDO, and offers a detailed examination of the current state and the potential of the African SEZ community. The research methodology combines both qualitative and quantitative data to analyze the SEZ across the continent, offering a dynamic examination within the continent's broader economic context. It aims also to provide stakeholders, policymakers, and experts highlighting the opportunities. The reports rely on focused literature review that would help us to determine and to update certain data and confirms the previous research. This study aims also to explore the characteristics and trends of the SEZ across Africa, focusing on their types, the governance structure, the incentives, the performance, by identifying factors that influence their success, limitations. And the study seeks also to inform policies that can attract investment, promote development. And of course, it addresses the social impact of the SEZ, particularly on job creation, poverty reduction, income quality, provides valuable insights for policymakers and investors. The study highlighted also the growing importance of digitizations within the SEZ, underscoring the significance of embracing digital technology by analyzing data from these zones. The report aims also to contribute to a deeper understanding of how SEZ shape Africa's economic future, offering valuable insight and expert perspective to guide decision-making in these crucial sectors. So in this occasion, we would like to extend our special thanks to the active community of SEZ that participated actively in this study. So we collected response from 63 zones, and 47 of which are already operational. And it's our conviction that the similar initiative will definitely pave the way to achieve resilient and inclusive African SEZ model based on, first, good quality infrastructure, abundant skilled workforce, hybrid governance model, and access to market to enhance the potential of the African SEZ. So, without further ado, I invite all of you to take this report, to read it, and to get the takeaways of its conclusions. You can download it. You have the barcode, so you can get it. You can get the electronic format of this report. So, ISO is looking forward to leading this adventure and initiative with your support and alongside with our partners such as UNIDO. So I wanted to share with you a short video that will give us some insight on how we managed to develop such important report. Can we get the video?
Africa is currently at a juncture in its development, as the African Continental Free Trade Area is being implemented to promote economic integration. In this context, special economic zones have emerged as tools for fostering growth and development. However, there are still significant gaps in the understanding and study of special economic zones, which put policymakers, investors, and other stakeholders in unfamiliar territory. To bridge this knowledge gap, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the Africa Economic Zones Organization collaboratively present the research report, Characteristics, Trends, and Way Forward for Special Economic Zones in Africa, funded by the European Union and the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. The survey collected responses from 63 zones around the African continent, 47 of which are in operation, and hailing from 26 countries, 21 of which have fully operational zones. Examining the survey findings at a macro level, it is possible to narrow down the considerations to 3 critical lessons regarding African special economic zones. Improving the quality and effectiveness of overall zone management is a key priority. There is a need for special economic zones to further leverage the benefits from digitalization. Sectoral diversification in African zones through specialized applications, particularly in tourism and ICT, remains an important opportunity which is yet to be capitalized upon. What is more, UNIDO and EZO are also working together to map African special economic zones and showcase them on UNIDO's investment platform, aiming to bridge the information gap between policymakers and investors. To learn more, scan the QR code and download the report now.
Excellent.
Africa is currently at a juncture in its development as the African continent.
Oh, yes, it's working. Okay, sorry. May I invite the second speaker for today, for this session, Andrzej Simak, who is Deputy Head of the Delegation of the European Union. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, representatives of the Kenyan government, the African Union, members of the special economic zones, representatives of the special economic zones, colleagues from supporting organizations, very warm welcome to you here in Nairobi and good morning to you all. It's a great pleasure to be here today on behalf of the European Union and to speak at this opening of the 2024 African Special Economic Zones annual meeting, which we as the European Union are proud to co-sponsor. Special economic zones have emerged as powerful tools for economic development in Africa and in other regions around the world. They attract foreign direct investment, create jobs, and foster industrialization. As we have seen from the recent survey conducted by UNIDO and AESO, over 90% of the special economic zones in Africa now have an on-site customs presence. That also, again, indicates their importance for trade and for investment in Africa. The zones provide a conducive environment in which businesses can thrive, offering tax incentives, streamlined regulatory processes, and access to infrastructure and services. Very often, they are the first starting point for rolling out a set of investments that hopefully would follow. By doing so, they can also help countries diversify their economic growth into areas such as tourism, information and communication technology, and finance, and to develop export-oriented industries, something that here in Kenya, but also in other countries in Africa, this is a priority. Two of today's panel discussions will shed light on how African special economic zones can generate resilient and inclusive growth and promote integration and regional value chains. It's clear to me, and even more to you, that these zones have made a tremendous progress in Africa in recent years, and this is a good news for Africa, for Europe, and for the other regions. Opportunities to take this trend further, of course, exist. There are possibilities to further strengthen the management of the zones, to make the availability of digital bandwidth and connectivity much stronger. And we will see in one of today's panels, or here, and look and explore how precisely African economic zones can compete more effectively in a global market. The EU has been providing technical assistance to identify the challenges and also the opportunities for special economic zones in Africa. We've done this through the EU, Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific Business-Friendly Program, which is co-financed with the Organization of the Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific States. This program also works to strengthen African countries' investment promotion agencies. In this way, the program is fostering a more conducive environment in which special economic zones, but also the private sector more broadly, can develop and flourish. And that's exactly what Africa needs. Well, not just Africa, I think many other regions. More investment, stronger private sector, more jobs. Here in Kenya, I am particularly pleased in this context that we just recently signed the Economic Partnership Agreement between Kenya and the European Union, which strengthens the opportunities for trade that we hope will be also bringing more investment into this country and will help with the economic growth, will create the jobs, and will be really a win-win solution on both sides. So let me finish by offering my best wishes for this meeting here, a productive and inspiring meeting that helps drive investment and development across the continent, here in Kenya, in the countries that you are coming from. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. As a third speaker, we now who is the head of Sustainable Investments and Responsible Business Unit at the Directorate of SDG Innovation and Economic Transformation at UNIDO. Please join me in welcoming him.
Will we see the presentation? It's coming up. Okay. First of all, let me also join the previous speakers by thanking excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for giving UNIDO the opportunity to provide its insights on the dynamics and growth prospects of special economic zones in Africa. We are extremely grateful and delighted about having this partnership with AESO, and later on today we will actually formalize this partnership by signing a memorandum of understanding between UNIDO and AESO. But we also would like to thank you, the Special Economic Zones authorities and partners, to take out time from your busy schedules and busy calendars in responding to the survey. We all know there is a prevalent survey fatigue and yet another survey, but we want to believe that this one wants to make a difference in the sense that on one hand it will show very new and pertinent findings which have priorities and provide a compass for SEZs in Africa to move on with their management and to respond better to continental and global trends. But secondly, a second objective of the survey was also to start profiling what has been invested on the ground. There have been multi-billions of capital being invested in quite sophisticated infrastructure, and we will see this in a moment. And now what we need to do is to leverage on this infrastructure and make it more visible across the continent. And we therefore, through the short video that you saw, also want to profile every operational site in Africa which could immediately host and bring in investments. And we still find a bit of opacity around what is operational, what is under development, what is in planning stage. And however, this matters a lot to an investor. An investor does not want to see a plan or a site under construction, but wants to know, can I invest now into this special economic zone? And if I invest, do I find what I'm, the services, the utilities, the networks I need, SME networks around the zone for my investments to flourish. So that's a bit the objective as to why we think we really want to profile what is out there in the African continent. We have received very many partner messages. Let me just repeat them again. We have AESO, which in the forward to the report, and I'm sure you have all seen this little flyer, so you have a QR code, so you can download the report. We refrain from printing it out fully in paper-based, also in our ambitions to go paperless slowly but surely. So AESO was very clear in indicating that this report could be a cornerstone in building partnerships across borders, and obviously AESO is the ideal platform to facilitate and to foster that. We also heard the Deputy Ambassador of the European Union delegation here in Nairobi, who clearly stressed the need for further investments from the EU and elsewhere to move into special economic zones. and also to indicated readiness to drive further capacity building through the ongoing business-friendly ACP program, to which we are very thankful for the financial support that we have been receiving in implementing this program. And also I want to acknowledge our partners, the OACPS, which also highlighted in its foreword the importance of innovation and policies. And last but not least, our own Director General, under the motto of progress by innovation, was very clear in leveraging UNIDO for technological upgrading and industrial diversification and harness the existing SEZ infrastructure that exists. As was mentioned, this is the outcome of a collaborative effort between UNIDO and AESO. And when we started, we had a bit of a challenge to actually put together all the different data streams into one single database, to have a sampling frame, to use a more technical term, from which we can then draw the survey. But before going into the survey, for us what was important is to put the findings into the context of earlier research findings that exist on special economic zones in Africa. And I just want to mention maybe the 4 or 5 most important studies over the last 15 years. There was one of FIAS in 2008, Farol of the World Bank Group 2011, the World Bank 2017, UNCTAD 2021, and UNCTAD and AESO 2021. So if you look at the first chapter of this report, we do a bit of a literature review, so to say, on what we have found. And what is very interesting, although the subject of research is the same, more or less, the findings are very divergent. And this shows that there is a lot of sensitivities around samples, who we ask at which point in time. But there are a few things that are crystallizing across these studies. So the first one is logistics positioning. Location, location, location is key. And what is important here is whatever determines the site selection of the SEZ, it should follow a business rationale. And a business rationale is that goods have to move in quickly in and out the zone, and that puts an imperative on ideally placing the zone next to dry ports, ports, etc. Of course, it's clearly that we have a large number of landlocked countries across Africa, which even more stresses the importance to build corridors between the ports and the hinterland to also connect SEZs within landlocked countries. The second, so we saw that larger zones tend to achieve better results as they attract a broader mix of industries, and a broader mix of industries also can catalyze cluster development, mutual learning, etc. But there is a caveat to that, in that large zones also are more expensive to establish. So still countries have to find a sweet spot in terms of how much they want to spend initially, and then maybe modularize through further expansions as tenants are moving in. Then governance and ownership, also very key. What we find, there is no dominant governance model. So sometimes maybe one hears that privately managed zones are by default better than publicly managed zones. This is not the case. So what is more important is how the zones are managed, not necessarily who manage them or under which governance structure. And then infrastructure, amenities and services. So we need conducive infrastructure inside the zone, which has to emanate from a proper master planning, but also infrastructure around the zone, obviously, and effective policy implementation. We also found in this report that on the policy front, almost 3/4 of all African countries have a dedicated SEZ policy or strategy. 1/4 is still in the process of formulating this, but the real issue is the actual implementation of these policies. Now let's move into the report. Some of it was mentioned already by Mr. Bennis. The purpose of and scope of the report was to understand the characteristics, trends, challenges, and the prospect of digitalization of SEZs in Africa. The sampling, as mentioned, was a bit challenging. We started off by collecting what we thought were active zones, more than about 218. And then we narrowed that down to 103, for which we were able to find contact data at site level or at administrator level, and then we managed to get 63 responses. The questionnaire has 46 questions, open-ended and closed-ended, and it has two parts. One is on SEZ profiles, which is the part that is public, which you can see on the platform, and there is a more confidential part where the operators were able to speak about the issues and the challenges they face. Now let me delve into some of the findings. So the average SEZ in Africa is 550 hectares large, which is a bit lower than the global average, which is around 900 hectares, if you look at the 5,000 or 6,000 zone that exist worldwide. And 3/4 of the SEZs are planning to expand. So the mere fact that there is expansion plans indicates some positive upward trend. So what we find is we have smaller than the large mega zones, but the average zone is also still larger than traditional industrial parks. When we look at investments, we see that very solid capital investments have been made across the continent. You see that more than 3/4 have invested at least 50 million USD into the zone, and 50% have invested more than 200 million USD. So if you take that together, there is really multi-billion investments that went into the SEZs. Occupancy, obviously a very critical performance indicator. The authority doesn't want to build a zone for it to be empty or half empty. So what you find here was 70% of the zones into occupied space vis-a-vis the demarcated space is occupied. And we find that small zones, so these are less than 20 hectare, the occupancy rate is even larger, 90%. And it's exactly these zones that want to expand. Let's look at the sectoral focus. So it was, again, we had a bit of a methodological challenge in asking the SEZ authorities in giving us information about the companies invested into the zones. So there is a bit of an error margin there. But still, what we were able to find is the large majority of firms operating in this zone can be classified as low-tech, 85%. Low-tech meaning agribusiness, garment, ready-made garments, and other low technology manufacturing. But we also saw some signs of hope or some positive trends. For example, 55% were firms operating in automotive industries, another 5% was looking into machinery industries and metal fabrication, etc. So at a slow scale, diversification is happening inside the zones. When we look at ownership structure, we have the large majority, or not the majority, about 50% are publicly managed zones, 28% are PPPs, and 23% are private managed zones. And that is the share of publicly managed zones is larger than the global average, where it's mostly privately managed zones. So what we could contemplate is to find pathways to move into PPP models from an initial public investment to bring in maybe a private sector operator. Employment, very critical parameter of success. We found from the sample that the zones have created 324,000 jobs. If we take that from those who have not responded, I guess we can speculate that perhaps all in all about 1 million people of different skills sets are working nowadays in special economic zones. Hopefully more. Female employment is also very important. We find that 37% of the jobs are jobs for women, although that sometimes may not necessarily mean that these are qualified jobs. Especially we find in export-oriented, especially garment-related zones, we find that the proportion of women is usually larger, but it's in, let's say, difficult working conditions of low wage, high working hours conditions. So obviously we want to bring in women also into more skilled jobs happening in special economic zones. Infrastructure and services, so really we want to comment all the work that has gone into improving the services. So 100% of the SEZs indicated that there is a one-stop shop. More than 90% have waste collection and on-site customs. This was also mentioned in the initial opening by the deputy. So that shows that indeed SEZs should become catalysts for international trade relationships. We also have wastewater treatment, which saves costs for individual firms, and also about 54% have a cascaded water supply. So there is a clear improvement of these services compared to what was found in those previous studies. As you can see on the right, 52% have 1,000 cubic meter per day water supply. 48% supply more than 25 megawatt, and we find that 82% have sold so-called SFBs. So these are ready-made standard factory buildings where it's offering for potential investors sort of a plug-and-play context. Where more needs to be done is on renewables. Only 6% of the zones are powered by renewable energies. And this is far below international SEZ standards, where this percentage is at 29%. So it shows that probably much more investment needs to be made, maybe even in building autonomous energy supply, which is based on renewables. Or, of course, relying on, let's say, the general grid of the country, which hopefully moves into renewables. Digitalization, which was one of the key issues of this report, we find that the prevalence of self-assessed medium advanced digital literacy is quite low in the administration, so only only one-third, is saying that we feel we are ready to embrace digitalization in terms of process improvements and streamlining, which is worse than the tenants. So the tenants are basically facing the transition. COVID-19, as the general narrative, also in the perception of SEZs, have helped to accelerate and understand better that there is need for fast track and leapfrogging on digitalization. I want to bring in another measure that I guess is important, and this is bandwidth in the zones. 59% have 25 mbit per second bandwidth. This is not bad, it's not far from international standards, but very clearly if we want to bring in industries of the future with full digital factories relying on Internet of Things, cloud computing, AI, we may very quickly reach the limits with 25 mbit per second. So that calls for probably further investments sooner or later, especially for zones that want to go into ICT. We found a quite palpable absence of modern digital market methods. So we were given brochures, logos, pictures, some videos, etc. But we were not, it was not clear to have good, well-maintained websites, for example, or a clear social media presence, also at different SEZ site level. So there could be more that should be done. Now, let me distill these findings into 4 action points as quick wins. I said this was only scratching the surface for this presentation. So we have a challenge that significant infrastructure investments were made, and they are on par with basically international SEZ standards. But overall, we see that SEZ administrations are struggling in really leveraging their management capacities. Management capacities means an effective, digitally run client management system which provides financial services, legal services, training services, grievance settlements, and all these type of things. It seems to be more or less in its infancy. So the action is, and this is an action that UNIDO and AESO would like to take jointly, is to develop targeted training programs to fill the gap and address any operational challenges that may exist, especially also on the ESG front, because the new upcoming cohorts of investors will be more and more ESG minded. So they would want to know about labor standards, about social standards, about quality management systems, about the energy mix, etc. So being ESG ready becomes a brand. So, and those SEZs that move and develop that plant are likely to catch more of these future investments. So let's get ready for this together. Now, closely related to the first recommendation is the second one, driving digital transformation. What we found is limited digital literacy among SEZ administrators, which undermines their capacities to do effective monitoring and evaluation. So what we want to work together with you is to support Industry 4.0 strategies, how to capture these investors, which drive so-called asset-light FDI, which is the term used by UN Trade and Development a lot, and the servicification of industry. So things are moving into service sectors. So that has to do with effective one-stop shop implementation and more modern digital marketing methods. And why not using also AI and machine learning to have some economies of scale. So the outcome should be to boost SEZ competitiveness via digital adoption, and digitally savvy SEZ administrator will also be more on speaking terms, to attract more digital FDI, which then can have a whole spillover on digitalization objectives of your host economies. The third one, is promoting sectoral diversification. What we found still was, in the previous slides, SEZ are mostly attracting low-tech manufacturing, and we really want to make SEZs more attractive for medium to high-tech manufacturing for a sustained economic transformation. So the action that we are proposing is to play out the comparative advantage, especially in agribusiness, to move into higher segments of value addition to agricultural products, which still too often are exported in raw form. We know the continent has, at the moment, 50 billion ports, and that depletes budgets, and the continent has all that it needs to drive its own agribusiness development. But not only that, at the same time, we want to increase the attractiveness for further manufacturing, especially metal, automotive, and the service sector, financial services, also tourism. There is a lot of good examples worldwide where tourism development, like if you look at countries like Mauritius, for example, into larger resorts of entertainment, etc., etc. Now, the outcome should be that we really achieve a whole-of-government approach that lead to a more balanced investment mix in African SEZs with the desirable spillover effects also to the rest of the economy. Finally, and as was mentioned in the opening remarks, we want to leverage jointly the AFCFTA for further regional integration. The challenge still seems to be that we have a bit of competition amongst different SEZs from different countries, sometimes even from SEZs within the same country. And we want to move from competition to cooperation, or co-opetition, as the term that's being deployed nowadays. So moving from policy fragmentation on SEZs towards a more harmonized approach on SEZ policies. And here, obviously, partners like the African Union Commission, the AFCFTA, AESO, as well as the RECs in the continent can play a key role. The action: let's harmonize SEZ regulations, let's package and facilitate cross-border investments, harnessing regional value chains, perhaps even design new cross-border industrial parks. There are a few examples, like the Zimzam SEZ in the Zambian-Zimbabwe border, maybe others. Finally, what we want to achieve, we want to eventually attract higher and more sustainable investments, leading to greater levels than regional trade, than the current 16 or 18% that we realize, and also really add local and regional value addition along the continent's most competitive value chains. With this, let me conclude. If you want to learn even more about this report, we invite you to join tomorrow's UNIDO consultation session from 10:30 to 11, I guess also in this hall. And if you have any questions, comments, or requirements, please get in touch. We're happy to engage with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gunther, for sharing the insights from really a fascinating and novel report. I think that concludes the session. One, as we're out of time, we'll move on to the... First of all, let me thank the three speakers again and give them a warm applause, please. Thank you. And we'll move on to the signing ceremony, which will involve two speakers. So I thank you. I think you can leave the floor. Thank you very much. Gunther, I still need you here, I think. Will involve two speakers. One is Dr. Gunther Berger, and one is president of the AESO, who is Mehdi Tazirifi. If you could please come and join at the podium. So this agenda item is a signing ceremony. UNIDO and AESO have signed or are going to sign an MOU that symbolizes the strategic partnership aimed at driving sustainable development and fostering economic transformation across Africa's special economic zones. So I think each of you would like to make a few remarks on the MOU. So I'm happy to hand over the microphone to Gunther Berger. Gunther? If you would like to say a few remarks about the MOU. Are you going to say a few remarks about the MOU, each of you, or it's just going to be him? Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Look a little bit similar, but that's me.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I got confused, yeah. So, same organization, two different people, yes. So Gunther will give the remarks, apologies about that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Once more, distinguished guests, it's a great privilege to join you today for this great occasion as we formalize our partnership between UNIDO and the African Economic Zone Organization through the signing of this Memorandum of Understanding. Marks a commitment to foster a shared vision of industrial development, economic growth, and sustainable progress across Africa. We acknowledge the transformative role that special economic zones and industrial parks play in driving industrialization, attracting investment, creating jobs, and fostering innovation. I think we think that these zones are beating heart modern economic ecosystems. So UNIDO and ESO as partners bring together their, and that is very important, complementary strengths. Our experience in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development is well aligned with ESO's critical role in advancing Africa's economic zones. And together we aim to create an enabling investment environment where economic zones can thrive, driving structural transformation and unlocking the vast potential of African economies. Let me perhaps also add that this partnership is not just about institutions, it's about people, and it's about creating opportunities for entrepreneurs, workers, and communities. So, once more, I want to extend my deepest appreciations also to our teams at UNIDO and ESO who have worked tirelessly to bring us to this point. And once more, thank you very much also for giving us the trust from your side to working together on this very important topic and issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We want to pass some reports as well, so that at least we can have more photos taken. Just before you leave the stage, we want to take another photo, kindly, our guests. We want to take just one more quick photo, kindly, with the reports handed in as requested by the photographers. So kindly make it back here. We take one more photo, right? Excellent. There you go.
Okay, sawa. All right.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who gathered here us today. We pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless our President, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. We pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give him wisdom and ability to lead our nation. We pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless our continent, Africa, to bless all our leaders, everyone who has gathered here today to make this event successful. We pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless our country, Kenya, and our nation, shower it with love and unity. وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
Heavenly Father, once again in the quietness of this moment, we invite your presence here in this place. We consecrate this place to be the holy place where your leadership, guided on by His Excellency, will lead this event. We pray, Father, for His Excellency, the President of this nation of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, that you will give him courage, strength, and ability, Father, to organize us as he has done in this nation that has so many people. The world has become a global village, and Africa is part of that village. And even Kenya is the hub where the matters of the economies of these nations will be discussed today. We pray that you guide us and you lead us. Bless our visitors and make them to feel at home, because we have sung Hakuna Matata Kenya. There's no problem in this nation, and especially under his leadership. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
With the permission of Your Excellency, sir, please resume to your seats. Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya and the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, distinguished distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with the permission of Your Excellency, sir, allow me to welcome you to the 9th Annual African Special Economic Zone Organization meeting here in Nairobi. And it is my singular duty, sir, to invite the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry, Honorable Salim Mvurya, to take us through the program. Karibu, Waziri. Let's appreciate Waziri as he takes the stage.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of Kenya, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, my colleagues, Cabinet Secretaries here present, the Principal Secretaries, the President of AESO, Mr. Mehdi Tazi Rifi, the Ambassador of Morocco, and also excellent ambassadors here present, all distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, first of all, we want to thank you most sincerely for honoring the invitation and making time to this very important event. Before I make a few remarks, Your Excellency, allow me to invite the President of AESO to say a few remarks, and then we continue with the program. Welcome.
Excellencies, President of the Republic of Kenya, Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Ambassador from Morocco, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's indeed a pleasure to host you today in Nairobi for the 9th Annual Convention of the African Economic Zones Organization. And I take this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to Kenya and to His Excellency President Ruto for hosting this event. Your large presence today, that of international and African organizations, is indeed the expression of the importance and the role of special economic zones across our continent. Our host country, Kenya, represents undoubtedly a model for special economic zones development through the existing 12 operational SEZs, through the numerous upcoming ones, through the LabSet project, through the ongoing development around Mombasa Port, which brings together both SEZs and port development. The African Organization of Economic Zones started back in 2015 under the initiative at Tangermed, with a sound aim to bring together special economic zones across the continent and address the genuine need to develop a common exchange platform. Currently, Africa is home to more than 250 zones, developed over 200,000 hectares in different sectors: agribusiness, textile, aerospace, ICT, automotive. These zones are oriented towards logistics, industry, services, but they have proven to be powerful tools for the attraction of FDI and for job creation. Yet, the ability of special economic zones to sustain their development is intimately linked with their model, both in terms of strategic objectives, the quality of the operational model, and the quality of the execution. Such attractive business environment is key to attract international investors who expect operational standards within African special economic zones to raise to those of other zones worldwide. The numerous agendas that were raised this morning relate to strengthening the role of Africa, be it international trade, be it regional trade, be it FDI attraction, be it growing and developing industrial GDP, can be addressed as well through efficient special economic zone development. Hence, and within the African Economic Zones Organization, we reassert our collective goal to developing successful special economic zones at the conjunction of competitiveness, logistics, and industrial competitiveness. I thank you for your attendance, and I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, just before I recognize a few more people, I want to say that AEZO, we had actually done the bidding for next year, the 10th annual meeting. However, because of the profile that Kenya has created through your leadership, we were able to bring it forward to host the 9th annual meeting here in Nairobi. I therefore want to take this opportunity to thank the leadership of AEZO for allowing us to host this event here in Nairobi, and it demonstrates, Your Excellency, the transformation that you have provided leadership that is being recognized across Africa. The special economic zone are a key pivot in terms of facilitating industrialization and also investments, job creation, and wealth creation in our country. And as a ministry, Your Excellency, we will continue to ensure that we provide the leadership through your directions to ensure that we continuously transform investments in this particular country. And through the Business Amendment Bill and other policies, we are bringing in more incentives to ensure that we make our special economic zones more sustainable, more predictable, and also more inspiring to investors. And therefore, Your Excellency, I want to recognize a few more dignitaries, and then I will hand over the program to the Prime CS to make his remarks and invite you to speak to this gathering. I want to recognize the Deputy Ambassador of the European Union. I also want to recognize the Acting Director of the Africa Union Commission, Osman Omar. I also want to recognize the Managing Director of UNIDO, Dr. Gunther. Please, if they are in the room, just raise your hand. I also want to recognize the Secretary General of African Economic Zone Organization, Ahmed Benis. I also recognize the World Trade Organization Coordinator, Mr. Peter. We also recognize the World Free Trade Zone Association CEO, Mr. Samir. I also want to recognize the PS Investment Promotion, Bakar Hassan, and also the PS Industry. I also want to recognize the Chair of Special Economic Zone Authority, Honorable Fred Muteti, and the board. Maybe you can stand up if the board is here, just to wave, because you are also hosting. I also want to recognize all other CEOs and directors who have come here and CEC members from different counties. And finally, also recognize Honorable Gakuya, who is the Chair of Trade in the National Assembly, and all dignitaries that I may not have mentioned, please feel recognized. It is now my humble duty to invite the Prime CS to make his remarks. I also want to recognize my colleague, Rebecca Miano, the Cabinet Secretary, Tourism and Wildlife. Thank you very much. Karibu sana, Prime CS.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I don't think I have anything useful to add. So I'd request that the people who have the podium for the President to be ready, so that in a short while, I will invite him to take the stand. But all I can say is that we really appreciate the very aggressive role that the President has taken in driving this program, the industrialization, and also building up the agenda around trade, not just within the regional economic communities, but also in Africa, bearing in mind that our biggest challenge is the demographic, which places 70 young people out of the 1.4 billion Africans at the center of this agenda. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we all be upstanding so that we can get the address from His Excellency the President?
Thank you very much. Let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to this very important occasion, to friends who have come from different parts of our continent. It is my position that you cannot have a successful Kenya without a thriving Africa. We live in a context where our destinies are intertwined. And that is why it is an honor for me to welcome you all to Nairobi for the 9th annual meeting of the African Economic Zones Organization, a prestigious event bringing together over 400 local and international business leaders, government representatives, and other stakeholders united to advance to a shared commitment to advance economic growth and promote transformative collaboration across our continent. I thank the organizers and partners for their commendable efforts in ensuring the success of this very pivotal event. I also wish to express my deep appreciation to the Africa Union, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, whose leader is here, and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development for their steadfast support for this event, and more particularly for their critical role in championing the African industrialization agenda that is encapsulated in the Agenda 2063 of our continent. Your dedication to sustainable industrial growth across the continent is exemplary and deeply valued. This conference provides an invaluable platform to exchange ideas, forge partnerships, and amplify the transformative role of special economic zones in building resilience and a prosperous African economies. Today, we convene under a theme that examines how African special economic zones can drive resilience, inclusivity, and sustainability in our economies, aligning with our shared vision of leveraging our continent's immense potential that we all understand. In the space of, we have 2/3 of the world's arable and cultivated land. We have almost 60% of the world's renewable energy resources, including those in Kenya. And we have an educated, thriving human capital. These are assets that this continent has, and we need to work together to unlock the potential that exists in these assets. This focus has become especially crucial with the advent of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which unites 55 member states and provides access to a market of 1.4 billion people. Africa is a continent richly endowed with an unparalleled abundance of natural resources, as I have said, and human capital. Yet, our economic performance does not reflect the scale of this potential. It is imperative that we transition swiftly from dependence on raw material production to competitive export production and value addition through industrialization. And special economic zones are at the intersection between the opportunity continent. It is also critical that we apply our best efforts to intensify intra-Africa trade. Now it is around 15%. Other economies, whether in Asia or in Europe or in Americas, are in the 30s, 40s, going to 60%. Enhancing our intra-Africa trade, we shall begin to cover much ground in our journey to achieving the aspirations of Agenda 2063 and realizing the Africa that we all want. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area represents a historic opportunity to create a tariff-free Africa, boost intra-Africa trade and investment, and also drive industrialization as we generate meaningful employment for our young people. By reducing reliance on external support, particularly debt, we can build a self-reliant Pan-African economic area rooted in integration, innovation, and enhanced intra-African collaboration. All these ambitions require a strategically designed ecosystem that align critical regulatory, institutional, and infrastructural elements essential for driving industrial development, export competitiveness, and trading capabilities. That is why special economic zones are indispensable engines of this growth. And I want to commend the leadership of AEZO and all the partners that have come together to put together this very important event where we can reflect, where we can think, share ideas, share experiences, and see to it that we unlock the huge potential that exists in this continent. They are intentional packaged to attract impactful investment, create jobs, and foster economic development. The adoption of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Ministerial Regulations in 2023 further expands the potential of special economic zones by facilitating goods produced within these zones to access the vast African market without barriers. There can never be a greater opportunity than what we have in our special economic zone. It is the reason why, as a country, we now have 6 new special economic zones to provide additional infrastructural capacity for more companies, more partners, more investors to work with us as we unlock the huge youth potential that we have in Kenya and opportunities that exist for manufacturing, for value addition, for agro-processing, for industrialization, again, leveraging on our renewable energy assets that are in plenty to be able to drive green production. To capitalize on these opportunities, the government of Kenya has introduced also reforms to enhance the operational environment for special economic zones. Under the Finance Act 2023 last year, key aspects of special economic zone operations were reformed, making them more viable for integrated investment in our special economic zones parks. This approach fosters synergy, boosts efficiency, and creates thriving ecosystems critical for Africa's industrialization takeoff. Additionally, the Finance Act of 2023 in Kenya introduced preferential market access for goods manufactured in special economic zones using local materials in Kenya. Again, because we want to make sure that as we industrialize Africa, we are using locally available materials. The law in Kenya has also introduced incentives such as reducing withholding taxes on non-resident investors, alongside other measures aimed at attracting foreign direct investment, strengthening our economic competitiveness, and driving industrial growth. We are also undertaking comprehensive amendments to the Special Economic Zones Act of 2015 to align it with regional and continental frameworks, including the Continental Free Trade Area. These changes will make Kenya's special economic zones more attractive, competitive, and globally integrated, thereby unlocking fast economic opportunities in these areas. At the regional level, the East African community has adopted a unified special economic zones policy to harmonize the treatment of goods produced within these zones. And among the assignments I will be having tomorrow, when we have our EAC summit, is to look at the business environment. Tomorrow in Arusha, the heads of state from the East African community will be meeting. And among the targets we will be looking at is how to improve the business environment, how to integrate our economies more. And the item of special economic zone that was agreed on by our ministers is going to be approved at the summit. Accordingly, the recently approved EAC Special Economic Zones Regulation of 2024 will ensure the free movement of goods across member states, bolstering regional integration, and positioning economic zones as catalysts for industrialization and growth. You couldn't have had this meeting at a better time. Today, we are having this meeting here, sharing ideas, Tomorrow, we will be expanding the horizon of special economic zones to sell goods within the East African region. So for those of you who have been looking for a destination to invest, you have a framework, a fiscal framework, you have a policy framework that facilitates the big market that exists in the East African community and the big market that exists in our continent. You will have access to green energy. You have the best human capital anywhere in the world, very well trained, very well educated, speak good English, you know. So if you are looking for a place, a destination to set up shop, look no further. I think you're just in the right place. And let me add this. We now have integrated domestic and regional institutional frameworks which are firmly aligned with our industrial growth strategies. One dimension remains and calls for focused action by delegates at this conference. Strengthening business organizations, such as the Africa Economic Zones Organization, is essential to foster collaboration among governments, investors, and the private sector. This organization is essential in unifying African businesses, driving policy advocacy, and developing industrial strategies that leverage the transformational potential of economic zones. Nobody has the monopoly of knowledge. We need the input in terms of advocacy by your organization. We need you to work with us as we fashion policies that would make it cost-effective, make it efficient for you to set up camp, not just in Kenya, but in our region. In Kenya, the enactment of Special Economic Zones law in 2015 laid the groundwork for significant progress in sectors such as manufacturing, technology, and agriculture. Our zones are attracting investments, creating jobs, and facilitating the transfer of skills and technology, all of which are critical to building a competitive and inclusive economy. However, we must not neglect the imperative to address emerging challenges, including global economic fluctuations and the subject of climate change. It is crucial to embed sustainability in the development and operations of our economic zones by adopting climate-conscious practices, leveraging green technologies, and fostering industrial alignment with Africa's environmental priorities. Here in Kenya, we are actively integrating these principles into our special economic zones policies to ensure sustainability and also to ensure inclusivity and inclusive growth in the wider context. I encourage all of you to embrace the bright future of African economic cooperation that is unfolding before us. By integrating special economic zones into continental transformation strategy, we shall enhance resilience and competitiveness to achieve inclusive prosperity in our continent. Collaboration, knowledge sharing, and investment partnerships will position Africa as a premier global destination for the most significant investments. I want to encourage those who come from this continent. Our position is the following: that investors must not necessarily be white or foreign. You find many African business people investing their hard-earned dollars or whatever money in whatever currency in other continents because they do not have as much faith in our continent. I think it is time that Africans, first and foremost, believe in themselves, invest in their countries before we ask others to invest in our countries and in our continent. We must lead the way. We must lead the way in believing in ourselves believing in our continent, believing in our countries, being patriotic. And if there are challenges in our continent, if there are challenges of inefficiency, if there are challenges of corruption, we must deal with them. It is our responsibility to eliminate these challenges so that we can build an environment that, starting with ourselves, we can invest. Kenya remains committed to advancing collaborative framework with all African nations. We therefore invite our brothers and sisters across the continent to explore opportunities for joint initiatives that elevate our economic zones and drive our collective transformation. Just the simple act of making it easier for people to move, for people to trade, for ideas to cross borders. And it is the reason why, as Kenya, we have said that every African is free to come to Kenya, and there is no requirement of any visa. They can come to Kenya because they will come and pay their way around. We are not saying that there will be anything free in Kenya. If you come, you have to pay for your hotel, you have to pay for your movement around, and so we have no problem. All we want is that we want to have an Africa that is integrated, where there is freedom of movement, freedom of capital, freedom of goods and services. And that's why I am grateful to the African Economic Zones Organization, industry leaders, development partners, and private sector for their demonstrated devotion to Africa's economic advancement. I see it in what you're doing. I feel it in the programs that you're running. And I urge all of us to remain determined and motivated to proceed on this historic journey of Pan-African economic transformation so that we may live and work in an Africa that thrives on self-sufficiency, inclusivity, and sustainability. May this meeting serve as a catalyst for Africa's economic renaissance and inspire us to achieve our full potential together. Ladies and gentlemen, I now declare the 9th annual meeting of the Africa Economic Zones Organizations open. May our deliberations here pave the way for a more prosperous, competitive, and sustainable Africa. Congratulations, thank you very much, and God bless you.
Appreciate His Excellency the President. I'll request Your Excellency, sir, to remain on stage and allow me to have a set of only 3 photos, sir. The rest of us kindly be seated. I invite the CES Investment, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the IASO President, the IASO Secretary General, the AU Representative, AFCFTA, UNIDO, and EU to join His Excellency. Let us take the first photo. Thank you, sir. The second photo, I'll request the team to take their seats, apart from the cabinet secretaries. Apart from the cabinet secretaries, the rest of us can take their seats. I'll invite the chair and the CEO, Cesar, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Abubakar, and the CS is present, and the chair to join His Excellency. Then the last one will be our platinum sponsors. That will mark the end of our photo session. Thank you, sir. I will invite Arise, George Olaka, Trademark, Dr. Engineer Anna, and the terrific Brenda Mbathi. Kindly may we join His Excellency on stage. that, to mark our last session of the photos, I'll request His Excellency to remain on stage, the rest of us as we resume to our seats, and invite all of us to be upstanding. May we be upstanding for the Kenyan national anthem. We've come to the closure of our official opening of the 9th African Special Economic Zone annual meeting. I'll request all of us to be upstanding as we give His Excellency an opportunity to leave. And we'll be moving back to our program. So let's be calm as we give His Excellency the opportunity to leave at his leisure. Thank you, Your Excellency, sir. Thank you so much. We may resume our seats as we are given guidelines on the next step to take for our session. I'll hand it over back to my moderators. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time and having us in this official opening. Terian Chebet and Minor.
All right, thank you so much. We thank His Excellency, the President, for making time to officially open our conference. We will be breaking for lunch shortly, and we will be back here in an hour to continue with our afternoon session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch, but please don't leave the hall without your meal vouchers, which will be given at the exits. We're going to break for lunch, and then we'll be back for our afternoon session, which will be very packed. But don't leave without your meal vouchers. So let me just check the team. Okumu, if you could kindly ensure that the meal vouchers are the exits, so we can have that session, please. So don't leave without the meal vouchers. He's talking on phone, and he has the meal vouchers. He's talking on phone. He's talking on phone, and he has the meal vouchers. So kindly, if we could facilitate our guests with the meal vouchers, so that at least as you exit, you can have the session. Thank you so much. So what is that?
Panel discussions, one after the other. The first one will be on special economic zones and how they drive economic transformation and foster sustainable inclusive development. So broadly speaking, talking about the impact of these zones on things like growth, development. I think you can say probably that, and we've heard this a bit this morning, that definitely African special economic zones have meaningful impacts on exports, jobs, industry, attracting foreign direct investment. But we've also heard about the future of making them transformative, which sounds a bit as if they're not transformative yet, but could become transformative. So the role is the role might be a bit twofold. One is, what if they're not yet transformative? How should we work with SEZs and the impacts they have? And the other aspect is, how can we make them transformative? So we will think about these things a bit, what kind of options we have. Maybe looking at sort of 4 to 5 aspects, which is the strategic importance of SEZs, as enablers of industrialization, building resilience to withstand global shocks, for example, inclusivity and how to promote that, leveraging the African Continental Free Trade Area and opportunities that come from that. And hopefully we can develop some best or good practices and future directions on looking at potentially transformative impacts of SEZs. So I would like to invite 3 panelists. I hope they've all returned from lunch. The first panelist, and she will give a brief keynote, is Ron Osman Omar, who we've already seen earlier. I think you can take a seat for a moment while I'm still speaking. And she is the Acting Director of Industry, Minerals and Entrepreneurship and Tourism at the African Union. Thank you for joining us. We also have Peter Doan-Neelan, who is sitting there, who is the coordinator of Enhanced Integrated Framework Secretariat at the World Trade Organization in Geneva. And we have Dr. Kofi Elicha, who is economist in the Sub-Regional Office for Central Africa. Welcome all. Please join me in welcoming them. And then I will hand over to the keynote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's not the best time to engage with you after the lunch. We'll try to be somehow impactful on what you came to hear today. As I told you this morning, I came from the African Union Commission, and sometimes you ask yourself what the African Union do for the economic development of the continent. We do policy that we prepare for policymakers. So I define myself as a policy advisor to the policymakers, the ministers, and the head of states. We do projects. And one of our most known projects, it's our flagship project, actually, of the Agenda 2063, is the ACFTA, the Africa Free Trade Continental Area, which was a concept note in the department in which I work until it was launched in 2015 in Johannesburg, and then adopted by head of states in 2018 in Kigali, launched in Niamey in 2019 with all the instruments, and then now hosted by the Republic of Ghana. And we all hope that the ACFTA will help us transform the economy of the continent. The Special Economic Zones project also is very dear to the economic diversification of the continent. I will not tell you more than maybe what was said this morning by President Ruto, by the president of ISO, but also what I've brought from my commissioner, Commissioner Mushanga. But I will try to touch on very specific area. SEZ as catalyst to transformation. SEZs are playing an increasingly significant role in Africa's economic transformation. It's attracting impactful investment, and it doesn't need to be foreign and white. President Ruto told us. Let me double my eyes. So across the continent, SEZ have proven to be effective in offering investor-friendly environment that encourage foreign direct investment, but also national and regional continental direct investment, promote innovation, and accelerate industrialization. According to the UNCTAD diagnostic handbook that I was talking this morning, more than 200 SEZ operate across Africa, with around half of them actively contributing to national economies. And that's what we think very important. One of many shining example, Mauritius, whose SEZ-focused policy transformed it from a monocrop economy to a diversified one with high economic growth and expanded exports driven by manufacturing and services. Similarly, Ethiopia, that you know the SEZ model in Hawassa, most of you certainly know the Hawassa Industrial Park, has attracted investment from global apparel giant, leading to significant job creation, especially for women, that positioned Ethiopia as a leader in sustainable textile production, that now actually are also selling in the local economy. That's something that we think very important also. Impacting in the local economy, impacting in the SMEs, impacting on the women. SEZ also for sustainable industrialization and inclusive growth. The AU Commission firmly believes that SEZ can spearhead sustainable industrialization and drive Africa's economic diversification agenda. Data from the Africa Development Bank indicate that SEZs have contributed to at least a 2.5 increase in annual economic growth across participating countries. SEZ have also become employment hubs, creating millions of jobs and generating billions in FDIs. As we strive to sustainable industrialization, we must ensure that the benefits of SEZ are inclusive. For SEZs to reach their full potential, it's crucial that local communities, especially small and medium enterprises, have equitable opportunity within the zones, and furthermore, sustainability is the paramount. We must design SEZ to be environmentally friendly, mindful to conserving natural resources, and implementing eco-friendly practices. Key actions to amplify the impact of the SEZ. To achieve sustainable, resilient, and inclusive growth through SEZ, we should focus on the following 5 strategic priorities. 1, accelerating the adoption and implementation of the harmonized, cohesive, forward-looking regulatory framework for SEZ development across Africa, developed by the AU Commission. The African Union Model Law for SEZ and its guidelines mark a step forward as a unified vision of the SEZ, enabling them to serve as powerful instrument for regional integration and economic transformation. Our goal is to establish African SEZs that transcend borders, facilitating seamless cross-border. This morning we were talking about Zimzam cross-border SEZs, but we do also have other cross-border SEZs that we hope will thrive and succeed. Empowering MSMEs. The backbone of the African economic, micro, small, and medium enterprises represent over 90% of businesses in Africa and employ approximately 80% of the workforce. However, SMEs often face barriers in accessing SEZs due to limited financing options, insufficient market access, and regulatory hurdles. An AUC-led policy study identified the need for targeted MSME support in SEZ, and we are intending to develop an action plan to address these barriers by unleashing their full potential as grassroots of innovation and haven for sustainable jobs. This will include dedicated MSMEs support centers, financial instruments tailored for MSMEs, training programs, and streamlined regulatory procedures. Investing in infrastructure for enhanced intra-Africa trade infrastructure is the backbone of economic competitiveness, yet Africa still faces challenges in transportation, energy supply, and border procedures. SEZs require efficient logistic network to facilitate intra-Africa trade, reduce transaction costs, and ensure timely delivery of goods. For instance, the Djibouti-Ethiopia Railway, I'm from Djibouti for the one who don't know, has demonstrated the immense potential for economic growth when countries invest in cross-border infrastructure projects. Building similar logistic transport and robust transport systems is essential to achieving the seamless conductivity that SEZs need to thrive. And we do have our Department of Infrastructure working toward this in the Pan-African Infrastructure Development for Africa, PIDA, with AUDA NEPAD. Harnessing the fourth and fifth industrial revolution, SEZs can position Africa to capitalize on the transformative potential of emerging technology from the fourth and the fifth industrial revolution by adopting AI, robotics, cloud computing, big data. SEZ can serve as innovation hubs, attracting tech-savvy investors and bolstering Africa's digital economy. Rwanda's Kigali Innovation City, for instance, integrates fourth industrial revolution technologies within its SEZ models, creating an ecosystem that supports tech startups, research, and digital infrastructure. This forward-looking approach of a roadmap for order to foster tech-driven industrialization. Last but not least, integrating SEZ product into the ACFTA market. Traditionally, SEZ have focused on promoting export outside Africa, yet the ACFTA provides an extraordinary opportunity to tap into a more than 3 trillion internal market of 1.4 billion consumers. Under the ACFTA rules of origin, products from the SEZ can qualify for preferment if they meet criteria like local content requirement. This opens the door for the SEZ produced goods to supply the African markets, supporting regional supply chains and reducing dependency on imported goods. The African Union is working closely with RECs and member states to ensure that SEZ contribute to these visions, fostering regional integration and economic self-sufficiency. As we move forward in our discussion, let us keep in mind the unique role of SEZ can play in Africa's sustainable growth journey. I urge you to consider the following key point. SEZ should foster opportunity for all, including local entrepreneurs, women and youth. MSMEs are crucial to economy resilience. Integrating them into SEZ will unleash their potential. By addressing infrastructure bottlenecks, we can unlock Africa's trade potential and foster regional integration. And SEZ should embrace the fourth industrial revolution technologies to stay competitive and advance Africa's digital transformation. Let us leverage this annual forum to share insights, success stories, and innovation that will drive SEZ to greater height. Contributing prosperity, together we can realize a transformating vision for SEZ that aligns what Africa's aspiration under the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ron, for these introductory remarks. So very inspiring, I think. Interesting in particular, sort of the focus on innovation, sort of on something that maybe not associated as much with SEZs. You know, often the recommendation is you have to go via export processing to then maybe upgrade SEZs to something more innovative. So I think that's an interesting approach, something we need to think about, how that can be done, the practicalities. Maybe it requires a sort of vision of a new type of SEZs. I think maybe one way to leapfrog sort of these stages might be the fourth industrial revolution. So that is very inspiring, I think, something to think about further. I will move on, first of all, I think, before we can maybe have a sort of broader exchange as time permits. And I will move on to Peter Donielen. And the question I have to you, I know you would like to talk about the EIF Enhanced Integrated Framework and how it can support SEZs and how it might support them in becoming transformative.
Jan, hi. Hello, everyone. Yeah, Asante Sana and Habari Zaleo. I hope we're all feeling good. And just a quick thank you to the AZO and the government of Kenya as well for organizing this excellent event. Had some great exchanges earlier with some of the countries we're supporting. And so if we still have representatives from Liberia, Uganda, South Sudan, Zambia, Tanzania, and Rwanda in the room, please come up to me afterwards and talk a little bit about directly to you on how the EIF can and is supporting those countries. So Jan, very quickly, what is the EIF? Well, this Enhanced Integrated Framework, we're an aid for trade program, modestly sized, based in the World Trade Organization in Geneva. But we partner exclusively with least developed countries, LDCs, in West, East, Southern Africa, Asia, and the Pacific as well. We currently have 42 projects active around the world. Oh, and also in Haiti as well, in the Americas, we're supporting. So we focus on LDC support. And how do we work? We work with ministries of industry, trade, and investment who come to us with ideas, concept notes, ideas for trade development in their countries to meet their trade policies, their national development plans. Then we work with them to develop proposals, projects to implement. We have 25 donors, a number of agencies on our board as well, including the World Bank, IMF, UNCTAD, UNDP, and the WTO itself. So this is essentially how we work. Some of our main donors at the moment include the UK government, the United Arab Emirates, Sweden, Norway, Finland, and even Liechtenstein as well, one of our more recent donors as well. So we now quickly, what has the EIF managed to do? So in recent years, we're coming to the end of our phase 2 now. We expect maybe a future program to begin, hopefully next year. There's a task force working with the LDCs and the donors to develop a new program, so watch this space. But at the moment, we still have a lot of projects active in the countries. And how have we managed to work with the countries? What are the results? We've managed to stimulate over $1 billion in exports in LDCs in the phase 2 and leading to leveraging an additional $2 billion as well in additional project funding support. And some good examples that maybe I'll touch on a little bit later. But what are some of the linkages with special economic zones? And yeah, I mentioned a list of countries there. It's good to, I haven't met you yet, but I know Rwanda may still be in the room. So that's one of the successes. Our support mainly follows around diagnostic studies as well as productive capacity support and also institutional capacity support. So in Rwanda, we've done a lot of work on value chains, working with women entrepreneurs and various value chains. Some working with special economic zones. Recently, we've managed to build on a Made in Rwanda program of a modest $1.5 million we injected, and from that, the Minicom, the Ministry of Trade, have managed to mobilize an additional $26 million just signed recently this year from the World Bank that will include support to the special economic zones. My last visit there, I managed to meet Eric Mandela, a managing director from an avocados company called Merrick Agri. So just an example of how this support trickles down. We provided them through the Development Bank of Rwanda some grants supports that they use to then expand their business from three employees to 23, now expanding their exports of avocados from 5 tons a week up to 9 tons a week. But this would not have been possible were it not from the infrastructural support and the network linkages, the market access, and the customs presence that the special economic zones can provide them as a small and medium enterprise. Small and medium enterprises representing well over 70% of companies that we're supporting as well. And are not in a position to transition into the green transition as easily as maybe larger companies. But I'll talk about the green transition a little later. So other areas of support were special economic zones, specifically supporting Malawi in the past with feasibility studies on the implementation for their special economic zones, leading to support that's happening right now in partnership with the World Association for Investment Promotion Agencies in Malawi to address one of the issues highlighted earlier this morning around building the management capacity of the special economic zones in collaboration with the Investment Promotion Agency in Malawi. So that's ongoing work we have there. We also have other support through the investment promotion agencies in DRC, Bangladesh, just to name some other LDCs we're supporting, albeit Vanuatu recently did graduate from LDC status. Other areas we support diagnostic studies as well. I mentioned most of our diagnostic studies touch on a wide range of issues, including the impact on climate change, most recently in Zambia with a new diagnostic trade integration study, but also addressing issues relating to and the crossover with special economic zones. So across the board, all these issues around economic diversification, particularly in areas around improving standards as well, phytosanitary standards to export is an area that we can cross over and work with. So if you have ideas in a special economic zone, we have teams right now in the LDC, in the ministries, all the countries I mentioned. So if you're a special economic zone in an LDC in Africa, please reach out to us. We'll see how we can work together with existing programs and our wider network, and hopefully in a future program as well to support. I'll go into some other thematic areas a little later, but I'll hand you back, Jan, to continue. Thanks.
Thank you for the brief introduction to the Enhanced Integrated Framework. So these are sort of opportunities that are not only available to SEZs, but could definitely be considered by SEZs. So I think you are the main contact person then also to get in touch about opportunities. Thank you. Then I'll turn to Kofi, and I'll ask Kofi quite generally, I think, first of all. You know, what should SEZs be focused on, what to be transformative, or to become transformative, and what do you think, how could they go about it strategically, if maybe? And in particular, I think what I'm not sure if you can comment on it, but what I think would be quite interesting is this concept of resilience, right? So we develop these catchwords over time. I think this is one that came out of COVID-19. Now it applies to climate change, and it applies to a generally more uncertain world, I think. What can SEZs do? If there's something you can comment on, that would be very interesting. What can SEZs do to achieve resilience?
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much for the question. First of all, I would like to thank also the organizer for extending the invitation to the ECA, and also the government and people of Kenya for the warm welcome. I'm an economist in the sub-regional office for Central Africa of ECA. As you may know, ECA is the UN organization, economic organization that is based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. We have sub-regional offices. Recently, SCA has been working a lot on economic transformation in the area of special economic zone. I have my colleague here who's heading the Eastern Africa office, who also work a lot on AFCFTA. But at the level of the whole entire ECA, our mandate actually we are guided by the the head of state of African Union. So they have they renew their commitment to accelerating African social agenda through the Niger Declaration. So what we have been doing is basically to support our countries, in exploring ways and means to really advance the industrialization agenda. And the office I'm working for now, the Central Africa office, actually has been designated and as a center of excellence on economic diversification, industrialization. So we are doing a lot of work on this area, especially using SEZ. I think as of now, it's clear that SEZ is a really powerful instrument to really drive Africa economic transformation and sustainable development agenda. What we have been hearing since yesterday until today. So it's very clear. So what we've been doing is we do a lot of also research and also operational works, supporting countries through technical assets and projects, in terms of how they could design better and also implement SEZ in those countries. So that's what we have been doing. In terms of resilience, as you know, Africa, our problem, most of African countries, is we rely a lot on, raw material, raw commodities, even in terms of export. That has been the weakness of, the growth process in Africa. So, we have been subject to the vagaries of, the commodity market. So the way out of it is really to transform the economy. So that's what, we have been really focusing on. So our approach to SEZ really is to really try to use it as an instrument really to help countries transform structurally their economies, not relying on raw material commodities, but also develop value chains, that will help them be more competitive and also add value to what they are producing. So in terms of resilience, I think that's the example I've given. The fact that the country have been subject to, to the vagaries of, the commodity market, that's been a weakness. So for them to be resilient, it's very important for the countries to really work together, to really see how they could transform, add value to the raw material and commodities, whether it be minerals or agricultural products, so that, when the global markets are subject to shocks, they are able to really rely or turn back to what is happening at the continental level, and the really regional integration is key. So that's one aspect. I would say also that there are many initiatives that EC are leading in terms of the resilience, increasing the resilience of our member states against shock. For instance, I could mention the AFCFTA INCO Pharma Initiative. I could develop further. So it's basically an initiative that has been led by ECA that's really focusing on the health pharmaceutical sector. For instance, we know what happened during COVID, the disruption in the global supply market, and most of African countries, they really import most of the medicine and pharmaceutical products. So the idea is to really use the AFCFTA platform really to try to see how Africa can really try to develop productive capacity in the manufacturing health product and medicine, and also in terms of facilitating pool procurement of medical products. So that's one initiative. Which SEZ could really, we can use SEZ really to drive that local manufacturing aspect. So that's one point. So I would say, for now, really that has been our approach, really to try in countries, at the level of countries, and at the level of the region, sub-regional levels, to really try to see how countries could really work together at the regional level, so that they can add value to what they have been producing, so that they can rely less on what's happening at the global level.
Thanks, Kofi. That's very interesting. I sense there's a lot about also Africa itself. Originally, SEZs, you think about them as, export processing, exporting to elsewhere, maybe even doing relatively small parts in global value chains. But I also hear from the conversation now, and also the whole day, a lot of it is about doing more things in Africa, doing larger things along the value chain. I think it's very important. How can you draw in more activities and things like pharmaceutical, rather than having to import them? The other thing that I think I've observed through my work as well is that there is this interest in exporting either to Africa, farm zones, or actually not even exporting to Africa, but serving the domestic market. So zones seem to have sort of that kind of role in Africa, as I kind of found out, I think. I was wondering, Ron, do you agree with that? How important is the African free trade arrangement here, and how important is it also to serve domestic markets from SEZs, if you would like to comment on that a bit more. So, yes, I think we go back to you. We haven't had a chance to sort of chat a bit about different things.
Like this, maybe it's better. So thank you very much. You remember that President Ruto was telling us that in Africa we do have everything, whatever we want. Will it be commodity, minerals commodity, but also 60% of the arable land, and then we also have 60% of use. And then we import processed product. We export raw materials, and we import processed product from other continents. While you will not understand actually what is missing in this continent for us to be in that situation, to import processed product. And actually it's why we need the special economic zones to be the catalytic of the economic transformation of the continent. Because when you go from exporting raw materials to processing in-house, you also create jobs. And this youth population that we have in Africa, some of us say challenge, some say assets. We need jobs for this young population in the continent. But also when we talk about sustainability, when you export from here to, say, China, in big carrier, that will use fossil fuel, and then you process in China, and then you bring it back from China the same way. You cannot call this sustainable. So you will all agree with me that when we are talking about eco-friendly and sustainable economic development, localizing manufacturing in Africa is what we should do. So it's really important for African policymakers, but also African private sector to understand how important it is to manufacture in the continent and to use the special economic zones to attain this result.
Thanks, I agree that's really important, and I think one of the aspects of the sort of innovative approach or model that Africa may need for zones. Peter, would you like to comment on this? I've seen you take a lot of notes. Does the framework help with any trade, or is there a particular focus on global value chains? How would you see sort of this focus on that Africa may be taking now?
Yeah, thanks. And just building on a point there, and just in relation to that, around the green transition as well, and tapping into those global value chains. We're seeing more and more of these voluntary, or maybe soon involuntary, standards imposed by entry markets for African exports, imposing these kind of environmental standards. So one area that we've been able to help. And yeah, we had COP29 last week in Baku. I was there. There was intense negotiations, not the greatest outcome that many of the least developed countries were hoping for, but nonetheless, these commitments for 300 billion a year in climate finance. But one thing I see time and time again from engaging with some of the least developed countries we're supporting is that, yes, there is climate finance out there, but it's very, very difficult to access. It can take many, many years to access, even projects through the GCF. The technical requirements around that can lead up to 5 years to actually access funding for this. Now, they have reformed GCF recently. Hopefully, it will take a year to develop projects and then maybe 18 months to release them. But again, how much of that will really be going to least developed countries? I see a crucial role for special economic zones in LDCs to help countries fast-track access to trade-related climate finance that address nationally determined contributions relating to agriculture value chains, horticulture, even forestry, etc. And so recently the government of the Gambia approached us, the Ministry of Trade, and we were working with the Gambia to link up the Ministry of Trade and the Ministry of Environment there to learn from each of finance, led to us developing a project proposal for them in the Gambia, focusing on agripoles and special economic zones to access climate finance. And this is generating a lot of interest now from other countries we're supporting, not least Sierra Leone, Zambia, and other countries as far afield as Tuvalu as well, who want to learn from this pioneering work in the Gambia and special economic zones. So that's just one thing I see where a small program like us can help, but help ministries of trade, ministry of environment, and countries use special economic zones to work on this green transition. And to be honest, what we call green trade now, hopefully in a few years, we will simply call trade. And so more and more this is happening. And we want to be able to support LDCs to get away from this idea of a green squeeze whereby it becomes harder and harder to get exports into international markets with perceived or real or unreal barriers to trade or protectionist barriers, but rather move away from a green squeeze to make it more of a green ease, to actually facilitate that through using aid for trade programs like ourselves and climate finance and other avenues out there, working with special economic zones as a catalyst to get countries to the next level. Yeah, back to you, Jan. Yeah.
Thank you. Kofi, is there anything you'd like to add on the trade angle? And also, if you could add something maybe on the inclusive dimension, so what maybe you mean by inclusive and I think SEZs could do in that area, giving you all the new terms to think about.
Thank you. What we're trying to do, I think, when we talk about SEZ, and usually we want to talk about new generation or next generation SEZ. So it's include issue, take into account the issue of inclusivity, sustainability, as we say. So in terms of inclusivity, I think one aspect I would like to highlight is really the integration of micro, small, and medium enterprises, and especially empowering the domestic private sector. Because usually when we talk about SEZ, we tend to really focus on foreign investors. Okay, so one key channel that has been less talked about is the powerful, catalytic role that SEZ will play in really developing the domestic private sector. So, I've heard there was a study actually who was done by some Indian case study of SEZ in India, and they have, using survey data, they have shown that SEZ, even if they are really, they are not really, we don't have really large SEZ in India, but they have been able to really, increase the size of the private sector, even transforming the economy away from the informality to the formal sector. So I think that's one aspect, that's one benefit that really needed to be highlighted. So that's about inclusiveness. So we really need to use SEZ to grow home business, the domestic private sector. And how do we do that? It's just to strengthen the linkages between the SEZ. Even when we have multinational companies in those zones, we really need to, at the policy level, also sensitization level, to really try to see how they could benefit, the domestic private sector. We don't want the SEZ to be enclaves, really. So we really want the SEZ to benefit, the entire country, even at the community level. When you create SEZ in a certain geographical area, you need really to engage, to involve the local communities around the zones. So that's about inclusiveness. On this, I think that's very important to highlight, the role that SEZ could play in really empowering MSMEs, informal businesses, across the border. For instance, we have been doing a lot of work on cross-border special economic zone. I think you have mentioned the Zambia, Zimbabwe, Common Agro, but we also in Central Africa we have what they call the three border zone. between Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, and Gabon. I'm happy. I think there are some representation of Cameroon here. So this is an initiative that has been, that comes from the government of Cameroon, which is endorsed by Equatorial Guinea and also Gabon. Basically, the idea to develop the common border zone around those three countries, because currently there is a lot of informal trade that is going over there, essentially trade of agricultural raw materials. So the idea is to transform this area into an agro-processes zone. So, it's still at the early stages, but I think that's one key initiative that I think needs to be really applauded. So that's, that has the potential to really, lead to inclusiveness, because we are talking about informal trade or informal business around those borders, and also you women, because we know, in Central Africa, as elsewhere in Africa, we have women that are really, they are more concentrated in the trade across the borders. So by doing this project, by implementing it effectively, it has the potential to really to include, to empower women, youth, informal businesses, and also integrate the micro, small, and medium enterprises, through linkages that could be created across, across that border area, So.
Thank you. Yeah, fascinating. I mean, we'll hear more about cross-border zones in the last session. There'll be a particular session on it when we'll have heads of SEZ authorities sharing their experiences with that. That's also an interesting sort of newish model that has existed, but it's interesting, how can you collaborate on SEZs and create cross-border zones? Interesting also, I think, the point on, I think one thing I can share a bit from my work is, I look at it a bit as migrants and local populations, which I think is quite interesting, because if you looked at countries like China, migrants going into zones played an enormously transformative role. Because they became wealthier in the zones and returned home to their villages, transforming those villages. So there's a lot of potential there, but we don't talk about them very much. And of course, need to look into how these migrants live and work in the zones to facilitate that their children are educated and these kinds of things. I think are very important, right? Because that ultimately in the future will lead to transformative changes. And the other thing is local populations, whose livelihoods evolve, I would say, as a result of the space being used by the zones, right? So sometimes they are working in the zones, but working on the land in the zones, but have to change their livelihoods to something else. And there are both sides. There are difficulties for them, but I think there are also opportunities. And I think it will be important to focus on these opportunities. For example, engaging in things like rental markets to migrants, right? Sort of letting out houses to migrants and so on. So things like that, very important to bring them in and create these opportunities. I like the point about financial literacy in particular. So when they are compensated for land being taken from own development, they need to understand what to do with that money so they can benefit from the local economic development that happens as a result of the industrialization and the prospering economy that can happen around zones. So these are sort of my two takeaways about inclusivity, migrants and locals, that I also wanted to share. Can we open up to questions, I think? Do we have one round of questions, 5 minutes, from the audience? Not sure if someone's walking around with a microphone, but I'm happy to do that myself if there's no feedback from... Does anybody have questions?
Just checking, though, time is up. Don't know whether we have anybody with a question. There's one here from Ghana.
Thank you. Quick question to Peter. Is there any relationship from the EI framework with other stakeholders that are not government in nature in terms of your capacity building and some kind of support to close some of the critical gaps for SEZs?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, and short answer is yes. So although our program is anchored in the World Trade Organization and works directly with focal points in ministries of industry and trade and investment in LDCs, we do provide a lot of support to business membership organizations, or we also have projects implemented by regional organizations. We had a project with COMESA, for example, on priorities for investment into market access and SPS issues, covering Ethiopia, Malawi, Uganda. So yeah, we are open to regional projects as well. We have had, most recently, and relevant to our discussions today, we had a regional project working on supporting many countries with their AFCFTA strategies in collaboration with UNECA, Kofi, as well as the Islamic Development Bank and the International Islamic Trade and Finance Corporation. So we do have the opportunities to engage with other projects, co-funding as well, which is important, either with bilateral organizations or with other development organizations. We can co-fund as well. So yeah, we are very much flexible and open to discussions if there's any good ideas. But again, it has to be owned by the countries. The vast majority of our projects are implemented by the national governments themselves. We're not implanting anything from outside, putting in, but nationally owned, nationally implemented, and the benefits are directly there. There's no trickle down, it's poured down.
All right, I think there's one final one, then we can close.
Okay, my name is Sotino Barak, a young economist. So I have a question directed to Kofi. Now, how do these policies align with the national and regional development goals to attract impactful investment in our region, mostly in the sub-regional office for the Central Africa? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think actually, the SEZ, we are saying we are using the tool to really transform structural economics, but they are based on really the national development plan of the countries. For instance, in Central Africa, for instance, we are working with Cameroon and also the Republic of Congo to really try to establish SEZ to really foster the production of NPK fertilizer. But this is based on a national industrialization, a master plan of, it's master plan and industrial strategy of the country itself, and even at the regional level. So they are quite aligned. So in that framework, SEZ, have been viewed as a tool really to try to advance the national development plan, and especially the national and regional industrialization frameworks. So they are quite very, very aligned in general. Because if you just try to implement the SEZ project without it being aligned to an underlying national development plan or regional or national industrial strategy, I think it is bound to fail. It's not going to really to be successful. So it's very important to align it. That's what we have been doing in Central Africa and also in Eastern and other parts of Africa at the level of ACA. So basically, we start with the strategy, the framework that exists at the national or sub-regional levels, and then we build or we try to to leverage it, to talk with the member states so that they can use those frameworks to really try to see how they can establish, design, or operationalize the SEZ in the countries or regions.
Okay, thank you, Kofi. The timing clock has changed. It was originally gave us plenty of time, and now we are suddenly behind, so something changed rapidly in between, which means that we are coming to an end. I would like to thank Ron, Peter, and Kofi for a fascinating discussion. Please join me with some applause for the three panelists and for a fascinating panel. Thank you for a fascinating panel.
Let's have a quick picture with the panelists just there. The photographer is ready.
And I think for the next panel, we need one more chair. So just announcing that now while we're taking the picture, we can change the seating.
Tech team, if we could have one more chair very fast on the stage so that we can move. Thank you very much. The chair is coming up. Then we can proceed on. Let's have the stage microphone, please, on.
Oh, it works. Oh, yeah. Now it works perfectly. Thank you. So we'll move immediately along to the next panel. So we've covered the morning effectively, and we're now moving to the afternoon due to the change of schedule with the session of the President. So the panel discussion number 2 will look at the other end. So we looked at impact now, we'll now look at competitiveness. So how to make African special economic zones more competitive, how to enable them to attract more investment. We now understand it's not only foreign investment, it can also be African or domestic investment. But how can we make them more competitive so that they fulfill their role in being transformative? And there are obviously sort of critical success factors that are quite often discussed, so I hope we can cover some of them. I have a list of 6 critical success factors here, which is the policy and governance framework, so regulation, enabling environment, ownership of SEZs as well. Infrastructure development was highlighted by Ron as the key backbone of zones. So how important is that connectivity with and within zones to attract investment? Human capital and skill development, in particular if we're talking about innovative African zones or fourth industrial revolution African zones, this seems to be quite important. Sustainability and green growth, obviously a theme nowadays in the era where we think about climate change more and more. Technology, digital transformation, another potential critical success factor. How important is that in creating sort of different type of more modern SEZs? And strategic partnerships, collaboration between governments, private sectors, international organizations. How does that matter? So we now have the 5 seats ready. So I would like to invite all panelists to the floor. Just take your seat. And then we will also, again, have a keynote. So I'd like to first invite Bruno Casella, who is a senior economist at the chief of the intellectual property unit at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. He will soon talk about pharmaceutical manufacturing and transforming that to African special economic zones. I would also like to invite Andrew Mould, who is officer in charge of the sub-regional office for Eastern Africa at UNECA. Please also come to the stage. Then we have Dorsaf Labidi Zangar, who is manager of the Trade and Industrial Development Division at the African Development Bank. And finally, we have Caroline, so please also join us. And finally, we have Caroline Kamati Mugala, who is director for the East African region at the International Labour Organization. So we have 4 panelists this time, same amount of time, I think, so I will try to do strong timekeeping. Please also a pledge to the panel to think about timekeeping. I will give Bruno the floor first for, thank you very much. Please join me with some applause for them.
Thank you very much, Jan. Thank you to you. I'm actually very happy and thankful to be here. I would like to express my gratitude to be able to contribute to these important meetings. I would like to express my gratitude in particular to our partners and friends of ISO, to the Kenyan Zone Authority and to the African Union for organizing this gathering and for your continuous commitment to advancing UN Sustainable Development Goals across Africa. So for me, it's both an honor and a pleasure to be here and contribute to these discussions. The theme of my keynote is attracting investment in local pharmaceutical production in Africa and SEZ. And I think it's a theme that fits very well with the overall focus of the panel, which is enhancing the competitiveness of African special economic zones. In the wake of the pandemic and amid increasing geopolitical uncertainty, building pharmaceutical manufacturing have become an urgent priority for African policymakers, and at the same time, it's also a big opportunity for special economic zones. An opportunity on the one side to grow their competitiveness, but on the other also to contribute to African development and to the resilience of the African public health system. So the central message of UNCTAD on this theme is clear. SEZs can play, and I would say must play, a decisive role in advancing local pharmaceutical production in Africa and unlocking Africa's potential in this very strategic industry. So in some sense, this is my call of action for you today. My remarks today will touch upon 3 aspects very briefly. So one, the challenges that are faced by African pharmaceutical manufacturing. So why it's not growing? Second, how SEZ can contribute to overcome. And third, what are the key policy measures that we can put in place to maximize the benefits of SEZ engagement? So let's start with the challenges. Despite growing recognition of its importance, local pharmaceutical production in Africa still face major barriers. Africans still import 70% of the medicine they consume. That, of course, exposes African people to big vulnerability. We have seen that during the pandemic. The pharmaceutical industry in Africa faces some structural issues. So high operational costs first, a very fragmented market that does not allow for economies of scale, which are very, very critical in the pharmaceutical industry. And third, high regulatory barriers. Now, as a result of these issues, in the last 2 decades, Africa has managed to attract less than 5% of global FDI in pharmaceutical manufacturing. That's a number that's not acceptable. I mean, we need to raise our ambitions at least to around 10%, given the size of the African population and the demand. So how can we do that? Addressing that requires targeted solution, and this is where SEZs come into play. SEZs are potentially uniquely equipped to tackle the barrier facing pharmaceutical production in Africa. They offer dedicated infrastructure, streamlined regulation, and fiscal incentives that reduce costs and improve efficiency. So these are all ingredients that are key in enhancing and growing pharmaceutical manufacturing in Africa. In addition, they are very powerful industrial clusters. What that means, it means that they can pool productive capacity and increase volumes on the one side. On the other, they can enable the sharing of resources and collaborations. Again, these are other factors that are critical to enhance pharmaceutical manufacturing in Africa. Finally, as I said, by their nature, they are designed to facilitate partnership between multinational enterprises and domestic producers. Partnership that are oriented to transfer technology and to improve integration in global value chains. So all these are things that SEZ can offer that are going on the one side to improve the competitiveness of SEZ, on the other side to help Africa to tap into pharmaceutical manufacturing. Now, while SEZ provides a strong foundation for enhancing pharmaceutical manufacturing in Africa, their full potential can only be realized through the right policy framework. UNCTAD outlines several actionable recommendations to ensure SEZ effectively support pharmaceutical manufacturing. And I will mention 4 of them. We have more. So the first one is adopt a dual market orientation. What that means is that pharma, SEZ, must be instrumental to serving both domestic and export markets. Because on the one side, they have to enable local population to benefit directly from improved access to affordable medicines. And on the other, they have to be leveraged to tap into regional demand. So this is the first. The second, leverage regional opportunities. By their nature, SEZ can act as anchor for pharmaceutical clusters across Africa, fostering economies of scale and integrated supply chain. And in this matter, we have mentioned it several times today, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is going to be a game changer and an opportunity, a unique opportunity, including for building pharmaceutical manufacturing. Third element, streamline regulatory processes. Pharmaceutical is a highly regulated industry. So a high level of barriers in terms of regulation can prevent investors to come and to invest. So in that sense, SEZ can provide a facilitation in streamlining regulatory process and reducing red tapes. It's again something that is in their DNA in some sense. Finally, tailor incentives, particularly fiscal incentives, to the pharmaceutical industries and to specific categories of pharmaceutical products that are particularly important. What we have noticed is that in the rest of the world, in particular in Europe, there are fiscal incentives for specific categories of products, like vaccine and antibiotics that are very important, while Africa tends to have incentives that are common to all pharmaceutical categories. And this is not optimal. This does not optimize the effect of incentive in attracting the right kind of investment in the right medicine that Africa needs. And with this, I conclude by saying that UNCTAD has been long committed to strengthening local pharmaceutical production across Africa. Our work includes policy advice, technical cooperation, and investment facilitation. A recent example is our project, jointly with the East African community, on boosting local production of essential antibiotics in East Africa. This initiative outlines actionable steps to overcome barriers and build capacity, ensuring better access to life-saving medicines and, above all, additional ammunition to combat the plague of antimicrobial resistance. I'm also pleased to announce the imminent launch of UNCTAD's report on this topic, Attracting Pharmaceutical Manufacturing to Africa SEZ. So you had a preview today of this report. This report provides a roadmap for unlocking investment potential in this vital sector, contributing to both economic resilience and public health. Let me conclude by emphasizing once again that SEZ holds the key to advancing local pharmaceutical production in Africa. By fostering innovation, providing infrastructure, and enabling economies of scale, SEZ can transform the pharmaceutical sector into a driver of health security and economic growth. Together, we can harness the full potential of SEZ to create a healthier, more resilient and self-reliant Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruno, for these very specific insights on the pharmaceutical sector. And I think it's interesting to see that some of the issues are practical, right? So things like reduce the right incentives or reducing high regulatory barriers. As I understand it, you could correct me, but as I understand it, sort of pharmaceutical industry production, at least, is not something that is done in the developed world. It's done in other developing countries a lot, right? And so it's just also, if I'm correct, you can maybe just quickly intervene, but maybe something I think about India, I think, as a place where a lot of this is done. There's an interest in, by those consumers as well in Europe, for example, that this is diversified. So presumably there is an opportunity for Africa to take a share of the global market as well. What do you think about that?
Yes, yeah, sure. There is a great opportunity right now. Pharmaceutical manufacturing is basically concentrated in a couple of big global hubs. You mentioned India. There is Bangladesh, China, for some kind of, depending on at which stage of the value chain you look at, and we have been, and of course, especially after the pandemic, all countries in the world have realized that this is not healthy. This is a big risk, because of course when there is a shock and a big demand of some type of pharmaceuticals, then those countries that do not have indigenous capacity remain vulnerable, remain exposed. Talking to African policymakers in different countries actually, and maybe my colleagues also can confirm that, pharmaceutical manufacturing is always in the top 3 priority in terms of industrial policies, and for a good reason. Now, pharmaceutical manufacturing needs a number of factors. That's the point. That we think that SEZ are very, very well equipped to provide. So I think it's one instance where the business competitiveness, so the business side of SEZ and the more development side of SEZ can come together. In other words, SEZ, it's a good business for SEZ, and it's a great opportunities for development in Africa.
Thank you, that's very interesting. And also congratulations on the imminent launch of the report. Okay, I'll move further down the panel. I will move on to Andrew, just kind of this order that we are sitting. You want to talk about the East African community, in particular, and SEZ experience there. And I think it would be interesting sort of to hear what are the critical success factors of SEZs potentially in the East African community, and presumably in particular you want to focus on trade there. So I hand over to you.
Yes, indeed. I did want to follow up on one point about pharmaceuticals though, because I was reading that both India and China had problems during the COVID crisis themselves, because I believe active ingredients were being made in China, but the medicines were being made in India. And so there was a supply chain problem even between those two big Asian giants at the time, which is, drives home your point about a degree of diversification in supply, doesn't it? If you depend on just a few locations in the world for it, then it can go badly wrong. Yeah, so on your question of East Africa Community, I was looking through the report. Congratulations to ZO on the report. It looks a very interesting one in UNIDO. East Africa has more special economic zones than any other part of the continent, actually. It seems to be a very popular policy instrument. And yet, I think most countries in the region are still a little bit frustrated about export performance and certainly export diversification. It hasn't happened at the rate that they would have liked. Now, in my talks, I always stress it's very important not to underestimate the dynamic of the markets closest to home. I did a little tour over lunchtime of the stands here, and I just spoke with some of the export processing zones reps, in terms of being able to achieve higher prices. But they're often products they're selling, for example, cut flowers or avocados to the European market, where Europe has a lot of alternative sources of supply. And that makes it often very risky for the producers in those countries. And I've been a long-standing critic of actual preferential market access schemes in general. For example, we've seen AGOA in the region increase the exports in some countries, particularly Kenya, of textiles, for example. But there's a price to pay for that, and that is often, it gives a degree of leverage of the country which is offering the preferential market access over the country which is receiving the preferential market access. So in textiles and clothing, Kenya was put in a rather difficult position because there was a decision made at the level of the East Africa Community to actually limit the amount of second-hand clothing which comes into the market. I mean, I think for most manufacturers, second-hand items, whether it's second-hand vehicles or second-hand clothing, really makes it very difficult for local manufacturers to use. So the EAC a few years back came to a decision to actually try to restrict this. But immediately the American government started to put pressure on East African governments to rescind this. Why strategically they thought the second-hand clothing industry was of strategic importance for the United States, I do not know. But the fact is that policy was abandoned one by one. There was only one country in the region which stood its ground, and that was Rwanda. Rwanda continued with the policy of trying to limit the second-hand clothing coming into the country. And for that, it was suspended from AGOA. And of course, Kenya was in a different situation because Rwanda was only exporting about $2 million under the AGOA agreement. But in the case of Kenya, you have about $450 million of textile exports, clothing exports going to the US market. So clearly that was a very important market at risk there. And this is one of the things you see with preferential market access to high-income economies. They often use it as leverage over countries in our region. So for example, another example would be Madagascar was suspended from AGOA. It had a political crisis. It was suspended from AGOA in 2008. Now, at the time, they'd built up quite a vibrant textile sector, but that really struggled in the following years simply because it lost the market access for which a lot of investors had invested in the special economic zone. Ethiopia is a more recent story of exactly the same phenomena. When the Tigrayan crisis sprung up a couple of years ago, they lost their access under AGOA. And of course, you're probably all aware of the industrial parks program in Ethiopia, which was extremely ambitious. And they attracted quite a lot of Chinese investment to tap into the AGOA preferential market access. That was lost in 2022. What did the Ethiopian government do subsequently? Well, the immediate reaction was to look around for markets, substitute markets. And this is where I would always stress it's much more important, really, for countries to exploit the markets closer to home than it is for those more distant ones. The more distant ones may seem more lucrative, but over the long run, there's a lot of vulnerabilities and risks entailed. And in this sense, I would never underestimate the importance of the African market. This morning we heard the figure, it comes up very often in these conversations, of how low intra-African trade is. I have to differ on that. It's not low at all. That average, continental average, is extremely misleading, in part because we have some very large commodity exporters on the continent, which 98% of their exports go outside the continent. So the minute you have the Angolas or the Nigerias added to the total with their oil exports, that drags down the continental total. Then we also have North Africa, which tends to trade less with the continent and more with its neighboring European partners, which is logical strategy, but it brings down the continental total. For a country like Kenya, if you look at the figures, currently it's around 38% of exports are going to the continental market already, before the AFCFTA. If you go to neighboring Uganda, it's around 50% many years. Okay, so that's by far more important than the European market or the American market. And we tend to undervalue this. I've just been doing the figures of the current growth rate of the intra-African trade, and it's grown at about double the rate of the extra-African trade currently, this year. For the first 8 months, we have the figures, provisional figures. So it's a dynamic market. And in the case of Kenya, for example, last year it was reported that whereas Kenya regularly has a commercial trade deficit of around $10 to $12 billion a year, with Africa you have a surplus of $1.2 billion. So I think it's very important to put on the agenda and the discussion how to reorientate some of this special economic zone activity more towards the continental market now that we're in a period of implementation of the AFCFTA. I think there's some very important opportunities there, with the one caveat. I just gave you the example of Kenya having a trade surplus with the continent, which is good from the Kenyan point of view. The AFCFTA is not an export agreement. The AFCFTA is an import agreement. It implies that member states on the continent have to be more open to intra-African imports. They have to remove the tariff barriers and all the non-tariff barriers which exist to make that trade flow. And collectively, it's not going to help Africa improve its trade balances. The logic there being, for every single extra dollar of intra-African exports, there must be a country doing the extra African imports. So I think the focus of the discussion is often wrong. We should be talking about how to liberalize trade within the continent, and we should be giving prizes almost to countries which import more than they export to the continental market, because it reflects their countries being more open to intra-Africa trade. So I think a point for discussion maybe was how special economic zones can contribute to that by doing much more sourcing from within the continent. Because if you're going to benefit from the AFCFTA, you need to reach the rules of origin thresholds anyway to be able to benefit from the tariff-free access. So I think that would be a very interesting debate. What role could the special economic zones play in terms of increasing the dynamism even further of intra-African trade?
Thank you. Again, that's very fascinating. And again, this theme, focus on the African market, is increasingly important. Maybe I would just start that we live in strange times as far as global trade is concerned. Also, I guess at one point in this conference, he needs to be mentioned, but we have someone new in the White House who is very skeptical about trade, and we don't know what that means to the current order in that, what implications might be within the next 4 years. But if you're threatening tariffs on Mexico, then, and that's your neighbor, and then, we don't know what can happen. So focusing on neighboring markets and more regional markets, I think, is important. You look like you want to react to it.
Yeah, well,
we have limited time. I give you a quick moment.
So for all us trade economists, oh goodness, next year is going to be an eventful year, isn't it? Because the new Trump administration is already discussing how much it's going to impose on tariffs on neighboring economies, on the European Union, on China. The global markets are going to be very complicated, and I think that gives another reason why the continent needs to double down on removing the barriers to trade amongst itself. because those global markets are going to be extremely volatile, let's say, over the coming period. One other thought is, I don't think Africa is going to be directly affected by this. I know the Trump administration is going to be very keen on tariffs. They're not going to put tariffs on the commodity exports. 80%, 90% of the exports of Africa to the United States are commodities. Those will not be affected because they're inputs into American industry. I don't think they'd be as foolish enough to put 60% tariffs on African exports. Where we might be affected is with AGOA, and that they refuse to renew AGOA, and then they'll want to start doing what they were proposed under the first Trump administration, which was bilateral deals with individual African countries. And for me, there's no way in the world that small African countries can negotiate with an economic giant like the United States and come out with a fair deal. So yeah, that's the background. It's going to be an interesting year next year, but I think the message has to be you need to double down now on continental integration because those global markets are going to be behaving in very bizarre ways next year.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting insights and interesting to see what will happen. I will move on to Dorsaf, and I would just like to ask as well what you would see as being the critical success factors of African special economic zones.
I'm speaking in French, so please put your casque. C'est bon pour vous? Okay. So, quels sont les aspects critiques pour la FCFTA, je dirais? Oui. So, could you please repeat your question? Critical success. OK. So, ce qu'on veut dire, c'est que, primo, ça a été dit tout à l'heure dans le panel de tout à l'heure, c'est que le développement des zones économiques spéciales ne peut pas être planifié sans qu'on ait une analyse de politique et de stratégie industrielle au préalable. C'est-à-dire des zones économiques spéciales ne sont pas finalement un outil qui ne tient pas compte du tout de la politique et des stratégies industrielles du pays et des défaillances du secteur privé dans le pays. Donc, on doit tenir compte de tout ça lorsqu'on va établir des zones économiques spéciales. Et quand on parle de compétitivité, on peut dire que pour la compétitivité des zones économiques spéciales spécialement, c'est attirer et retenir les investissements et aussi générer de l'activité économique, s'intégrer dans des chaînes de valeur régionales et globales et soutenir la croissance. Moi, je trouve que c'est ça un petit peu la compétitivité d'une zone économique spéciale. Et donc, cette compétitivité, elle va reposer sur la capacité à équilibrer des avantages à court terme, comme on les connaît tous, les incitations fiscales, la main-d'œuvre à faible coût, etc., et des stratégies à long terme qui garantissent justement leur résilience et l'intégration dans les chaînes de valeur régionales et mondiales. Donc, c'est quoi ces stratégies à long terme, je dirais? Nous avons, par exemple, tout ce qui est volet environnemental et social. Ça devient imminent dans la compétitivité des zones économiques spéciales. Je pourrais en même temps parler peut-être de quelques expériences de la Banque africaine de développement pour ces volets-là, puisque étant donné que nous sommes en train d'intervenir sur certains volets, par exemple au Ghana, nous sommes en train de mener une étude avec le gouvernement sur une zone économique pour le recyclage justement des vêtements usés et pour l'économie circulaire. Donc nous essayons de voir quel est l'impact économique, financier et tout ça pour surtout qu'on connaît que le Ghana, il est, je crois, le premier pays en matière d'importation des vêtements usés, de textiles. Il y a aussi tout ce qui est ce qu'on appelle aussi l'innovation, les technologies, bien sûr, et il y a le développement du capital humain. On fait par exemple dans un projet au Sénégal, nous avons en plus de la zone économique un centre pour la promotion de la compétitivité qui est dédié aux formations du capital humain et en même temps qui est dédié aussi au support des entreprises qui travaillent notamment dans cette zone économique. Donc je trouve que voilà pour un petit peu parler de la compétitivité des zones économiques spéciales. Je voudrais juste peut-être finir sur un point qui est important pour nous en tant que Banque africaine de développement. C'est que nous continuerons à soutenir le développement des zones économiques spéciales dans le cadre de la stratégie de promotion du secteur privé de la banque et surtout la nouvelle stratégie décennale de la banque 2024-2023 qui précise que la banque soutiendra les politiques industrielles des pôles de croissance et des zones économiques et favorisera l'accès aux infrastructures intégrées en mettant l'accent sur des corridors économiques et d'intégration régionale. Et même, alors, si vous pouvez remarquer qu'on parle maintenant de corridors économiques et non plus de corridors de transport. Vous savez que la banque, à notre niveau, on est, je dirais, 40% de nos interventions vont vers l'infrastructure, les routes, les ponts, les ports, etc. Mais là, maintenant, on ne pense plus corridor de transport, mais plutôt corridor économique, justement pour faire des zones économiques transfrontalières, entre autres. Donc la connotation régionale est très importante aussi pour la compétitivité des zones économiques. Merci.
Thank you. That's very interesting, and I note some new factors that you're talking about, waste management, for example. So other aspects, human resource development, that you need to have in zones, I think, also to make them, successful or to make them attractive. So I think that's interesting. I wonder if, Caroline, you could sort of add to that, think about sort of what other aspects there might be in terms of making zones more competitive.
Good afternoon or good evening. They are all quiet. That's the challenge of being the last speaker and speaking in the evening. I could just say I agree with everyone who has spoken before me since morning, but I come from the ILO. The ILO is a specialized UN agency that deals with standard setting in terms of in the world of work. So we set the international labor conventions that put in place minimum standards in terms of rights at workplace. So for me, a straight answer to that question will be a special economic zone that respects the international labor standards that are set. And I will finish my presentation. Unfortunately, in my previous life, I was a trade unionist and we talk a lot. So people are sleeping. So if you look at me, I'm actually wearing something that is made in Kenya, but I bought it in Rwanda. this outfit, my dress and my sweater. There's a shop called Vivo. They have 30 shops across Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, and the US. They employ over 450 people, and 70% of them are women. So that's the ripple effect, the spillover of skills in the local economies that the special economic zones can actually offer. And they are 100% African manufacturing brand house. And they sell in Africa, for Africa. So I think one of the questions that we should be asking ourselves is, who are the special economic zones serving? Are they serving the African market or the outside market? But also, as I sit down after fashion catwalking a little bit, if I remember the figures that were have been shared here since morning from the report, one of them is SDG 8 remains a challenge. How can we capitalize and use the special economic zone to be able to catch up on meeting SDG 8? And for those who don't know, SDG 8 is achievement of productive, decent work. 37% of the special economic zone, we had actually employ women. So there has been a lot of discussion around inclusivity. But as they employ 37% of the population who are women, what kind of jobs are these jobs? So we are looking at issues of gender equality, equal pay for work of equal value, also within the special economic zone, which was a little bit sad in the morning. When I came in the room, we had maybe suit, kitenge, African wear, suit, African wear. So also we need to bring women in the conversation in terms of how we want in terms of the legal framework at the economic special zone, but also the participation of the youth. Because from the statistics that were shared today, 85% of the special economic zone work is actually low-tech. 6% renewable energy, and a third, digital literacy. And the question is, what resources are there in abundance in Africa that we are not using? The resources are the people of Africa, the youth of Africa. If we don't put them to work, then they will put us to work as policymakers. So how do we capitalize on the resources that are youth that are not in work? I'll share the report from ILO on the global youth employment trend. They say over 52 million youth in sub-Saharan Africa are neither in employment, neither in education, and neither in training. And also, the report also says 1 in 5 youth. So if you, when you walk back to your hotel, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 youths. One of them is neither in education, neither in employment, and neither in training. So how do we capitalize the special economic zone to be able to put to work this productive, youthful population that we have? The report also goes further to say that 3 in 4 employed youth in sub-Saharan Africa are actually in insecure job. I'll stop in a minute. 3 in 4 are employed in precarious employment. So for me, it's looking at how does the special economic zone actually create decent jobs that have an opportunity to provide social protection to our young people, but also how do we use the special economic zone in terms of upskilling, in terms of investing in skills for the future, and linking the skills gap in the market, private sector, government, to be able to come up with the skills that are needed, not only for today, but for the future. How do you work with vocational training centers, for example? If you go to many of our vocational training centers, what kind of equipments are there? What kind of training is being done in those vocational training centers? So I see this is an opportunity for the special economic zone to actually be able to link up with the vocational training center and be able to bring in the type of skills that, that you are wanting. But also looking at the skills that is needed to drive innovation, the skills that is needed to advance manufacturing in Africa. Last but not least, the special economic zone should not just be a mere production hubs, but they should be hubs that can be able to spur innovation. They should be hubs that can be able to drive the technology and to be able to employ the kind of work that you are asking. So as you invest in the special economic zone, as they say, don't just bring jobs, but bring decent jobs. So I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's an important point. I kind of second that as well. I would ask you how attractive, how important is that to investors? You know, labor standards are applied and so on. I'm going to cut it a bit short though, because it has turned red there now, the timing, but I give a quick answer from my point of view. I do think it increasingly matters. Maybe you can nod or not. But I think it increasingly matters. I do think for the future, I think maybe it's really important, you know, good zones, attractive zones are happy zones. I think investors would like to have, you know, zones that where these kinds of things are increasingly there. And it also, I guess, applies to other aspects, like we heard about waste, we heard obviously about the environment, and you heard my point in the earlier session also on, you know, local communities. They need to be happy, there needs to be stability, so you don't have to have, you know, too much security provision. There can be then an issue if locals are too much affected, and you need to upgrade security to keep the factory safe. Well, they don't want that, right? So you need happy zones, I think. And I think that is an aspect that, you know, is to be considered. If you have that reputation, I think, you know, you'll also get investors. So that's just sort of one thing that I sort of wanted to add on. Can we have 2 questions, or is it 2 questions? So we'll have 2 questions from the floor. There's one at the back. I don't know if we can get a microphone there. Oh no, you're walking somewhere else. No, I don't have a microphone. I fear bringing down my microphone from the, okay, you're bringing it. Because there could be feedback or some other issues if you get my microphone.
I guess I'm the lucky one. Well, thank you very much for such an insightful panel. My name is Yao from Ghana. We are the Ghanaian contingent. I represent the Investment Promotion Agency. My question goes to the gentleman from UNCTAD and the other gentleman, Mr. Mould. Just an observation. The total basket of foreign direct investment for Africa has consistently flatlined. I think the numbers now, the total basket is just under 5%, the entire continent, below $80 billion. So we are talking about gateways to Africa, the EAC, ECOWAS, etc. But really the numbers aren't pleasant. We are also faced with limitations in climate adaptation, financing. We are faced with being shut out of capital markets, even though the numbers represent even far better prospects than other countries in other parts of the world. There is a paradigm which disproportionately looks at Africa with a gloomy set of aspirations. How does special economic zones address this dichotomy, which is very apparent? They're in perpetuity, as we are seeing in parts of Africa. They should serve a particular purpose, finish, we close shop, and then we do something else with it. Because government is spending a lot of money, putting in several regulations that I'm afraid, maybe to put sand in your food, we're not getting the outright dividend. We're getting companies who are exporting 70% in Ghana's case. The money comes in USD, it supposedly supports government, but then that money is easily transferable and goes out of the market. And so the economic dividends that are supposed to be housed in the market is dissipated. So how do we strengthen some of those areas in terms of ensuring that the hard-earned US dollars stay within the market, or is even transferred to other more valuable elements that bring economic activity to the country? And then how do we also ensure that from the top line, the foreign direct investment finds its way into the continent and perhaps addresses a special purpose within the economies?
Yes, I have to thank you a lot for this question, because it allows me to touch on a point that I didn't have time to touch in the panel, and it's exactly the macro picture. I mean, I'm talking about your first question and the role and the positioning of Africa in the macro picture of foreign direct investment. You are perfectly right. Africa gets a very small share of global foreign direct investment. And that's not a good news. And I add another news that it's even worse, maybe, is that the global FDI landscape is going in a direction that is making even more challenging for Africa to attract foreign direct investment. Why? Because we have done studies recently that shows that the FDI landscape is in big transition. And that transition is towards more higher value-added activities, towards services, and much less into, for example, manufacturing and low-tech manufacturing that we have seen, we have just mentioned, is one of the core business, for example, special economic zones, but in general, a value proposition for attracting investment in Africa. So it's going to become even more challenging. Transition to services, transition from efficiency-seeking determinants of FDI to other type of determinants, geopolitical tensions. So this is the picture. So your question is perfectly correct. So what can SEZ in Africa do to address these challenges? Well, my first answer is they have to be very receptive of what's going on in the rest of the world. So they don't just need to be defensive, but to anticipate what is happening in the rest of the world in terms of the macro picture. And having a discussion like this is very important. So, for example, we see that FDI are moving towards services and towards determinants that are not efficiency-seeking determinants. So, for example, a special economic zone should base their value proposition increasingly on things like infrastructure, on things like regulation, regulatory stability, rather than, for example, like it traditionally happened on labor costs or, for example, taxes. We know again that in the rest of the world there is a big reform of the international tax system that will allow much less to use this kind of fiscal tools to attract investment. So special economic zones, they have to be very receptive in anticipating these kind of trends that are coming and that are transformational. Second elements, they have, I think, to more and more focus on sustainable sectors, because we are seeing that these are the only sectors, even in manufacturing, that are going. Renewable energies, it's not a case that I presented a case today for pharmaceutical manufacturing, it is related to healthcare. Education and these sectors. And third, we see a big shift towards services, right? So FDI are increasingly concentrating in services. So I'm wondering whether it's possible to think about a model, a business model for special economic zones that also look at services as an opportunity to attract investment, not moving from manufacturing, but integrating manufacturing with services, because there is where there are really big opportunities of growth right now.
I think we ought to wrap up. I know there are questions, but I think in the interest of time, is that okay? Yeah, I get a really, yeah. So I get feedback from the back that we need to wrap up and move forward. But I would like to thank all the panelists, Bruno, Andrew, Joseph, and Caroline, for your interesting insights, a very variety of different success factors of SEZs and how they can become more competitive. So again, join me in thanking all our panelists for a very insightful discussion.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, we will request the panel to stand, just come to the front for a photograph. You can move forward. Move forward, please. Forward. Forward. All right, a warm round of appreciation to our moderator, Jan, and the panelists. And he will be guiding us into the next session.
So we move straight on to the next session. It's an intense afternoon due to the sort of changes we had to undertake earlier. So now we have just another technical session involving two speakers. And we will see if we can have questions. It depends also on the nature of the speakers. So the session will be on measuring impacts, how SEZs contribute to the UN SDGs agenda. And I invite two speakers. They're already coming forward. The first speaker is Nasser, and I hope apologies if I pronounce it incorrectly, Tlesalal. You can correct me in a minute. Who is Managing Director of Tangier Med Engineering, and Dario Caranta, who is Senior Climate Solutions Expert at the IFC at the World Bank Group. So join me in welcoming them. And join me first. Thank you. And the first speaker will be Nasser. I think you would be speaking from here, and I'll leave the stage actually.
What is to change the diapositive to advance in the presentation? We have presentation.
Okay. I don't know.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Esteemed panelists and audience, it is an honor to participate in this session where we explore the transformative impact of special economic zones on advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I am the Managing Director of Tangemed Engineering, and today I will share insights from our journey in aligning special economic zones with global sustainability frameworks. Please, for the region, can you presentation?
Tech team, we could have the presentation, please, up.
So I will advance because I think we are too late, so I will go very fast. Our presentation is structured into 3 parts. First, we will examine the synergies between the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I am seeing here, but not in the screen.
The big screen, please.
So first,
Tech team, we have the presentation on the monitors. There you go. Excellent.
okay, so we will first examine the synergies between the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the concept of eco-industrial parks. Next, I will highlight how Tangemed serves as a model of UN SDGs alignment. And thirdly, we will discuss how our engineering principles contribute to achieving the SDGs. It's cyber attack. It's not in my presentation, that's why I am, so I don't understand what happened. Sure? Ah, thank you. Let us first consider the critical linkage between the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and industrial parks. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, represent 17 interconnected global objectives aimed at fostering a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous world by 2030. These goals, adopted in 2015, address critical social, economic, and environmental challenges faced by both developed and developing nations. Special economic zones have potential to contribute significantly to these goals by playing a vital role in creating environments that attract foreign direct investment, support job creation, and facilitate economic growth and knowledge transfer. These socio-economic impacts align directly with SDGs, such as decent work and economic growth, the SDG number 8, industry innovation and infrastructure, SDG number 9, and quality education, SDG number 4. However, the success of special economic zones in advancing the SDGs depend heavily on the policies implemented in the host country and the strategic focus of each zone. By prioritizing sustainable development practices, special economic zones can become powerful tools to address global challenges and achieve long-term prosperity. We continue in overview of UN SDGs and EIP synergies. while industrial parks or special economic zones can generate economic growth and drive social development, their impact are not automatically positive, nor are the benefits are guaranteed. Poorly planned or mismanaged seizures can result in significant challenges, including environment degradation, resource overuse, pollution, labor issues, and negative impacts on local communities. You can see it on the left part of the slide. And to mitigate these risks and optimize the benefits, sensitive planning and effective management are crucial. This is where the concept of eco-industrial parks emerges as a transformative solution. And my colleague, Dario Caranta, will deep more in this framework of eco-industry. He is expert of eco-industrial parks, and he will present to you in detail this framework developed by the UNIDO, which are key global actors, the World Bank, UNIDO, and GIZ, are actively promoting the EIP by providing financial, technical, and programmatic support to ensure their implementation worldwide, making them a viable pathway to sustainable industrialization. The eco-industrial parks approach ensures that industrial development is fully aligned with global sustainability objectives, maximizing the benefits while minimizing negative impacts. By 2030, EIPs aims to enhance industries contributing to employment and GDP by promoting sustainable industry practices and improving resource use efficiency, addressing UN Sustainable Development Goal number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. They foster gender equality, goal number 5, ensuring inclusive and equitable industrial growth, and target sustainable economic growth and higher per capita income, which is the goal number 8. EIPs also focus on advancing energy efficiency and increasing the adoption of renewable energy by 2030, goal number 7. Furthermore, they encourage industries to take significant climate actions, goal number 13, by reducing their carbon footprint. In line with goal 12, responsible consumption and production, EIPs prioritize waste reduction through prevention, recycling, and reuse, promoting sustainable practices. They also work toward improving water quality and water use efficiency, goal number 6, ensuring sustainable management of water resources and fresh water supply. Through these multifaceted efforts, EIPs serve as a model for integrating economic development with environment sustainability, driving meaningful progress toward the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Let's talk about Tangemed experience. I will share with you some figures about our achievement in the Tangemed zones development. Tangemed exemplifies how special economic zones can align with SDGs. It has created over than 115,000 jobs and attracted 6.15 billion dirhams in private investment, Its energy efficiency program achieved a 65% reduction in lighting costs, while its wastewater treatment facilities recycled roughly 900,000 cubic meters. Moreover, Renewable Energy Initiative produced 1.3 gigawatt hour of green energy. This achievement highlights the socio-economic and environment benefits of aligning special economic zones operations with sustainability principle. We, as engineering firm, have adopted an approach which ensures that special economic zones are designed with sustainability at their core. Through data-driven, stakeholder-focused, and sustainability engineering principles, we ensure that each special economic zones project not only meets economic objectives, but also delivers measurable, scalable contribution to the SDGs. We integrate energy efficient systems, renewable energy sources, and sustainable water management into our design of the new project of special economic zones. You can see we was involved in the Kribi plan. We planned the Kribi special economic zones during this year, and in 2022 we carried out the feasibility study for Niamey, for special economic zone of Niamey in Niger, and also we was involved in Senegal with the special economic zone of Dias. In conclusion, Tangemed Engineering is deeply committed to using special economic zones as a tool to advance of the UN SDGs alignment. Thank you for your audience, and I take the floor is yours.
If you can charge upload the other presentation, and I promise I will not be long. I know that's tiring at this point of the day, but I aim today to give you a sort of tools that you can use when you come back. So if the success of this conversation today will be if you go home with at least two concepts. The first one is what is an eco-industrial park, and the second one is how this can help you to measure your objectives. That is also the competitiveness. So let's move very forward on the concept of why we use the terms of special economic zone. What is special? Okay, in general, from our perspective, what is special is in 4 areas. One is the infrastructures that you have. The second one is the custom regime. The third one is a regulatory regime. And the fourth one is the value added. Now, these 4 are not always at the same time developed for a special economic zones. You have a combination of them. But it's interesting to understand that there is not only the tax holiday that you offer. You can offer different things to address some market failures that you have in your country. So the special is to be there with the solutions that the country is not able to offer to the entrepreneurs. So this goes a little bit further in the concept of why you do and which are the key success factors that you use for special economic zones. Among all that you see of potential enablers, the most important one is to understand why you are doing that. Are you responding to a market needs? Is the private sector asking you to do the special economic zone exactly in that specific position? Or it's a top-down decisions that comes for other specific reasons. So it's important that in these steps, you always have the private sector that is involved in the decisions as in a stakeholder engagement to understand why you are doing a special economic zones. And we have not to lose the goal of the scope, why you are doing that. So one of the things that we are seeing at global trends, and this is something that you have to see, it's the growth about the use of special economic zones. Even though they are very concentrated in Asia, most of them, So one of the aspects that I will see as global trends is that we have listened to previous panelists discussing about sustainability or going digital or to be more resilient. So one of the aspects that you see here, we have some answers for all these aspects. So for the sustainability, we have the Eco-Industrial Park framework. For digital, you have Industry 4.0. But for what concerns the resilience of the value chains, you have the effect of nearshoring. This is something that is happening. There is a move also to be closer to the markets where you are selling things. This happens, for example, of companies. I was in Dominican Republic a few months ago, and there were American companies that were moving their operation from India to Dominican Republic to be closer to the market and to avoid problems like COVID-19 that was disrupting the value chains. So let's understand which is the underlying effect on private sector in this moment when we talk about climate. Okay, we talk about three main forces that are pushing the climate to be a factor of competitiveness. One is, for example, the decarbonization tax on exports. So you have the CBAM in Europe that can be something that pushes the special economic zones to understand how to respond to these needs to decarbonizing the companies that are in the zone. The second one is how the countries in itself, they put targets that can be challenging for themselves. So you have the national determined contribution that comes from Paris Agreement. And the third one that is important is to take into consideration the pledges that international buyers are making in order to be net zero. And so all these are forces that provide many solutions, but which one you have to select? You have sustainability, decarbonization, renewable energy, you have a lot, but how do you select the one that you have to use? So here I just listed some of the certification that exist for the zones. That means you have different levels at zone level, at firm level, at building level, at value chain. So this helps you in a certain way to provide a measure where you stand. And the knowing which is your performance helps you to understand what you need to get those targets. To make you a better example, the Eco-Industrial Park that my colleague was describing to you, basically it's a framework that covers 4 pillars. We call technically an ESG framework that covers environmental, social, and governance aspects. And this can be applied to an industrial zone or special economic zones. And as you can see, I just made a screenshot of some of the indicators for the environmental part. You can see that they are absolutely quantitative. So that means that you can really measure where you stand from the perspective of saying how far I am from the sustainability concept. This is a way you can implement. So in the process to move from a special economic zones to an eco-industrial park that is an industrial zone that is able to show the results of the implementation of the renewable energy that you have in the zone or other measures that you have taken, you have very specific steps. The first one is to implement a measuring, reporting, and verification system. You do that for any type of certification, but this is specifically a way to set up a measurement of where you stand compared to the standard that you are going to use. The second thing is that once from the international standard, you can understand also which are the intervention and to have access to the so-called climate finance that somebody mentioned as 300 billion per year that is recently discussed at the COP. And the last one is the certification that you get. It's a way to show to your client that are investors where you stand. And so what they are going to do when they are investing in that zone, what they get a low carbon footprint. They get the fact that if they invest, you are resilient to any climate event in the zone. So these are aspects that you can communicate. So the benefits are listed there, some of the benefits. You can see that there is attractiveness for new investment because you can really think about plug and play for international investors in the zones. The second aspect is access to climate finance. That is something that can improve the reliability and competitiveness of the service that you are going to offer. And the last one is the fact that you can really measure your performance. Those are all aspects that can help you to diversify the offer of your special economic zone to the market and to other special economic zones. This is just an example to give you a quantitative impact of being an eco-industrial park. This is an example that comes from Korea that is very advanced in that sense. And so you can see that they embrace all the aspects that were discussed. So not only in terms of how we do infrastructure and investment, how they can improve the profitability of the zone, but which are the impacts in terms of environment and social. So everything can be measured. This is the last slide. So I think that was really a short presentation. You can see that this is a global trend. So this is only the project that the World Bank is implementing, but also our colleagues from UNIDO and GIZ are pushing for the same standard that harmonize the concept of eco-industrial park in the world. So we lag a little bit in Africa, but as you can see in Asia and Latin America, there is a strong interest in going that direction. I would like to thank you. Those are references for experts from the World Bank. And I've also here in the room our reference for regional contact, that is Sarah, that is over there. Most of you will know her already, but she's our reference as IFC World Bank. So I invite you to contact her for having more information about this. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, we can always provide you with detailed information about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasa and Dario, for the insightful comments. Do we seated, I think, very quickly? Yeah. Just in case there are one or two questions. There is one at the back, so I'm going to go there.
Thank you. So it appears the UNIDO EIP framework is critical to SEZs becoming competitive. But in the conversation about competitiveness and regulatory compliance, there is no highlighting of the EIP framework or guidelines, even into policy. How do we do that to achieve this so that African SEZs can be competitive out there and can integrate into attracting the right FDIs? Number two, I saw the edge on the buildings, the individuals, all the way from the zone level to the individuals. The edge is literally an IFC World Bank kind of issuance. Does it in any way feed into the environmental compliance guideline for EIP framework in any way, even though it depends on the World Bank's issuance for buildings that are cited in SEZs? Thank you.
So I guess you choose who will answer, maybe you already said.
It's a very, very comprehensive question. Thank you for that. I would like to say that there are different ways you can approach that. Okay, the first one is a top-down, where you work with the government in order to embed a national EIP program that helps to identify financing mechanism and regulatory intervention to release the barriers that you have for investments. But the second thing is that you have a bottom-up approach, because if the World Bank is setting an international certification, this, let's say, that creates a sort of diversification, because you can always get, independently for what happens in the country, you can outstand, because you go beyond just getting that certification by yourself. So there are different options, and I agree with you that this should be embedded in the way in which the countries make their policies, but it's not always the case. And so you can have both ways to move. I hope that I answered to what you wanted.
Thank you. I see one more question, so we'll take that question here and then.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. It's me again, Barack Otieno from Kenya. Mine is not a question, but just a direct marketing strategy. I've seen Mr. Nasser, the managing director of Tanja Ahmed Engineering, we have set up projects in Niger, Senegal, and Cameroon. So I'll welcome you in Kenya to set up the same projects because Kenya welcomes everybody and every investor. Karibu sana Kenya.
Thank you very much for this question. And yes, we are very interested. We are committed to provide our services in Kenya, and soon we will be installed in Kenya, inshallah. We are doing our best, and we are really impressed. We came 2 years ago with a colleague in prospective visit in Kenya. We went in different area of Kenya, not only in Nairobi. We went to Mombasa also, where is the main port activity, and also in Lamu in the north, where is a new development with the very important corridor with the Lapset company. So I think you have huge potential in Kenya, mainly based on the human resources. You have very good education system in the country. And also, I think Kenya is one of the major country in Africa, not only in East Africa. And we hope to bring our small expertise to support this development, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you both, Nasser and Dario. Please, you've already clapped, but please join me again in thanking them. And there will be a picture for you, so just stay here for a quick moment. And while I think they're taking pictures, I will just announce what happens next. So I'll hand back to Maina. We are not going to have the coffee break in the interest of finishing early, so we're having a quick intermezzo, if you wish. And then while we set up for the last panel, so bear with us while we are doing that. Thank you very much. And again, thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I know how we are feeling. If we are all feeling the same thing, then we need to do something different, right? Thank you so much. Please, for a moment, just stand and stretch. Because the final stretch of the day is about to come. But before then, I just want to remind you of a few things. Please stand and stretch, but don't run away. I just meant to stretch because the most important as well part of the day, which is just developing the cross-border SEZ's best practices and case studies, which is about 9 participants, is happening now. Tech team, take a moment to do that. Have you stood up and stretched? Not yet. I think I have to force people to stretch in my own way. Tech team, are we ready with my video? Please, I think we need to do the video one more time. People are still somehow doing things funny in a way, so we need to do it better.
Minor,
Please,
but
yes.
you're not stretching yourself, so you have to show us how to stretch.
Or how to stretch. No, I had told them to stretch the natural way. In Nigeria, how do we stretch? Is it like this? Like fufu? In Ghana, how do we stretch? Okay, Ghana. Where is the Ghanaians? Ghanaians in the house. All right. How do we stretch in your place? How do you stretch? Oh, thank you. There you go. Let me just show them my own way. Where is the video, please? Tech team, let's go. Everybody, do what you see on the screen. Come on. Come on. Everybody. There you go. Well done. Why are people sitting? Oh my goodness. There you go. Yes. Come on. Excellent. Then your legs. 1, 2. 1, 2. Come on. 1, 2. Make sure you kick. Kick a bit. Your hands now. There you go. Yeah. Make sure you stretch it. Tech team, are you ready? There you go. Thank you so much. You can put it at that. There you go, there you go, there you go. Thank you. Whew, that's a bit better, excellent. Now nobody can sleep. This last session is the amazing one, and I think I want to go ahead, Terry, and call them in. Excellent. So please put your hands together for Honorable Ali Mboga Menza, the chairman of Lapset Corridor Development Authority, as he comes. A round of applause to him as he comes, please. Please make it to the stage as we do this. Next, we have Ayub Rmili, Technical Operations Director, Tangelmed Zones. We also have Charles Jackson Itembe, Director General, Tanzania Export Processing Zone. Please come to the podium. We also have Femi as well, Nigeria Export Processing Zone, and he has been very active here. Nigeria is well represented. Please come to the stage. We also have Manuel Francisco Pedro, CEO Luanda Bengo, SEZ Angola. Please come to the stage. Then we also have Muiza Mseteka, Managing Director, Lusaka South Multi-Facility Economic Zone. And also joining in is Kenneth Chelule, our CEO right here. Daktari, please come to the stage. And finally, we have Saj Sami, Managing Director and Cox Special Investment Zone Authority. Daktari is the first one. So the rest of you, please come by. Please come by. Is Nigeria Femi is coming? He's coming? Excellent. Okay. You know, I had to give people a moment of stretching. So please come by before I invite Ian to kindly take us back again. Yan, to kindly come. Please come by. Come by. Thank you so much. Excellent. There you go. Femi is here. Please come by here. Manuel is there. Charles, are we here? Excellent. There you go. Gentlemen, take your seat. Take your seat. Feel free. I know. Yes. So just, gentlemen, just have your seat. Yes. Excellent. They're right there? Oh, excellent. There you go. That's good. That's good. Please take your seat. Thank you. Thank you so much. And of course, this is a very important one. Developing cross-border. Developing cross-border. SEZ's best practices and case studies from promotion of regional overseas integration and intra-African trade. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final one. We have to finish with a bang. So please engage with them until we get everything out from them. So moderator, I don't know whether you are set. And I think make sure we have interpretations for you in case anyone wants to speak at any language. You're free as well to do that. I think we need one more. Interpreters, please, if you could give me one microphone here, or one headphone, sorry, so that at least we can, yes, one there, and just one more. I'm just preparing this and making a lot of movement so that people don't sleep. Just checking. Can I have 2 gadgets, please? 2 gadgets, please, on that end. I think they can provide, just from that end, 2 of them. 2 of them for my panelists, and then I can give you a microphone, yes. Just 2 gadgets, please bring them here so that we can have one for him and one for him there. All right, there you go. So that should be yours, and then here, and then the gentleman on that end. Excellent. Spoiling your picture. No worries, and we are ready now. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was much better than coffee. So very helpful, and I hope we're all back awake now. This is now indeed the most interesting session, where we have actually the practitioners, those who are involved in running zones. We will do it also in the interest of time. We will do it in this way. I will introduce you, and then you can immediately say a bit about your zone and introduce your zone very briefly, please, the capacities and capabilities it has, anything you find noteworthy about it. So I'll just say who you are, you will say that, and then we'll do the next person, just to keep it a bit shorter. So we first of all have the Honorable Ali Mbogo Menza, who is chairman of the Lapset Corridor Development Authority. Would you like to start, first of all, by introducing your zone and its capabilities, and then we will move on down the panel? Yes, do you have a... No? I don't hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have 8 on my list and 6. Okay, so I'll work from here. I think that might be better. Okay, so then let's start with Ayub Mumili, who is Director General of the Tanzania Export Processing Zone Authority, EPSA. Introduce yourself, please.
Excuse me, I did not get the question. Please, you can.
Just an introduction to your zone, quickly, its capabilities, if it specializes, for example, on something specific and its capacities.
Okay, you want that I explain what activities are developed in our CZ. That's it, or mine.
If you could just briefly introduce your zone. Is the mic not working?
Introduce myself.
Yes, so I just introduced you. If you just say something about your zone and its capacity and capabilities.
Alors, pour faire plaisir à notre secrétaire général et à la partie francophone, parce qu'il y a la partie anglophone, anglo-saxonne qui a pris un peu le maximum, je vais peut-être en parler en français. Alors, bon, je suis Ayub Mumili, je suis directeur technique de Tanger Medzone. Donc, j'ai exercé pendant presque 23 ans sur cette activité de développement de zones et de portuaires, de zones logistiques, ainsi de suite. Bon, Tanger Med, si vous voulez qu'on présente plutôt la partie Tanger Med, donc je pense pour ceux qui ne la connaissent pas, Tanger Med c'est un complexe intégré qui inclut une partie portuaire, donc avec aujourd'hui le premier port à l'échelle africaine, le premier port également à l'échelle méditerranéenne, puis bientôt 5 ans. Donc aujourd'hui avec un ranking à l'échelle mondiale de 19 sur 500 ports conteneurs et le 4e port le plus performant du monde. Donc ça c'est la partie portuaire. Alors c'est un projet intégré, donc il y a la partie également logistique et industrielle, et il y a la partie industrielle aujourd'hui qui s'étend sur une réserve de 5000 hectares, dont 2000 sont déjà développés, avec un peu plus de 1100 entreprises ou multinationales qui sont déjà installées, et depuis le démarrage, la création de quelque chose comme 115 000 emplois. Et aujourd'hui, on peut dire que, enfin, on en est fier aussi, que nos entreprises ou les industriels qui sont installés au niveau de nos zones cumulent un volume d'affaires annuel de presque 15 milliards d'euros, enfin 15 milliards de dollars, ce qui représente un grand pourcentage de la capacité carrément d'export du Maroc, donc, et notamment avec l'une des activités phares que nous avons à l'intérieur de la zone, qui est l'automotive, qui aujourd'hui passait première activité exportatrice au Maroc. Voilà.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Charles Jackson Itembe, who is Director General of the Tanzania Export Processing Zone Authority. I think I skipped the line earlier. Is that possible? So I introduced you just now. But apologies.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Charles Jackson Itembe. I'm the Director General for the Export Processing Zone Authority in Tanzania. Tanzania is located in East Africa. In our EPSA, we are running 2 schemes. The EPZ together with the SES scheme, they are all collected together under EPSA. And when I was informed to be part of the panel this time around, especially on this topic, SES cross sales, I was much impressed because this is exactly what the President Ruto today was talking about, how we're gonna move sales in East Africa especially, but going forward for African continental free trade area. So in my view, I think cross-border sales is the way to go. And we could have done it yesterday, but we are not late.
Thank you. We will talk about cross-border in a minute. Thank you for introducing your zone. Then we have Femi Ogunyemi, who is MD and CEO of the Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority, NEPSA in Nigeria.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. Minor, could you put on that picture, please? I'm Dr. Femi Ogunyemi. I'm the Managing Director, CEO of the Nigerian Export Processing Zones Authority. Before I go any further, it's Nigerian culture to show gratitude. And I must first say a big thank you to all AZO members, especially those that were in Dubai in September. That were in Dubai at the World Free Zone Organization meeting. In the last few hours of the campaign for election to the board of directors, Ms. Farah, she is not in the room right now, she was able to galvanize most of you to come and support my nomination, at which point I was elected to represent you on the board of directors of the World Free Zone Organization. So I take this opportunity to thank you. To all the Kenyans in the house, especially our host, Kenneth, take a look at the picture up there. I've been telling you I went to school in Nairobi, you didn't believe me. Can you identify me? I'm the second standing on the right. That's a school, St. Mary's School, just a few miles down the road from here. And if you look in the picture, you might be able to recognize a key Kenyan personality as well. Can you see? Right in the middle, between my two identical twin brothers, you can see your ex-president, Uhuru Kenyatta. So now you believe me. Thank you. Now, the Nigerian Export Processing Zones Authority licenses, establishes, and regulates free trade zones in Nigeria. We're in a unique, sometimes difficult situation because not only do we regulate, we are also operators. We operate 2 free trade zones by ourselves. And unfortunately, I'm on this panel about cross-border SEZs. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we do not have any cross-border SEZs. The reason is, on the west side, we're bordered by the Republic of Benin, French country, French-speaking country. On the east side, we're bordered by Cameroon, another French-speaking country. On the south, we have the Atlantic Ocean. And on the north, we're bordered by Niger and Chad Republic, French-speaking countries, but some significant security risks at the moment. So at this point in time, we don't have any cross-border SEZs in my country. There's a lot of agricultural trade on the west side with the Republic of Benin and with Cameroon, mostly basic agricultural products without any value added. Cassava, ginger, sesame, stuff like that. So I expect with time, Nigeria will be able to develop cross-border special economic zones. But at this point in time, we do not have any, but I hope I can still contribute to the discussion on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. The fourth on my list will be Manuel Francisco Pedro, CEO of Luanda Bengo SEZ in Angola. Also a few words on the SEZ.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manuel Pedro. I'm the CEO of the Special Economic Zone in Angola, Luanda. I'm also a member of the board of the World Free Zone Organization since last year. And I'm also the chairperson of the membership committee of the World Free Zone Organization. And I invite all of you to join the World Free Zone Organization. And I'd like to announce that next year we're gonna come with a lot of offering for all the special economic zone, especially in for Africa. Talking to our special economic zone, is located in Luanda, in the capital. We have the largest special economic zone in our country. Now we have about 206 companies established in our special economic zone. We start our activity in 2009, and we are a special economic zone that receive all the economic, all the sector, so we do not discriminate. And we are also, I would like to mention that we are a special economic zone that the investors have a lot of appetite. Just to mention that last year, in terms of FDI, we have, in terms of, in US dollar, in amount of 3.8 billion US dollar of FDI, just last year. It means that it's a country with a lot of potential, and our zone, we have all the conditions to accommodate all the investors that want to invest in Angola, in our zone, in other parts of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. That's also very fascinating. All the investors you've already acquired. Then next on my list is Kenneth Chelule. You are CEO of the Special Economic Zones Authority of Kenya.
Probably I don't need introduction now. Everyone seems to know me. But for purposes of fulfilling what everyone has been doing, so my name is Ken Chelule, or Kenneth Chelule if you like, CEO of Special Economic Zones, which is the authority with the mandate. Actually, it has two mandates. Mandate number one is to regulate special economic zones in Kenya. And just like our colleague from Nigeria has said, we also have the responsibility or mandate of developing and operating certain specific zones which are government. So currently we have one, and in the near future we expect to be operating. There are about 9, in total we have a total of 33 special economic zones in Kenya, 9 of which are government, and one of the 9 we run ourselves. And we see a situation where in future we could be running special economic zones that are government related. Kenya government structure is such that we have the national government or central government, and we've got kind of federal. And out of the 9, actually 4 are by county government, otherwise called federal. In respect of the topic which we are discussing now, as we speak, I would say we are not operationally, we've not begun the shape for VC or cross-border has not begun. However, the structures and the legal instruments are beginning to be put in place. And I'll start, for example, I'm sure everyone knows about the Ethiopia, South Sudan, Kenya project called LAPSET. So along that corridor, we have the biggest SEZ, which is called LAPSET SEZ, 71,000 acres of land. This will connect a Kenyan port to Ethiopia and Southern Sudan. What we've also done in terms of establishing the zone is that there are 2 specific zones which are in the border of Kenya, Uganda, towards the mid between north and south. And towards southwest, we have another zone which is run by a county called Riwa. It's by the Lake Victoria. We expect that the 2 zones will work and rely on a partnership between, let's say, farmers, suppliers of resources, from that part of the world between Kenya and Uganda. At the regional level, we've been working with our partners, the East African Community partners, until, and I know the President of the Republic of Kenya mentioned earlier when he was here, that tomorrow he will be in Arusha to finally and ratify some negotiation that has been going on between East African states. As of now, SEZ is operational in Kenya, and goods emanating from Kenya cannot access the partner states. Why? Because the existing law only recognizes EPZ goods. But as of tomorrow, once it's ratified, then the goods coming from Kenya and from, let's say, and from other countries coming, going to Kenya will then be able to access those markets. So the policy, which began last year, has been under negotiation. We did a policy, came to regulations, and finally those regulations are being ratified tomorrow, and we will be able to undertake cross-border, as he said, within the region.
That's great. Yeah, let's clap for that. Thank you. Yeah, fascinating that you're already engaging these cross-border activities. We have a lot more discussion about this in a minute. Just the final speaker still is Sergey Sami Bivenge, is that correct? And you are Managing Director of the INCOG Special Investment Zone Authority. Could you also introduce yourself and your zones, actually?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Serge Sami Bivege, Managing Director of Special Investment Zone Authority, which is in Gabon and INCOG. I would like to thank the ISO team for the opportunity given to us to talk about the Gabon Special Investment Zone. Everyone is talking about Special Economic Zone. We are now Special Investment Zone because the legal framework has moved. Now we can register a different type of regime. Our experience is quite unique in Africa, and I will say in the world. As the Permanent Secretary was saying yesterday, Africa is blessed with natural resources. And our Special Economic Zone was created just to ban exportation of logs from the country. So the government put in place a framework where every investor has to process wood. And after 9 years, we are now the first special economic zone in wood processing in Africa. We are the first wood processor in Africa, first manufacturer of plywood, first manufacturer of veneer wood. And since we're talking about intra-Africa trade, I would like to ask the Kenyan people, where are you getting your wood? I can see you are using wood. And I know Kenya is all savanna. So this is a good opportunity for you to know that you can get wood from Gabon. So our special investment zone is 1.200 hectares. And in 9 years, we have registered 135 companies that represent 20,000 container export monthly. The government managed to attract about $3 billion US foreign investment. And what we have put in place as incentive is not the main objective. Again, yesterday, one of the panelists was talking about what we're giving back when we're giving incentive. We're saying we are creating jobs. Like everyone, the biggest challenge we have is what type of job are we creating? Are they decent job, or we're just doing exploitation? Because most of the investors are coming from Asia, America, Europe, and it's very difficult for us to apply all the legal regulations regarding labor work. I have opportunity here to talk about cross-border SEZ. Like I said, our special investment zone is a real success story. We have pushed our neighboring countries to develop the same. They have not done it. Like I said, we are the second largest forestry reserve in the world. When I'm saying we, Gabon, Cameroon, and Congo. And all those countries are still exporting logs. Gabon was the first country to vote a law saying that we are no longer going to export our logs. So it has become a very successful story. Now we have many countries who are coming from benchmarking, countries that are coming from West Africa to see the benchmarking that we have put in place. We have a very good marketing tool, which we call single window clearance. So inside the special investment zone, we have 25 public administration working on daily basis in the same building, so that any investors coming will not need to run up and down inside the city. In 24 hours, you can create your company, you can get your line title. So those are the things that we've put in place, which makes our special investment zone a success story, because in 9 years, we have achieved a volume of wood processing that is matching the international market requirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergei, and a good example of a very specialized zone as well in some ways. So thank you, that was for the introductions, and we have an overview of the zones. And one thing to point out, of course, we have two types of representatives here. Some of you run one particular zone, others have run zones authorities that are overarching institutions. So we have some variety here, hopefully, in what kind of accounts we will get from you. The idea is that we don't really only talk about cross-border zones, that may be a bit narrow, but the idea is actually that we will talk about how you develop integration, regional integration with other countries, other zones, but also later on how you can work better with zones. So my first question, I guess, is what are you doing to develop regional integration? So are you, for example, taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area, or what are you doing in terms of integrating into global value chains? So how are you integrating in this sense internationally? Do you have some kind of strategies or approaches to that? And I would go for this round still with the same order as just now. And then for the last question, I'll take a different order to make it have some variation. But I'll hand to you, Ayub, first for your comments.
Alors, je pense, si j'ai bien capté, c'est par rapport à comment on positionne notre zone dans le cadre de l'accord de libre-échange aujourd'hui en Afrique. Donc, juste pour revenir, enfin, notre échange aujourd'hui et surtout l'industrie, son positionnement, il est plus orienté par rapport à l'export, par rapport à un marché en dehors de l'Afrique. Maintenant, et comme ce qu'on a entendu ce matin, c'est que les échanges au niveau intra-africain, il est limité à quelque chose comme 14-15%, ce qui est très peu d'un côté, et de l'autre côté, présente un potentiel qui n'est pas encore déverrouillé. Donc il y a un énorme potentiel qui peut être aujourd'hui déverrouillé avec la création, enfin avec les nombreuses zones économiques qui sont opérationnelles et qui connaissent un succès. Donc je pense qu'il faut, par rapport à ça, revoir un peu aussi le positionnement des zones, leur positionnement et leur marché cible. Vous venez de parler des zones transfrontalières. Moi, je parlerais plutôt il y a pas mal de corridors qui sont en train de se développer. On a compris l'intérêt d'un corridor logistique. Je pense que ce corridor logistique doit à un certain moment se transformer également en corridor industriel, c'est-à-dire l'implantation de zones économiques le long de ce corridor, et pouvoir favoriser cet échange en bénéficiant de cet accord de libre-échange. Alors, il y a des zones au niveau de l'Afrique qui sont assez bien intégrées, on va dire. Aujourd'hui, ce matin, on a entendu son Excellence, le président de la République de Kenya, qui parlait de l'unification, de la réglementation un peu des zones économiques spéciales au niveau de la région Afrique de l'Est. Ce n'est pas le cas partout. Donc il y a encore quelques entraves par rapport à cet échange. Donc en dehors de la libre-échange des biens, il y a aussi le libre-échange des personnes, des fonds, ainsi de suite. Tout ça, c'est quelque chose qui devra être également développé pour pouvoir favoriser cet échange intra-Afrique. Donc voilà. Alors d'un autre côté, même si notre activité au niveau des zones industrielles n'est pas très développée ou n'est pas très orientée vers l'Afrique, ce que nous espérons également, parce qu'il y a un marché également en Afrique, il y a notre partie logistique. Et la partie logistique, aujourd'hui, 35% des flux qui traversent le complexe Tangemed sont à destination de l'Afrique, et principalement l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc, voilà.
Thank you. I hope and interesting also interest in the corridors. I wonder if Charles, maybe you can pick up on that aspect and also address, of course, the question on how your zones are integrating with the region.
Thank you very much. Yeah, obviously, development of at the level that Africa right now we are evolving, and probably I'll speak about East Africa. At least in East Africa, we have reached the stage where we have harmonized the custom management. We have common protocol for the custom, which is one of the key ingredients of moving to the integration that can eventually harmonize the development of the cross-border economic zone. And in every single country, I may not mention all, but I know from Tanzania perspective, we have the regulator who is the EPZ, who is running 2 schemes, EPZ and together with the SES. And in every single country, I think Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, they also have the regulators. Now the issue now is how do we harmonize all the regulation and the policies, bring them together in such a way that as we start the roadmap, since now we have a framework already, which is going to be approved by the council members of the member states in EAC. So with that in hand, it's going to be easy for us to move into integration and even collaborate in cross-border special economic zone, which we have not developed to date. But at least I may mention that among the country members, I will speak maybe between Kenya and Tanzania, Uganda and Tanzania, we already have trade corridors which are between us. Bilaterally, we are trading, and there's a numerous volume which is coming through these 2 countries. So it's not a difficult task now after we have completed the task which has taken us almost a decade to attain the SES regulation, which will be approved recently. I think it will be a good position. We'll be in a good position to arrive at the integration and share the benefit, the comparative benefits and the complementarities among the countries which we are located in EAC. But more important is the political will, of course, for the member states who are willing to collaborate. And in my view, for example, in East Africa, I won't talk about West Africa. There is quite impressive political will among the member states to move toward full integration. And in fact, we are continuing to count more countries to be in EAC, which is going to give us more mileage in terms of the market and intra-trade between our countries. But without ensuring that these countries are connected in terms of logistics, integration will be very difficult. But having common goals in integrating Africa, integrating EAC through logistics, we may achieve easily and get the benefits of special economic zone on the account of African continental free trade area. Otherwise, without resolving the logistic issues, harmonization of policies, and investing more in human capital, especially those who will provide the skills and provide the services in the enterprises, then the integration may not be achieved at the pace that we may need. But essentially, we are looking forward that at least we are making good steps in EAC, and I understand probably even the rest of other countries in Africa, they are also doing the same. Probably we'll be able to achieve African continental free trade in a more smooth way, but we need to work very hard and put the cornerstone of it to be more solid and increase the intra-trade between ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess very important points for SEZs to really benefit from integration. More seems to be necessary, regulatory and other forms of collaboration, which requires political will beyond SEZs, in fact. How do you see that, Femi, since you're from the West African region, could you comment on your view from there?
Actually, from the stage here, there's a lot of echo. You can't really hear you very well. How to wear this? Okay. Could you repeat?
A lot of echo, this is correct. It's easier, that's why I'm wearing those you hear clearly. So if you don't understand, well, just put these on. So my question was if you comment from a West African perspective on the idea of integration within Africa.
Yes, yes. Actually, earlier on, when His Excellency President Ruto was here, I was quite impressed at the degree of integration within the East African community. I think we're a little bit behind in West Africa, but we're going towards it. First of all, with the African Free Trade Agreement, that should be forcing us towards regional integration. From the reports I get from major investors who are trying to export in the West Africa region, they complain that some countries still maintain high tariffs. Some countries have said, okay, after AfCFTA is here, we're going to reduce our tariffs, but we're going to reduce it gradually over 10 years. There is a lot to be done. As Charles said earlier, there is also the issue of connectivity and transport logistics. We have started building a coastal highway, which actually doesn't go, well, it does cover a bit of West Africa, but goes eastwards as well, towards Central Africa. That's the start. We still have to integrate our customs processes. Most of the integration will have to go through the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. There's a lot to be done. We're behind East Africa. We haven't even formed a regional West Africa SEZ network. Still operating in silos. These are the little stages that has to be done to promote integration and facilitate trade harmonization in the West Africa region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I note again the importance of infrastructure, and in this case, you're referring to not SEZ infrastructure, but other infrastructure. So, of course, if you want to integrate, that is an important component and also, of course, very costly, but part of this building of corridors, I guess. I'll pass on to Manuel now to also take the Angolan perspective on these kinds of integration.
Okay, thank you for the question. If you look at Angola and the location, what I can say is that we are a country that we are very engaged in the Africa Union, in the free trade agreement on the continent. We are also part of in our region, we are part of two regional organizations. One is SADC on Sub-Saharan Africa, and the other one is SIAC, more for the in the north side of the country. Talking about the engagement of the country to the continent, I'll bring to the table one project that the government is taking place, which we call the Lobito Corridor. Is the largest corridor in the sub-Saharan Africa. Is a railroad that link the Atlantic Sea to the west side of the country to link with all our neighbors. Angola is bordered for 4 neighbors, the 2 Congos, Zambia, and Namibia. And with this corridor, we are going to link the Atlantic Sea with all the countries that don't have sea, like Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Botswana, and others. So in this corridor, the government invests a lot of money, but we have also investment coming from all across the world. We have investment coming from the US. Because of that, in the next week, we're going to have the visit of President Biden just to take a look of the Lobito Corridor. So we have also a lot of investment coming from different regional banks in Africa. So it means that it's a corridor that we can look at this corridor as the future of our zone. And we have investments, a lot of investment all across the corridor. Especially, we have a lot of investment in the logistical platform. We are also investing on increasing the special economic zone across the corridor, and we believe that is a corridor that will benefit all the countries in the sub-Saharan Africa and all the continents. What we have been doing with our neighbors, especially with Namibia, Zambia, and the 2 Congos, we have a bilateral commission with each country that we meet twice a year. One is in our country and the other is in the other country, in order to discuss all the investments, all the challenge that we can have on the economic relation between our country and our neighbors. And with this bilateral meeting, we can bring to the table all the government entity and private entity to discuss the future of the economy to both countries. And with this kind of approach, we can have facilitation in a trade between Angola and our neighbors. And we also, I would like to say that we sign as a special economic zone, we sign with the World Free Zone Organization a MOU to establish the regional offices in Angola, Luanda, to attend all the sub-Saharan Africa. It's also something that we have to unify the continent, unify our region in order to have more economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Very fascinating to hear these accounts of establishing huge corridors, and particularly integrating landlocked countries, which obviously for quite a few countries in Africa is important. So that raises also the question, I guess, about who invests in the roads and other infrastructure that would need to be built. Not sure, Kenneth, if you can say something on that, or just, of course, address the overall question we've talked about from a Kenyan point of view about integrating with the region.
Building on what Charles mentioned earlier, I think East Africa is somewhat ahead in terms of integrations. As he said, we operate a common custom law, which means the East African countries are treated as local markets in terms of doing business. So you can make it in Kenya and sell within the region, and it's considered as a local sale. In terms of corridors, actually Kenya has quite a number of corridors. LAPSET is the one I mentioned earlier that connects Ethiopia to Kenya, and then Kenya to Sudan for incoming goods and goods going out. We also have another corridor called Northern Corridor. This is Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, and Rwanda, and all the way to Democratic Republic of Congo, which are all part of East Africa. One of the other things Kenya government has done is within our Naivasha Special Economic Zone, we have provided some acres of land for the landlocked countries within East Africa. That's Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Democratic Republic, and Southern Sudan. Last week, we had a conversation on setting up their own tripod, ICD. So each of those countries will be able to evacuate their goods from Mombasa, terminates at Naivasha in the interim period, and then onward send their goods to their respective countries. Kenya operates also 2 railway lines. We have a meter gauge and a standard gauge railway. The meter gauge railway goes all the way to Uganda. The standard gauge railway terminates in our Naivasha Special Economic Zone, and that's the reason why ICD was provided. But Uganda has begun constructing standard gauge railway from Kampala to the border, and Kenya is in the process of doing negotiation to connect from Naivasha to Uganda border. So that's meant to enhance. In the respective corridors, so we've got the following happening. You've got the railway line, you've got the road, you've got the pipeline. So that interconnectivity is there. Obviously, in terms of trade, I think Uganda is one of the leading partners to Kenya, followed closely by Tanzania, and it does, the trade between Kenya and the 2 countries I've mentioned is close to the trade we have with some of the European countries. Kenya is also active in terms of trade agreements. So, of course, we know the AGOA, which many of us are in that arrangement. Kenya has also successfully negotiated and signed a trade agreement in Europe. It's called EPA, European Partnership Agreement, one with UK, but more closely at home, and so for purpose of enhancing intertrade within Africa. Of course, we are members of EAC. There is COMESA, that brings together most parts of Eastern Africa. And I know there was a negotiation, I don't know how far this has gone. There was a negotiation being led by Kenya to bring together the 3 blocks of Africa, that is SADC, EAC, and ECOWAS, to have a tripartite agreement between the 3 blocks of organizations. So there's a lot happening in terms of within the region, EAC and specifically Kenya, towards enhancing internal trade. And as Charles mentioned, I think the one thing that East Africa possesses at present is the political goodwill that exists. And I think that's what's accelerating many of the agreements and potential to connect East Africa.
Really impressed, and of course they will connect SEZs. You had something urgent to say?
Well, it's not urgent.
Yeah. Do go ahead. Since you...
I just wanted to add what Kenneth just said at the last statement there about political will. One of the speakers at the World Free Zone Organization conference in Dubai said one of the key points of success for special economic zones is political will. And it's a very important point they made and he has made. In Nigeria right now, we have a president who has developed foresight along our coastline decades ago when he was governor of that state. So we have that political will at the top. Now, I said earlier about integration. We're behind in integration in the West Africa region. But we have one huge asset in the West Africa region. We have the water. Almost all the West African countries are bordered on the water. And in Nigeria, we recently licensed a couple of years ago, last year, a deep sea port, Lekki Deep Sea Port, that has welcomed huge ships, 15 to 20,000 TEUs, that come to berth at Lekki Deep Sea Port. And from that port, they're able to integrate and deliver trade integration along the West Africa region. So even though we don't have a very strict working relationship yet, our customs in Nigeria is very advanced, very digitalized. But like I said, it needs a lot of customs integration and the involvement of the economic community of West African states to take major advantage of that waterway and rail network along the West Africa region. That was my addition.
Thanks also for taking a lot of water. Okay.
Just a few seconds. Just wanted to say this. Kenya was among the first countries in Africa, together with Ghana, to implement the ACFTA. I don't know, I think a few years ago, Kenya shipped tea from Kenya to Ghana, deliberately for purposes of getting the ACFTA rolling. And I think this is a kind of goodwill that needs to exist within the continent, that even though logistically between Kenya directly to Ghana, there is no road or connection, somewhere they have to find a way of getting the goods to Ghana. And I think that kind of prevailing circumstances would help.
We did the first AfCFTA shipment in Nigeria only a couple of months ago from a free trade zone company. From a free trade zone owner, but a company in the customs territory, Lucky Shade. And they did the first customs shipment of based on the African Free Trade Agreement. So it's beginning to work. It will take a while.
Okay, thanks. I'll move the debate on to the speaker with the final word, actually, Sergey, again. How would you have to say about the subjects that have been covered so far? What have you to say about the subjects that have been covered so far on the establishment of corridors and regional integration?
Thank you very much for giving me that opportunity. I'm not so comfortable talking about the trade in the sub-region because I'm quite jealous. I've been to South Africa for many years as a student, and I saw there was a very intensive trade between South Africa, Zimbabwe, Botswana. And spent some time also in West Africa. So I'm in Nigeria, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire. And in order for us to have a very strong corridor between neighboring countries, I think in our region, we have so many barriers. We have administrative barriers. Policies are taken, they have been voted, but implementation is still lacking. And we also have some problems of level of infrastructure. The level of infrastructure is not the same in all countries. Some countries are linked by the road easily. Some others, very difficult to cross the border. So even not only the goods, even the human being to cross the border is very difficult in Central Africa. So that makes our trading between the 3 or 4 countries very difficult. We have a special economic zone, who is the top in Africa for wood processing, but most of our production goes to Asia, America, Europe, and we have a small market now in West Africa. So trading for us to make it a success, I think the government, all the governments should have the same goal. They need to see the interest of the economic growth and put aside the political side, because CEMAC is very difficult. Angola is well positioned because they are in the CSA, at the same time they're also in the SADC. Same with DRC Congo. But all the countries who are inside CEMAC, we have a lot of challenge when it comes to administrative procedures. So this is a room of opportunity, room of improvement for us. so to improve our trading inside the sub-region. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think we have chance for one final round. We are already finalizing, I think. Okay, so then I would like to thank all our panelists for talking about how integration happens in Africa and how SDZs are part of this. And yeah, I think that concludes the final session. We need to move on. I'll give some quick final remarks, I think, but I would like to first thank you for all your interesting comments and insights, and I wish you all good luck in working together further in the future.
From China, we see in key sectors that are attracting FDIs in energy, mining, manufacturing, technology. You know where these investors come from. It's European countries as a general. It's not enough from Germany. What can Germany or what can Europe be for you? I think we have a great history, a long history of investment from our countries into your countries. We should continue like this. Your special economic zones can be our gateway to African markets. And after a certain collapse of our economy, everybody is looking for new, resilient ways of doing business. Means, on the one side, new markets, on the other side, dual sourcing strategies. And there comes the question, where do we as German entrepreneurs go to? It might be China, but it is no more China. And you all know what happened in America, what will happen in America. So there will be a friction between China, Europe, and the US increasingly. So where do German companies go? I come out from Qatar last night, where I spoke yesterday on a congress in the GCC states. Yes, there are some companies going to the Middle East, opening up their Middle East hub in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, or Qatar, or whatever. But this is only 11 million people. Look at Kenya. Even Nairobi is close to that figure. So we need to get to the markets that are interesting for the future. And the second country everybody in Germany is talking about is India. The surprising thing, if you talk to German entrepreneurs that mostly do their decision for direct invests in an area which we call somewhere around here and not in a brain area. So they don't trust India enough. So they trust more traditional relations we have with your countries. And the problem with India is that same thing, we don't know enough about India. We don't know about the possibilities. We don't know about the possibilities of your special economic zones. We need to learn this. We want to do something. We have the money, but we are sitting a little bit lazy somewhere in Germany with our wonderful landscape around, with the money that my father's generation made, and are waiting for what's happening next. So please let's jump in the future. What can be done from your special economic zones to attract FDIs? First of all, we need a stable regulatory environment, which includes legal services, which includes banks. For us Germans, for us Europeans, it's very important having a home bank or Commerzbank or Deutsche Bank or a BNP or whatever with us. So please help us and put pressure on European banks that they should open offices, representation offices, or real banks in your countries. Because the traditional German entrepreneur goes to his bank and asks him, can't you help me with doing some invest in Kenya? Crazy if I do this in Munich, but it's the common way. So let's put pressure on banks. We need the skilled workforce. We saw it in the video. You have the young people. We don't have them in Germany. We are a too old generation. Look at myself. So you have the skilled workforce. We don't have them. Keep them in your countries and let's create something here. We need, of course, political stability. Yes, this is your topic. This is your thing that you need to solve. But we need this. We need a business-friendly society. And this is something I really like in the Gulf states. Everything that you as an entrepreneur want, you get there. You get a very business-friendly society over there, a very business-friendly government there. Go there and you get what you ask for. And of course, last thing, we need a market access and we need an ongoing support. So it is not, and you know this from your special economic zones, it is not done by attracting an FDI to your zones. It's much more taking the entrepreneur from my countries by the hand, with helping him with some strategic connection, letting them know the interesting persons. So it's that ongoing taking somebody by the hand. You know, what we see as really positive effects or positive examples, you know them, are these three examples. For us, the automotive sector is key in Germany. And by the way, it's the sector that is suffering the most because we are lacking technology. We are lacking technology versus our Chinese competitors. So, automobile industry, including suppliers, is key for us. And there we see in Morocco and we see in Egypt a strong development in the future, attracting suppliers, attracting OEMs. This is the market of the future. And if I talk about with German entrepreneurs, everybody is looking now into Egypt and everybody is looking into Morocco. South Africa is a stable part of the German car building industry. So we need more of these examples. Energy, renewable energy project, I think is the most important part for us in Germany. Running out of Russian gas, running out of Russian oil, so we need new energy projects with you, and of course, tech hubs. What we learned a lot is your country is quite challenging and quite positive into tech hubs. Let's continue on this way. Let's continue on the presentation. No? Okay. What do we see as trends around special economic zones? You're getting more and more. And the special economic zones internationally are very present in my country. So if you are a classical, like my family is in machine building industry in southern part of Germany, you have offers from so many countries in the world, from real interesting special economic zones, and you have to work on this, which is really an attractive offer. Speak in the language of the entrepreneurs you are talking to. So the competition between you is strong. And it's not only you into Africa, it's Arabia, it's India, it's China, it's Uzbekistan. It will be Ukraine after the horrible war that will be heavily attracting international investors. And by the way, we started with this. It is also the UK and the former Eastern European countries that are looking for German invests or European invests. So the competition between the special economic zones is tough. So find yourself, find the right wording, and let the world know about. What we see, two trends, you know this better than I, is sector-specific zones and cross-sectoral zones. You know this better, but needs to be defined, needs to be offered to German industry, is an important part. What can be benefits of our stronger cooperation? Of course, for us, it's an enhanced trade and invest between us and you. It's shared resources, increasing bargaining power, economic diversification, and knowledge and skill transfer. What we see, but just I would love to learn more into discussions with you during the day, two interesting examples of working together. Let me be quite open. What I don't understand in special economic zones is why don't you collaborate better with each other? Yes, I know that there's an interest of each state in their economic zones. There's an interest of private economic zones as being competing with others. But if in the moment where I'm a German entrepreneur, I would open up my subsidiary in Kenya, and a year later I would love to open up in Tanzania. Why should I go through the whole procedure again with accreditation of my company, which I did in the neighborhood about 12 months ago? The neighborhood has about 80% of all the documents that I need in Tanzania for my next company creation. I delivered already to Kenya the year before, and now I have to do everything again. So why don't you try to collaborate more on this? Why don't you find together, I know it's a difficult topic and it's your topic, it's not my topic, but I just may mention what a small entrepreneur from south of Germany would love to do when he looks into your countries, that it's not only the individualism of each country or each special economic zone. Let's have a broader picture on this. So we heard about this. We see clear, apart from the market expansion, we see the partnerships, the opportunities in manufacturing, in technology, renewable energy, and agriculture as the main points. We see the sustainable initiative, you know about them, and as a key part. So the last question I would love to answer to you: which strategy are there to promote more FDIs from Europe? First of all, it's government again. The government support, incentives, yes. But to be honest, this is only the base of our collaboration. Yes, government can help with taxes, with real estate, with a positive economic, business-friendly climate. But in the end, it's you as our partners here that take us by the hand. And let it be concrete. It's really being an entrepreneur somewhere 3,000 kilometers north from here. I'm lost in Kenya. So I'm completely lost. Yes, I know that I want to do some business in Africa, but I'm lost. So I go to my Chamber of Commerce here, which is strong and interesting, but apart from this, I'm relatively lost. So it is you building up this confidence with us. It is your special economic zones having a representation or somewhere in Germany or somewhere in Middle Europe that I know that I can talk to, that I can address to. And when I land next time in Kenya, there are much more of these smiling people around taking me by the hand. And I mean this in a concrete way, taking me by the hand and showing me through the sometimes problematic way forward doing my business in Africa. So the government support is key. The governmental support is key. The information and awareness in Europe is key. We need more private partnerships, public-private partnership, PPP, everybody knows about. We need more of this. We need more to talk about them. We need investment in training and capacity building programs for local workers. You have these persons. We don't have them, actually. We have 5 million people living in social welfare in my country, which is unbelievably expensive, but we don't have enough workers. So we are lacking about 2 million open jobs in my country. On the other side, we have 5 million people which we pay in social welfare. Crazy. Typical example of a rich state that is over the rim. So we need your activity. We need your smiling going in the future. Maybe it takes longer than expected for everybody, but we need this openness. What we see, this we discussed a couple of times, regional cooperation we discussed also. Sorry, now it was too quick. One of the most important but often underestimated is a regular targeted engagement with the European economy. If you allow me, this is one of some strategic consulting companies like we do, others do the same. We need to know, we need to make your potential known to German industry. It is not known. We need you to talk to our associations, entrepreneurial association. We need you to talk to our chambers of commerce in Germany. You need to go to Germany and talk to entrepreneurs, to leadership entrepreneurs about opportunities in Africa. Like myself, I will return next week to Germany, and I'm definitely convinced about, I will let them know about an interesting visit I had in Kenya. So this is something that you need to do. You need to let us know and teach us about. It is crucial to maintain that regular and targeted interaction. It is because of the competition that you have between yourself and other countries. You need to be staying engaged and visible. And in this context, our association, the ICC, the International Chamber of Commerce, which is also present in your states, but each association is always working for all its members. So what you really need is an activity for you, Kenyan, African, social, special economic zones. So this is, as a conclusion, it is looking into the future. It is clear that the potential for the special economic zones, it's immense, it's huge. But we need to communicate about this. We need to talk about this. Success will depend on addressing the existing challenges and leveraging the benefits of our regional working together. European economy stands to gain significantly from greater internationalization. We need this. Everybody is looking into new ways of cooperating, and everybody is looking into resilient dual sourcing or new market strategies. To be honest, we all know there's no 100% resilience. But nevertheless, if we don't try it, we will miss an opportunity. And I think the opportunity of doing something with especially African special economic zones is huge. Let's embrace this opportunity for stronger international cooperation investment and really try to do something. But my pledge is really let's intensify contact. Why don't you do your Congress next time in Berlin or somewhere else so that German entrepreneurs can see you, feel you, and being taken by you by the hand, and let them know about the opportunities you have in your countries here. You are somehow the future of Europe, and everybody knows this. But in pragmatic steps forward, we need to improve our collaboration, cooperation, and communication. Thank you very much for listening to me. I will be with you the whole day, so if there's anything we can do from our side in helping you on that way, more than happy to talk to you this day or the days after. I'm heavily fighting for this, and I really like your smiling faces even after a long evening. And I know that we share the same dream. Why don't we have 50 more German companies that are now not really knowing where to go? Why don't we have them in Africa? Let's do this as a general topic until your next annual meeting, and then we count down how many did we together achieve coming into Africa. Thank you very much. Open for questions, or maybe later on, whatever you like to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Holger, for the interesting insights, and good to hear about all the interest in Africa and interest in collaborating more with Africa from a European and German side.
Absolutely.
We would like to take one or two questions, if it's possible, or if someone has questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just would like to ask you one question about the European banks.
leaving Africa? Because you just said that we should attract them. Now, how we could do that, as now they're all leaving Africa? Thank you.
Unfortunately, you're right. And unfortunately, it's much more the US pressure on German banks, taking care for KYC, money laundering, and so it's surprisingly, for myself, I sit in the board of Commerzbank, which is the second largest German bank apart from Deutsche Bank. And we are intensely discussing about Africa, Arabia. They even closed down their Dubai branch 3 years ago. Why? Because of pressure out of the US. And so I think we, from a legal point of view, we can't do very much. It is really that all of you have to address a letter, or whenever you are in Germany, whenever you are somewhere in Europe, you have to meet German banks and ask them for opening up at least a liaison office, a representative office in your countries. Because if I continue to Malawi, because I will invest in mining there. So I continue for a week in Malawi about discussions. And what did I do last week, Monday, when I have my last day in Germany? I asked my bank, don't you have an office in Malawi? And of course, they don't. So this is, put pressure on it. Ask your government next time when they are in Berlin. Talk to some C-level from our banks, at least a representation office, at least somebody who knows German entrepreneurs, and something. Very happy to support this, and whenever I can do, let me know about, but it's for all of us. We need to put pressure on this. You had another question.
Thank you. One more quick question and quick answer. I think that would be good. Sorry.
لو سمحت
At least two.
حد يترجم translator لو سمحت لأني بحكي عربي. I want a translator maybe.
Yes.
In which language are we talking?
talking Arabic كويس.
Yeah, well, that's worse.
Yes, thanks.
Now finding the right. Which is the right channel to go?
I think you just.
Okay, let's try.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أولاً اسمحوا لي أن أعرف بنفسي. أنا سلامة إبراهيم الغويل، رئيس مجلس المنافسة ومنع الاحتكار الليبي. وصراحة أجابتني الصدفة المحضة للمشاركة في هذا المحفل الاقتصادي الهام الذي يجمع في معناه وروحه بين مصادر الثروة وتصنيعها وإعادة استهلاكها، وهذه قاعدة طبيعية يجب أن تحدث بين كل مكونات الكرة الأرضية، وهذا عنوان سلام وعنوان تكافل الحقوق وعنوان نقل خبرة وعنوان خير بين المنتج والمستهلك والمصدر، لنتطور ويتطور الفكر الاقتصادي من خلالها، وهذه لمحات خير. ولكن أيضا هناك بعض الملاحظات التي يجب أن الإنسان يتعلمها من خلال تجارب الآخرين في الشكل وفي المضمون، في أمل ننظر دائما للجزء المليان من الكاس. بالتأكيد لما نتكلم على هذا الجوهر أنا أرى أن فيه مشاركات خجولة جدا لبعض مراكز التأثير سواء في الجغرافيا أو في الموارد أو حتى في كيمياء التواصل بين الشعوب، وهي شمال أفريقيا. شمال أفريقيا تتمثل في ليبيا، تتمثل في مصر، تتمثل في تونس وفي الجزائر، يعني هذه لمحة على الشكل. لما نقف على ألمانيا دائما ننظر لها نظرة خيرة. ألمانيا دائما الاقتصاد متاعها متوازن، خالي من أي تأثيرات ومدلولات سياسية، اللهم هو بعض التنمية بعض التميز. المدرسة الألمانية مدرسة متميزة، لكن سؤالي هنا بعد هذا التلميح هو لماذا الوجود الألماني الاقتصادي خجول في منطقة شمال أفريقيا، والتي هي شريان الربط الحقيقي بينها وبين القارة الأفريقية كاملة، واللي هي محور ارتكاز الثروة ومحور ارتكاز واهتمام كامل المؤثرات الاقتصادية من الصين. يعني هو التكامل إذا دبت فيه روح الثقة وروح الأمل وروح التوازن ونقل المعرفة، وجدنا إلى ما هو خير وما هو مناسب وما هو مجدي. وإذا وجدنا فيه المماحكة الغير مشروعة والصراعات الاقتصادية اللي في مدلولها أهداف سياسية قد نجد أنفسنا نستمر في الهبوط ونستمر في عدم الفعالية. فسؤالي هو لماذا الوجود الألماني خجول في منطقة شمال أفريقيا؟ وشكرا سيدنا.
Thank you very much, Shukran, for this wonderful question. I might be short in saying we don't know enough about each other. And some of your countries intensify that contact. So let's stay in the example of Morocco. AMDI, the promotion agency, they will open an office in Berlin, hopefully next year, only to be a liaison office. So German entrepreneurs can go somewhere and talk to somewhere as long as they are still in our home country. So we don't know enough about it. We need to talk more about. You should have here about 20 German entrepreneurs that might be interested and discuss with them and take them to the bus trip in the afternoon. This should be our topic for the next 12 months. So more than happy to support this way, but this is exactly the answer. Some of your countries maybe have the money to invest in this. Maybe you need to collaborate somehow. I would be happy to have an office of African special economic zones in Berlin. And then it's up to you how you do your competition. But at least being a German entrepreneur, I would know where to go to. It would be the Chamber of Commerce, or it would be the office you have in Frankfurt or in Berlin. But this should be the way of the future, and then having to communicate about your individual interest. And then, of course, it is individually. If I would be a car producer, yes, I would for the moment. I would go to Morocco, Egypt or something. If I would be in photovoltaic, we had a nice project, 70 million invest from a German photovoltaic company investing in Malawi. So that's really, so first of all, point of contact. Discuss, talk to each other. That would be absolutely next step forward. And happy to continue with this. Is there one more question, a short question?
Please, very, very quick, okay, because we are really running out of time.
I jump off.
Well, thank you very much. Knowing that you're from the International Chamber of Commerce makes our case a bit easy, like my colleague had asked, because it's one thing talking about these things, but it's another thing actually connecting. And because we really want to be able to link up with the Chamber and other people that have the funds, because one of the major issues we have is infrastructure development, which we need to partner where necessary to enable the businesses to grow and be able to get the goods and other things out, exchange, basically. So you've said also that you make your contacts available, because I don't know whether you have a place in Africa already? Okay. Would like to link up. I'm with the Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority in Nigeria. So we're developing new zones as well, especially economic zones. But one of the major challenges we have oftentimes is the funding of the infrastructure in those zones. And that becomes a deterrent for some people, investors to come in. So if you can have some kind of partnership or so, that you co-fund the infrastructure and recover your money over time, I think that will be easier, you know.
But I think everybody is ready in investing as long as the stability for the kickback or the return of investment is there. So my friend who is investing 70 million in a photovoltaic is a German entrepreneur. He's really taking 70 million of his private family money, building up a photovoltaic, because after several discussions with the president and the ministers in Malawi, he feels safe that for the next 10 years there will be a certain return of his investment. And so we need to really talk about concrete projects together. And this was why your President Ruto took me in his arms, and I was surprised about this, because usually we Germans, we don't hug each other, and said, let's continue on these concrete projects. It's not about pouring out money. It's about let's do something in concrete work together. And that would be absolutely my topic for the future. Happy to continue.
That is why in the zones, that's where we can guarantee that there will be stability, because outside the zones, we can't say much. Politics can come in, but within the zones, yes.
We always believed that Russian gas would continue for the next 20 years. So we don't need absolute stability, and we don't need a proof, a notary for everything. At least as we go in the same direction, as we believe in you, as the political stability is there, as the legal system is there. I think my friend didn't know Malawi about 12 months ago, to be honest, but now he's investing 70 million of his family money in there because they convinced him after several meetings we had Lilongwe discussing with him, and he believes now in that. And this should be the confidence we have to work on.
Okay, thank you. We need to move on.
Yeah,
thank you very much, Holger. Please join me in thanking him for the amazing talk. So I apologize. I know there's a lot of interest, and there have been a few more questions. Urgent questions to Holger. Please do raise them with him in person, but we have to move on. We are already running a good bit late. Next we're going to have a short video to present. I hope it's ready.
Your Excellency President Ruto, my brother Commissioner Muchanga, Secretary General Benis of AEZO, Excellencies, it's an honor to address you, and I thank the African Union Commission and the Africa Economic Zones Organization for inviting me to participate in this important gathering. Special Economic Zones, SEZs, and free zones have proven to be useful tools for development, given the right conditions and support. The most successful zones provide an enabling environment through improved infrastructure, trade facilitation measures, and strategic clustering for industrial growth and economic resilience. SEZs are not and should not be merely about tax privileges or incentives. They're about unlocking the potential of targeted areas, creating synergies among industries, and overcoming specific constraints to build competitiveness from the ground up. Done right, they can become genuine poles of economic transformation, and this is every bit as true for Africa as it has been elsewhere. Special economic zones represent a critical tool for economic development, but their effectiveness hinges on strategic design and international regulatory compliance. Too often, governments create free zones that inadvertently conflict with WTO rules by tying fiscal benefits to export performance or domestic content requirements. These approaches create legal vulnerabilities that can undermine the very economic advantages that these zones are meant to generate. The path forward requires a nuanced approach. Governments must carefully eliminate export-related incentives and domestic content requirements that could trigger international trade disputes, particularly in non-least developed countries. Moreover, they must thoughtfully manage the tax treatment of goods produced in these zones when they are sold domestically. Because of their simplified import processes involving duties and taxes, special economic zones often come under scrutiny as potential conduits for illicit trade, exploiting customs exemptions. However, being outside the customs territory does not mean that no customs controls or procedures should apply to companies, operators, and goods in these zones. Governments are right to view special economic zones as tools for trade facilitation, and the WTO's Trade Facilitation Agreement offers a set of measures that can be implemented in these zones to maximize economic opportunities while effectively combating illicit trade. The true potential of special economic zones extends far beyond traditional fiscal incentives and customs exemptions. These zones can serve as powerful policy sandboxes, as close as policymakers can get to control laboratories, where they can pilot transformative trade facilitation strategies before implementing them nationwide. Governments can trial measures such as single window systems, advanced digital customs processes, authorized operators, agency cooperation, innovative risk management techniques, and integrated infrastructure solutions in a contained setting. By reimagining special economic zones as platforms for structural innovation rather than mere tax havens, nations can create compelling investment destinations that drive economic progress whilst maintaining rigorous international standards. These zones become more than economic enclaves. They become proving grounds for national economic transformation. Success in special economic zones demands more than policy. It requires genuine partnership. Governments and private sector leaders must engage in a robust ongoing dialogue to reimagine these economic spaces. By bringing together enterprises, research institutions, government services providers, and businesses in close proximity, special economic zones foster innovation and create opportunities for skills and know-how development. Close private and public sector collaboration can result in incentive structures being designed in ways that are both compelling to investors and aligned with international standards. This is not about constraining economic potential, but about unlocking it, crafting zones that are agile, attractive, and aligned with the evolving demands of modern business, as well as with global economic dynamics. For African economies, special economic zones represent an opportunity to build competitiveness and create zones of excellence, not just zones of exception. As economies diversify, we see more zones developing around service sectors, from tourism to tech. As with manufacturing, fully leveraging this potential requires governments to provide essential services. In this case, reliable power, internet connectivity, digital infrastructure, and skills development. The WTO plays an important role in this journey. Our rules-based framework supports a predictable trade environment that provides African special economic zones with access to inputs, markets, and new opportunities. Additionally, our capacity building activities and technical assistance are dedicated to helping developing countries better integrate into global trade, fostering industrial development and creating sustainable jobs. One example is the work we're doing with the Cotton 4+ countries in Africa, which includes Cote d'Ivoire, partnering with stakeholders to scale up value addition and connect them to lucrative global markets like the $260 billion global sports apparel market. The special economic zone investment of Arise in the Republic of Benin and another one under construction in Cote d'Ivoire are part of this process. This demonstrates how international cooperation can support value addition and sustainable development. Investment is critical for economic transformation. It turns potential into progress. At our last ministerial conference in Abu Dhabi, a group of WTO members took a landmark step forward with the Investment Facilitation for Development Agreement. This plurilateral agreement, which is now supported by 128 economies spanning all regions and with various levels of development, promises to simplify investment processes and sweep away red tape, creating a more transparent environment for businesses across all economic sectors. For African WTO members not yet participating, I encourage you to actively explore this agreement and work towards its full incorporation into the WTO framework. This would help the continent attract more investment aimed at regional and global value chains. As we look forward, let me summarize 3 critical insights about special economic zones. First, strategic design matters. Special economic zones are powerful development tools, but they must be carefully crafted to align with global trade rules, avoiding WTO compliance risks whilst maintaining investment attractiveness. Second, beyond fiscal incentives, these zones are not just tax havens, but policy laboratories and innovation platforms that can test transformative trade strategies and support economic diversification. Third, investment facilitation is key. Investment is critical for economic transformation, and special economic zones are just one tool. The Investment Facilitation for Development Agreement is another crucial mechanism that can enhance investment flows, and it is essential for African nations to actively participate and incorporate it into the WTO framework. By combining thoughtful zone design with strong infrastructure and international cooperation, we can redefine African competitiveness sustainably and equitably. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hearing about the outcomes of this meeting.
Thank you, really impressive video as well. I have two announcements. One is there's been sort of a request to the extent that you are okay to sort of move to the middle of the room a bit. That would be appreciated. I've been asked to announce this. There's some very empty seats over there. The second announcement is I have a set of keys. So whoever misses their keys, please do pick them up with me in a minute. Okay, we're moving on to the next, it's a consultation session about SEZ's contribution to the SMEs integration and local economic development. The two speakers are already seated and patiently waiting. Join me in welcoming both Sid Bubek-Hur, who is lead expert at the African Union Commission, and Peter Kuria-Githinji, who is an SME expert also at the African Union Commission. And they will deliver a presentation. Thank you very much.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, Peter and myself are delighted to introduce you the African Union Commission and ISO report on special economic zones, SME integration, and local economic development. We insist a lot on the subject of local economic development because it's one of the key challenges of the Africa continent. So the question that continues to challenge us, both public and private stakeholders, is why, despite numerous initiatives to support SMEs, they still struggle to sustain their activities and to be competitive. Indeed, for decades, we supported them through clusters, through value chains, but we have to state that it is with mixed, if not disappointing results, as the two major challenges faced by SMEs, access to market and financing, remain unsolved still at this time. So beyond the cluster model, beyond the value chain model, we asked ourselves what kind of ecosystem could create and guarantee a sustainable market for SMEs, enabling them to grow and to reach a mature phase required to approach financing and banks' loan. This is the rationale behind this study, which aims to determine whether SEZ can provide a viable environment to sustain SME business and support their growth. So my colleague and Peter and myself will present the scope and the methodology of this study, the key findings, the policy recommendations, and an action plan for accelerating the integration of SMEs in SEZ and also contributing to boost the local environment. Yes. I take this opportunity to present the partner and to thank deeply Mrs. Ron Osman, who supervised this study, and Zakaria Ouari, who did a very good backup. And from ISO, we had an impressive support from Mrs. Farah Hanafi and Iba Bikise, and our colleague Kervin Kumaplay played a very good coordinating role in this France-Africa Union Commission technical facility. Now, very quickly, the scope of the policy document. We built this study on successful practices from 10 countries across Africa. And our method was to don't look on challenges, issues we were so impressed by the strong capacity of special economic zones, particularly in Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, Rwanda, Benin, Gabon, willing to implement a new business model integrating ESG, developing new technologies, including solar panels, as we saw at these special economic zones in South Africa. So we focus on successful models, good practices. Then we move to advocate for modern governance and regulatory frameworks to integrate SMEs into sales and to boost local economy. My colleague Peter will go on details on this. We feel that special economic zones need absolutely to modernize their policies and the regulatory framework to be aligned with government policies, which are today in many countries in Africa under building. We highlighted the importance of aligning sales investment with ESG principles to attract responsible investment. We encourage a partnership between sales, private sector, financial institutions to create sustainable market and appropriate financing model. We stressed the goal of sales as hub, but it was already highlighted yesterday for the AFCTA agenda. We encourage, and it was my main subject during maybe 30 years as developers, subcontracting, outsourcing is key to sustain the market and finance of SMEs. And I think there is a gap here in our continent. And finally, this policy document is a guide for government to reform policy, to upgrade them for attracting sustainable investment. The process here also very quick. We reviewed all government and sales policies for there's 10 countries. Peter and myself did a lot of field visits in Morocco, South Africa, Benin, Gabon, Kenya. We developed this benchmarking initiative with a clear grid approach. We reviewed sales mandate and governance and regulation, and we provided some recommendation with a view to upgrade them. And finally, as I mentioned, this policy document is now a real guide for donors, but also for government to refresh their industrial policies. This is the 10 countries we selected. Don't ask me the selection criteria, but we focused on countries which already are developing some new trends, some best practices, and also which have successful model. I think all in this room will recognize that Egypt, Kenya, Rwanda, Gabon, Benin, Ghana, Nigeria, Morocco, South Africa, Mauritius are doing some very good, developing some very good model which could be disseminated. But in addition to the 20 special economic zones, which were assessed deeply, we add others from Egypt, Gabon, Madagascar, Mauritius, Kenya, etc. And in summary, we analyzed 37 special economic zones. And following African Union Commission recommendation, we benchmarked also with India and China. So I leave the floor to my colleague Peter, who will present the findings of this report and also the policy recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, good morning. Thank you, Sid, for the presentation and introduction. Yeah, just for context is when you've listened from the first day up to today, is that there's been quite a lot of discussion on how SEZs can help transform the African economy. And there is also the need to link to the local economy And in our emphasis on why we were reviewing the SEZs and trying to define how to support SMEs is because we know that SMEs are the biggest actors in Africa today. They're the biggest driver of the economy, but they still face a lot of challenges. So in our key findings, I will go through the kind of things that we found out. And to start with, like it was mentioned by my colleague Sid, is that part of the key things that we found out when we went to the field is that there is definitely an alignment between the priority areas that the SEZs are working and the sectors that the government has actually identified as critical. And this majority of those that are ongoing are in sectors that have been mentioned earlier, including agriculture, agribusiness, manufacturing, construction, real estate, including tourism. And then at the same time, there are emerging sectors that are very critical and also of higher value. And here we find there is biotechnology, there is pharmaceuticals, there's automotive, there is renewable energy, and of course, areas of circular economy and artificial intelligence and other affiliated technologies. So this is also a testament to say that the SEZs, when they are being located in whatever country, they serve the purpose of also helping countries meet their development agenda. Now, in terms of policies, it is also notable that majority of the countries are upgrading their industrial policies, and they are streamlining them and developing regulatory frameworks that are also enhancing the attractiveness to investors. And of course, looking at the question of sustainable development. And of course, this is critical because coherent policy frameworks are also important in terms of improving or boosting foreign direct investment, and also they strengthen the relationship between the SEZ and the national economies. And of course, again, like it's been mentioned, the better policies mean that they boost the competitiveness of the SEZ through focusing on sectors that promote goods and services for the regional and continental markets. And I think also, as the policies are being upgraded, we are able to create new best practices that can be shared across different SEZs, different countries, because as it's been mentioned, there is need to learn from each other. Now, there is a question of tax reliance, tax incentives, and tax breaks. And I think the discussion that was in that video that was played a few minutes ago enhances the real need for us to start moving away from incentives that are sort of towards distorting the local market. And the good thing is that when you look at the ecosystem of SEZs across Africa, you'll find that there are countries which are moving away from tax incentives or fiscal incentives and moving towards incentivizing the business environment that really creates a balanced outlook. And of course, this has also implications in terms of if products are being produced without necessarily being distorted in terms of taxes, they facilitate trade across African countries and the rest of the world. Now, in terms of supporting local economy, if you remember, in the first generation SEZs, were very focused on basically building businesses that were not really allowing the participation of local firms in their ecosystem. And of course, this was, or rather even today, you find that in integrating local firms into the SEZs is a very expensive venture in some instances. And this means that we need to think of how to improve on that. And then the other issue is that if you look at the new generation of SEZs, is that they pay attention into integrating the local economy, having a bigger impact on the local economy, including taking cognizance of supporting youth, supporting women. So they are more inclusive in the way they are engaging compared to the first generation SEZs. And I think it's better, or also it's important to note that to maximize the sales benefits, countries must establish policies that encourage local firms' participation within the SEZ business ecosystem. Now, another thing just to note is that another spillover that comes from SEZs is that somebody who is working, or skilled labor that has been working inside an SEZ, is that when they move from maybe from inside the SEZ to the outside, they are also able to transfer skills and knowledge, which is very, very important. So I think this is the most important part. If you listened carefully throughout, there was a lot of focus on SEZs, but to complement this, we believe that the integration of SMEs into the special economic zones is very important. And again, like it was mentioned by my colleague, whatever we are presenting here is based on what we saw in the field. For example, if you look at Kenya Tatu City, 80% of the industries inside the SEZ are local. And that has a lot of implications. And the interaction between the large enterprises and SMEs can boost and can be boosted, or can boost the contracting and subcontracting. And this is a very critical area, because the SMEs that are able to get contracting or subcontracting with firms inside the SEZ, it means that they have already defined a market. And this also helps them become more competitive, because there's skills exchange, practices exchange, and this is very, very important. And again, if you look at the case of South Africa, this is a very strong momentum where the country has a lot of emphasis on supporting young new businesses to become contractors or subcontractors to firms inside the special economic zones. And we've given other cases where this is happening. It's happening in Egypt, it's happening in Rwanda, it's happening in, for example, Gabon. But in Gabon, there's a slight challenge, because they have the facilities for SMEs to access the SEZ, but much of the facilities are not taken up, because the cost of entering the SEZ is far beyond their profitability pathway. But at the same time, there's a very positive case of an enterprise that is established within the SEZs, and by it being established there, it's been able to craft new market, including markets in the US. So you can see clearly that it's important for us to have very clear frameworks that allow SMEs to be integral to the SEZ ecosystem. ESG. I think this is a very important part today. And in the past, you'll notice that majority of the people who came, or companies that came to invest in the first generation SEZs, they compromised a lot of social environmental standards. But the new model, the new generation of SEZs, they are embracing the ESG principles. And ESG, for those who follow the news, is become the new tool for measuring the investment appropriateness. For example, in the EU right now, if you are operating, say, in an SEZ in Africa, in Kenya or in Southern Africa, if you are not ESG compliant, your goods or your products cannot enter that market. So again, ESG provides a framework for mobilizing investment. And we have very good examples. Again, I'll give the case of Gabon, where they've done really wonderful work in the wood sector. And if you go to their facility, nothing goes to waste. And again, this is underpinned by the policy that the government put in place, which emphasizes that no single wood product will leave the country if it's not processed. And this is important, that you then create a system where you have the principles being put in practice. And of course, there is system of maybe the reporting guidelines and all that. And it's important, again, to know that countries are already moving very far in terms of trying to implement ESG principles. Madagascar has a very clear SEZ law. And also, if you look at even Kenya, there is an ESG law that is embedded in the stock market. And of course, there's a challenge again for us to recognize that while SEZs have a very good framework of ESG compliance, when you move out of the SEZ in the other ecosystem, majority of the actors do not have even an idea of what ESG is. So there's a very big gap, because also this means that the SEZ firms, even if they wanted to cooperate with an entity which is outside their facilities, then it's very difficult, because it's going to compromise the integrity of their compliance. Moving on, again, regional and continental integration is very important. It's been mentioned, and it's critical, because technically we find that as we talk more, we need to find ways of SEZs playing a bigger role in the development of regional value chains, and this will, of course, bring integration within the continent, and also it will be supporting the Africa Continental Free Trade Area agenda, and of course promote intra-Africa trade and integration. As you know very well, we do very little trade amongst ourselves. What are the policy recommendations? There's a question of governance. And I think technically, majority of people talk of governance, but they do not talk of proper governance. Proper governance is nuanced and different, because proper governance means that you encourage issues that are taking care of the industry. They are bringing the question of ethics standards. So this question is also linked to the ESG. And the main idea here is to build transparent systems and accountable systems, such that everybody is able to have confidence in your business. And as the German entrepreneur spoke, that there is a question of trust. How do you get to trust the enterprises or entities that you'll be working with? And ESG, or the governance structures, are very critical in building trust between the potential collaborators. And again, there's also the question of the governance at times is compromised, because we have competing agencies working in the same area with the same objective, and that also can bring a bit of challenge. And some of the practices that we are seeing emerging is that these competing agencies are brought together so that they work, reduce waste, and bring efficiencies in the system. And it's important to think or to talk of SEZs being more, the word is, being more aware of what the world is demanding and the local economy is demanding, and the tools that they use to improve or excite investors to come into their ecosystem. And I think this is also very, very important, that we must facilitate partnerships between SEZs and SMEs, and also with relevant government agencies that will foster and develop that ecosystem that allows the SMEs to develop. And this, again, like mentioned earlier, is that we must prioritize elements like local purchasing, the question of encouraging subcontracting and outsourcing. These are the things that will help boost the ecosystem that allows the SMEs to move further. And of course, the improvement of products and services and quality of SMEs and the standardization and things that follow allows the framework and enables the SMEs to strengthen the quality of their products. And that exchange, when the quality of their products is improved, then they can exploit the local market and even explore markets beyond. And maybe, again, the question of ESG mainstreaming. I think it's important to just mention that by mainstreaming ESG at all levels, and of course including talking or building the capacity of ESG outside the SEZs, will be able to boost the way the businesses take place and improve other opportunities. And again, the question of ESG can be seen in cases of Kenya, Mauritius, Morocco, South Africa, and Gabon. And I think the Tatu City last year was awarded as one of the leading SMEs that has embedded ESG principles to the best compared to the rest by last year. So we don't know who else, when this thing is done this year, is going to maybe to take the mantle from them, or they'll keep the mantle. But this is a very good thing to know that the ESG principles are really being adhered to. Now, the most important one, again here, we think that it's important to leverage AFCTA and the transport corridors, and this means that we need to align the SEZ policies with the AFCTA objectives. We need to facilitate trade. We need to give preferential treatment to goods and services that are emerging from SEZs, and of course with consideration that some of those goods, if the material that they are using is sourced from outside Africa, it has implications. It means that if you source maybe 100% of your material or content or resources from Africa, then you have a bigger market to explore. And then, of course, this enhances, or we need to enhance the market access to produce goods that are able to leverage on the AFCTA agreement, because this is something new and majority of actors do not necessarily know that it's there and the opportunities that are emerging. And then this is very important. You've got to remember that we also have right now the first generation SEZs, and we have the new generation SEZs. So we need to find ways of supporting the first generation SEZs to transition from being what they were before to become better in terms of maybe integrating ESG principles, social inclusion, elements like that. And of course, when you do that, you also need to facilitate the sharing of knowledge between the first generation SEZs and new generation SEZs, because the practices are better than just somebody preaching to them. And I think there are already good frameworks, again, in Egypt, Kenya, Morocco, Mauritius, Rwanda, South Africa, to name a few. The next, welcome back, Sid. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Peter. One slide on the follow-up on this policy document. As you realized, we developed a study with an action plan. So we are already in the first phase of this follow-up, 1 year from 2024 until 2025. And during this period, we will have two main actions. Awareness campaign aiming to disseminate the findings of this policy document. This awareness campaign will be implemented jointly by Africa Union Commission and of our partner AESO in different events which will be developed between December and 2025. And the second very important goal is to mobilize funding. And to this end, we will establish a task force mobilizing the main institutional financial organizations, donors, to mention some of them, the AFDB, Afreximbank, European Investment Bank, Africa EU Global Gateway. I'm sure that you heard this very important budget provided by European Union, which is a global gateway, and it is 300 billion euro to support the development in the world. And there is already a partnership agreement between EU and Africa to develop some projects, particularly focusing on energy, youth employment, women employment, etc. So we will also
we need to
mobilize
wrap up
funding
very
from...
soon, if you could sort of summarize it quite briefly. Thank you.
And we will mobilize also funding from bilateral development agencies. The last slide. The last. Please, if you wish a copy of this policy document, contact Mr. Zakaria Ouari, who is working with us at Africa Union Commission. Thanks.
Thank you.
Apologies for having to wrap up rather more quickly. We're running quite a bit behind. I think that's what we are interested in. We would like to get a copy of the report, so that was very important information as well. Thank you. We will not have time for questions, I'm afraid, but please join me in thanking both of them for a fascinating discussion. Please approach them during the coffee break if you have questions. Thank you so much. We will move on to the next session, which is a UNIDO consultation session. Both of them are already joining us. Please join me so the consultation session is on empowering African SEZs in the digital age. And may I welcome, I will already name you, but I know there's a video in a minute, but I'll already welcome you. The presentation will be delivered by H. Tanjut-Gan, who is policy specialist and data analyst at UNIDO, and Stefan Quatsch, who is the head of Sustainable Investments and Responsible Business Unit Division at UNIDO as well. Don't know if you want to wait until you get seated, until the video has passed, but please already join me in.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, I salute the African Union Commission and Africa Economic Zones Organization with strong technical support by UNIDO to convene this annual general meeting over the next 3 days under the banner Building Resilient, Inclusive, and Sustainable Economies, the role of African SEZs in attracting impactful investments and redefining competitiveness. The OECPS fully recognizes the power of special economic zones to transform the economic performance of Africa. The continent stands at a critical juncture. On the one hand, Africa holds incredible potential with its youthful population, vast natural resources, and growing market opportunities. Yet despite these advantages, many African nations still face significant economic challenges, from unemployment, weak trade infrastructure, and muted economic governance to pervasive commodity dependence. In this context, special economic zones present a powerful solution to these challenges, offering a pathway to foster sustainable growth and resilience. Special economic zones are magnets for foreign direct investment. By offering incentives such as tax breaks, streamlined regulations, and improved infrastructure, SEZs create an environment that is attractive to investors. These investments bring capital, technology, and expertise into our economies, stimulating industrial development and creating jobs. For example, the Lekki Free Trade Zone in Nigeria has attracted billions of dollars in FDI, fueling industries ranging from manufacturing to oil and gas. Economic zones are catalysts for industrialization, which is key to reducing dependency on raw material exports. They encourage the development of value-added industries such as manufacturing and processing. This diversification creates more resilient economies that can withstand global market fluctuations. Countries like Ethiopia have harnessed SEZs, such as the Hawassa Industrial Park, to build globally competitive textile and apparel industries, boosting exports and creating jobs for thousands. Perhaps one of the most direct benefits of SEZs is job creation. Economic zones generate employment across sectors, providing opportunities not only for skilled professionals, but also for unskilled and semi-skilled workers. This employment has a multiplier effect, supporting families and communities while boosting local economies. It is estimated that SEZs in Africa have already created hundreds of thousands of jobs, with the potential for millions more. Economic zones provide a platform for technology transfer and skills development. By hosting multinational corporations and global partnerships, special economic zones can equip local workers and entrepreneurs with advanced technologies and best practices. This fosters innovation and enhances the capacity of local industries to compete globally. Special economic zones also support regional integration, of which implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area remains pivotal. By strategically locating special economic zones along borders and trade corridors, countries can enhance cross-border trade and infrastructure connectivity. This integration reduces trade barriers, encourages collaboration, and boosts intra-African trade, unlocking a market of over 1.3 billion people. The establishment of special economic zones often complements investments in infrastructure, such as roads, ports, and power supply. These improvements not only benefit the zones themselves, but also have a spillover effect, enhancing connectivity and productivity across entire regions. We know that special economic zones offer tax incentives, yet they ultimately generate increased government revenue through expanded economic activity. The taxes generated from high employment, increased production, and trade far outweigh the initial fiscal incentives provided to attract investors. To conclude, the economic benefits of special economic zones in Africa are clear. They have the potential to address many of the economic challenges facing the continent, from unemployment to limited industrial capacity, while positioning Africa as a competitive player in the global economy. However, to fully realize these benefits, the development of special economic zones must be pursued with strategic vision and partnership. Governments must create policies that ensure inclusivity, sustainability, and alignment with national development goals. Private sector actors must invest not just in zones, but in the communities around them. All stakeholders must commit to making special economic zones engines of transformation for the continent. Africa's story is serially one of potential and promise. Let us harness the power of special economic zones to write the next chapter, a chapter of growth, innovation, and shared prosperity for all. I thank you for your attention and extend best wishes for your deliberations.
Please join me in welcoming our two speakers who will also deliver a presentation. And I have the keys still, so if anybody's keys are here, then please come to my table there.
Thank you very much. Short, because most of you may have listened to the presentation of UNIDO yesterday morning, presenting the findings of a UNIDO-AESO report, which thankfully comprised answers from 63 operational zones across Africa and shed a very important light on some of the dynamics, performance indicators, as well as also some opportunities and constraints that still exist. So we are very grateful for being given yet another session by AESO and also our partners from CESA. And how we want to organize this session is to move from empirical findings to some concrete actions, and also to present to you very briefly the instruments that UNIDO has developed in boosting industrial development in and around special economic zones. It's not providing the full range of things, but some areas that we support for many years are related to tracking, SDG tracking of tenants inside the zones. We heard about the very important ESG transitions that have to happen within the zones. So SEZ authorities need to be aware, ideally in almost real time, how their tenants are doing and if they manage and realize those transitions. The second one is in relation to also support on feasibility analysis. So UNIDO has been for the past 30, 40 years supporting feasibility or pre-feasibility analysis for large industrial projects, not only looking at new greenfield projects, but also modernization, expansion, rehabilitation. And perhaps just to mention rehabilitation or expansion or modernization, we might have a case here in many zones, as we heard just from the previous presentation, that we have to move from the old type special economic zones into new generation zones. And that starts with energy supply. I mentioned it yesterday already. If we want to move to decarbonization, one pivotal part will be what's the power mix of the zone? And what does it mean in terms of additional investments? Does the zone have to invest in its autonomous energy infrastructure, solar, water, maybe geothermal, as here in Kenya? Or does it rely on the main grid, in which case it has to do policy advocacy at its level to move towards greener transition? So this is just an example on let's say, how to frame future investments into SEZs. But without further ado, I want to pass the floor to Tamer to take you through the presentation. And once again, please feel free to download the report. The QR code was shared yesterday. We just have a few copies that unfortunately we did not print a full batch of hard copies, but we absolutely encourage you to download the report, revert back to us if you agree, also disagree with some of the findings, so we can discuss and take it to the next level. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I have to wait a bit, the presentation. There's a technical arrangement, I assume so. I will not repeat general findings. More or less, I will present the similar slides, but we are focusing on, in a sense, that we are talking about the management issues or the governance issues. Also yesterday, what we discussed, the size, integration, or energy efficiency, the related issues. We see maybe they are isolated in itself, but also we are covering under the management issue. And also we mentioned yesterday, the data collection had two purposes. One is preparation of the report to understand the profiles of the special economic zones in Africa, and also having them presented in the investment.unido.org platform. Also, one of the issues mentioned, attracting investment. So we are also providing that kind of support, special economic zone. If we are ready, please let me know, or otherwise I can continue with the one of the challenges that we mentioned. We started with the 300 plus special economic zone registered in different databases. And we had the 219, 18, they are operational. And we had a big team to update the contact details of those special economic zones. And we were able to reach only 100 plus single contact details. And out of this 100 plus, we were able to reach 60 of them. And this shows also reachability, accessibility issues. I think we need such platforms to put or register, because if we don't register, we cannot start the first presentation. And yesterday's presentation mentioned that our presenters or speakers mentioned that they are ready to invest in Africa, but where, how, and this kind of information is vital to match the demand and the supply. And in my university time, when I was writing the thesis, and when I asked the economic professor, and he said the most important thing is the supply and the demand, the rest is we are earning our money. So if we match this with the supply and demand, actually we will also get the low-hanging fruits easily, then we can build on top of that. I think I see on the screen the presentation, but here, is it possible? Yeah. So another issue when I come to, because we don't have so much time, we talk about the This is the slide that I mentioned, and of course we had some sampling issues. We oversampled some regions. On the right side we are seeing West Africa oversampled and the rest of the regions a bit under-sampled or reachable. And this is the location related slide. Especially we looked at the distance to the different logistic terminals, and we also disaggregated the data, landlocked countries and the non-landlocked countries. Apparently, landlocked countries' distances are farther than the non-landlocked countries, which is also showing a strategic planning issue. If you are away from the seaports, actually 80% of the global trade is through the seaborne opportunities. The planning here is quite important, and this comes also the governance issue. Size I mentioned, investment also we mentioned, the occupancy also management and also planning, strategic planning. And once we are talking about the planning, also we should consider this strategic implementation. Sectoral focus, it's also planning, also implementation, also governance issue. It can be isolated issue, but a part of it. There are already established solutions in different sources, how we can do it. We also looked at the investment, job creation, ownership, women employment. These are also under the governance can be discussed separately. Public ownership, private ownership, and PPP models has been mentioned, but also yesterday Stefan mentioned that no matter the model is, the individual management should implement it properly. From the infrastructure point of view, most of the basic services we saw it is on place. Out of those we have reached. Digital literacy and gap. Administrations are a bit behind than their tenants in the digital literacy perspective. And yes, this is registered, but this is also opportunity to improve it. So regulatory framework, 92%, we have got proof that is there. Maybe 8% we didn't reach, we were not able to reach. But through the sessions, we know that policy, it's always there, and they are building very concretely. But once it is coming to the implementation, the most important thing, who will implement, how we will implement. And for that, we need also lots of things, most of the time the data and how we will implement this data, also decentralization of some services, some implementation, and this needs a good coordination. So many reports, and in our reports we have got the observations, scale limitation, facilitating linkages and the spillovers, ensuring the sustainability, attracting investments, promoting sectoral diversification, and strengthening the management quality, and coming on the top as an umbrella, supporting the policy reforms and implementing these policy reforms successfully. And SCZs are very important in this perspective because they can be used as a pilot, and once it is piloted, it can be replicated in other SCZs and also in the rest of the economy. So I will present soon the digital platform, why it is important that we can put all those components under the digital platform so that we can also provide the accessibility to the investors and also the demands from the SCZs for the technical assistance, so streamlining the SCZ promotion, targeted data collection, measure what matters, improve what is measured principle, and improve the stakeholder relationship, both way, enhance monitoring and evaluation, improved access to finance, resource mobilization, enhanced transparency, facilitating regional integration, customization and flexibility according to the country and the institution needs, supporting smaller and emerging special economic zones, optimizing the supply and the value chains, enhance visibility, improved policy coordination and best practices sharing. Wow, it is so broad. Are we able to? Yes, we need data, we need the implementation agencies, also the institutions in the country, and this should be coordinated. So what we are providing as tools, as Stefan also mentioned, we have got investment platform, so increasing the interest, the investors' interest to the special economic zones, we can utilize it, and within that we have got multiple sub-programs, let's say, and subcontracting and partnership exchange, which was mentioned earlier presentation. It is important to integrate SMEs, suppliers to the large buyers, and also improving their standards to the requirements of the buyers. And also this can be used as a development tool. We have got a computer model for feasibility analysis and reporting. From the company level till country level, we are able to do the feasibility studies, not only financial, but also the ESG and other components are available. We have got business register and investment monitoring, effective management of SES, governance, as I mentioned. And we have got other programs like eco-industrial parks, integrated agro-industrial parks. You can find under IPP.unido.org in details. And we have been, since 70s, working with the industrial parks frameworks. So, am I able to show the live demonstration? No, I would like to go to the website, which is on my computer now. I need to. No, not in this presentation, the website that is connected to my computer, please. So what we are trying to do, we are contacting with the special economic zone administrations, and for example, in this first study, we directly contacted to the individual special economic zones, and some of them also assisted through the special economic zone administrations, and we were not able to reach all of them. But we saw this is an opportunity, and 2 weeks ago we started with the CESA to profile all the special economic zones in the country, and with their help we were able to profile and register all the special economic zones on the platform, and this is also possible with other countries, I assume so, and therefore I think it is not a missed opportunity. We can still do after the anytime actually, because we are going to provide the link, and we will get the information, and we will register and promote the special economic zones in our portal platform. No, not problem.
The system, there is machine is just something it is not showing over there. So if there's a way you can do it.
Are you going to put it there?
If you could get something.
It is ready. I cannot get it.
Let me try something.
Okay, sorry for the technical problem. So also we have got the another component, which is the digital investment promotion system that we are registering the. Can I give the laptop and you can do it there or something? I don't know. It was working yesterday. Because it will be difficult to verbally explain and try to use your imagination in this respect. So in the digital investment promotion system, we are also collecting the data under the business intelligence or investment intelligence business registries. The different institutions can register their tenants, clients, or the investors under their, let's say, data.
Pick the laptop.
Okay, but can I also comment from here, or should I go there?
Maybe there.
Okay. So they will try to do it on the backstage. Maybe I need to go. Please let me know when it is ready. I can come there. So after the business registry, the institutions can register their tenants, and all they are secure and role-based and institution-based, which means each institution can reach only their tenants or clients' information, and this information is not going to be publicly available, only for the eyes of the user institutions. And then we are coming to the point that I mentioned, measure what matters. For example, if you would like to develop the export promotion, you can select the suitable businesses. Among those, you can measure the current states and maybe cherry pick which are ready for the export promotion, and work on the export promotion related needs of those companies to make them ready for the export. And if you would like to connect to the national development objectives of the country, any sector, any region, any size group can be selected among those registered companies, and also you can work on that. So this is integrated to, for example, you would like to increase the capacities or improve the the technical requirements of the suppliers, again, you can select and you can integrate to the SPX program that I mentioned, and you can work on those. Okay, can I come there? How I will...
So this is live improvisation. I think this has to do with some technical glitches, but...
Sorry.
Okay, you are there. Good.
Yeah. Can you bring my mouse? So you are seeing here our registered special economic zones on the map, and once your institution also registered, we can go. For example, here we see Ethiopia, and also here the general view. We can select Kenya, and we can focus on institutions individually. We can see here multiple institutions. For example, if you go to Tatu City, we get the information. These are provided by the individual special economic zones. And we can measure the distance to the transportation hubs or logistics hub, and their promotional statement, their social media accounts, contact details, sales management contact details, some images, investment and the job criteria, governance, and the infrastructure available in the special economic zones. Yes, so far I think we have got Ethiopia, Kenya, and Zambia fully covered in the special economic zone perspective. We have got more than 100 special economic zones registered, and from the report, we mentioned also 26 countries. We reached 63 special economic zones. And when I go to the investment, digital investment platform, what we see here, the basic is registering the companies under the business registry. We have got the contact details of the companies. And this is only available for the institutions who are profiling, which are profiling the companies. The data will be available only for those institutions. There will be no publication to the outside world. So descriptive data we can collect about the company, the type, the size criteria, okay, it's a bit pale, we cannot see revenue, let me check whether it is possible. No, so the capital, number of employees, whether they are exporter or not, or the foreign ownership percentage, and whether they received incentives or not. And also we have got the, here in the previous one, whether they are part of any industrial park or SEZs. That's why it is important to register your SEZs and develop your own database in the second phase of the data collection. And then what we can do the data collection through the system. Data collection is flexible, but depends on the, let's say, the form that we are going to utilize. In this respect, If it is a large questionnaire, we can collect online or the face-to-face interview, then we can do the data entry manually to the system. We did the fully telephone interviews by using the system during the COVID time. We were able to reach more than 4,500 investors through the efforts of 8 investment promotion agencies. It was very much appreciated by the investors during that time. We can select different types of questionnaire. This is the issue or the framework that I mentioned, measure what matters. You can create your own measurement with the framework that we are going to provide, and then you can decide how you will measure these specific issues. What we need to do, develop the samples, which means you can develop your samples from the business directory. You can divide into special economic zones, or you can divide into sectors, you can divide into exporters, you can divide into different cross-section wise or the dimension, and then you can follow up. As I mentioned that, the most important part, how you implement the policy and the strategy. If you are giving all the burden to one institution, it is difficult. But if you are dividing into and making them responsible and follow up through the integrated systems as such, it will be much easier, and follow up will be also easier. We have got multiple modules, as I mentioned, within the form section, and one of them is taking the data and directly transferring into the IRM, which is the investment relationship management, which is on the inquiries. Direct inquiries you can register through the direct manual data entry, or you can collect also online inquiries. And through the forms, we are generally on the business intelligence level, and we are trying to understand the aspiration and the readiness of the companies for any type of technical assistance or the aftercare services, for example, expansion or retention. You are able to analyze this data and find the prioritized companies which are ready, maybe this type of action, and you can here follow up how many inquiries you received, how many of them assigned, how many of them pending, resolved, and closed. Last but not least, let me show you maybe the last one. It was, yes. Once you click on the inquiry, you can see here, maybe I can make it a bit bigger. Yes, again, you can follow up the whole process through different stages. You can register the issue, you can describe the issue. If you want, you can attach the documents. Whether the issue operational, administrative, or strategic. For example, if it is strategic or operational for the expansion, you select. You can also register expected returns of this expansion to have prioritization, how much additional employment, how many employees or how much additional investment will be generated from this project, expected returns-wise. Whether it is inquiry or a grievance dispute, you can select. Also, you can define the status and the importance, whether it is medium, high, or low importance, to make it, and you can assign to the team member, key account officer, and also I'm able to see, yeah, here. Every step of this solution is registered, how many different users involved in solution provision, what they did is also registered. The internet is, okay. Yeah,
who are taking care of this case and what they did, and multiple iterative solutions can be provided, and this will stay in the knowledge management of the institution. The beauty about that, yes, you can solve one problem and you can refine it and you can replicate into the other situation. So you can use also planning, knowledge management, and also, as I mentioned, as a laboratory experiment too, if you have got the new policy, you can implement into some group of investors and measure with the others, and once it is measured, you can also replicate into other groups with more methodologically. I'm cutting here, and if you have got questions, we can continue with the question and answer session. Yes, we have got also other programs, as Stefan mentioned. We have got the investment opportunity profiles and many methodologies developed by UNIDO. Not only the data side is just a tool. But if you are coming with any technical assistance, we can integrate these methodologies to the data, and we are able to follow up the progress and the implementation of the successful implementation. If it is not successful, we will have the lessons learned, and we can also easily overcome in the next implementation. Thank you very much.
We can put the video. We realize this gadget is not compatible with our system, so we have to change ours. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for really presenting a fascinating tool, online tool. Is there anything else you would like to add, or does that end the presentation?
Yeah. But it won't work. Yeah. Thank you.
To play a short video, still about the solution.
Welcome to UNIDO's investment platform, the gateway linking global investors to opportunities in Africa, the Caribbean, the Pacific, and beyond. Designed to empower growth, this platform brings the advantages of special economic zones directly to investors' fingertips. Through our user-friendly interface, investors can explore a comprehensive database of special economic zones across the ACP regions and discover prime locations tailored for manufacturing, agribusiness, technology, and more. This is of particular advantage to special economic zone managers. Each zone is profiled with detailed information, from tax incentives and world-class infrastructure to strategic benefits, to make your special economic zone stand out in the global market. If you're looking to promote your special economic zone and make it attractive to potential investors globally, UNIDO's investment platform is your partner in turning vision into value. Reach out to UNIDO today to tap into the solutions that
You're looking at me, which means I think that I can move on to Q&A. We have a slight rescheduling, which means I can take one, maximum 2 questions.
Do we have the time for it? Then
yes,
absolutely.
Because of the rescheduling.
We
that I
have
just
questions
heard
and
of.
time. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. I know that you wanted to ask a question, so I'll let you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, my question goes to Tama. I actually want to ask, how do you validate this data? You know, most of the discussion earlier stated the importance of trust. And I think there should be a trust in terms of information that you provide on your website. If I say the employment generation that I have is 30,000, how do you validate it? And secondly, again, you mentioned that you do give support in terms of reviewing of feasibility study. What are the procedures for this? And thirdly, I think I spoke with Stephen yesterday, and I asked a question, how do you balance revenue generation and economic development? Can the two work at the same time? Or you have to kind of state clearly whether it's 70% revenue generation, 30% economic development, or in terms of SEZ, probably because when you generate job and other things, the investors will spend a lot of money there. But at the same time, the government of the day still need revenue to do other critical things. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, okay, yeah.
The validation issue related, for example, with the Special Economic Zone Authority that we work in Kenya, we collected the data through them. First, of course, they sent the questionnaires or the forms to the Special Economic Zones. And once we received it, they also validate the answers from their side, and then we published. Secondly, we can also update anytime because we are providing the contact details. And please note that this information, once it is published, it's always born to the, let's say, decay if we are not updating, because tomorrow, immediately, it can be different, the capacity, occupancy rate, or contact details. For example, in one country, we would like to go to another level, but when we try to start, the whole management changed, and we need to update, for example. And other questions?
Maybe to complement still on the validation. I mean, at the moment we are collecting data that is given to us by the SEZ authority, but of course we could go a next step to really have sort of site-specific validation where we send maybe also external experts, external consultants to actually validate information about developed land, about the existence or not of standard factory buildings and these type of things. Another way of validation, and we want to go heavily into this area also with partners like Google, for example, is to use maps and stratification and layers in maps. Because if the SEZ authorities, and we had a few cases, they're indicating my park is X kilometers away from the next dry port or from the next port, it doesn't take much to verify this information on the map. So as a matter of fact, doing it through geospatial analysis can be easier, or is more reliable than perhaps relying. And there's more that we could add to it. I mean, we could look at socio-demographic information or data in the vicinity of the park, which is very important if we want to make projections about future market growth potential, etc. If you have an agro-park, for example, climate-related data is very crucial, because if you have agro-processor zone and they rely on constant and reliable supply to keep the machines and the process running, and you see that most of the farming around is rain-fed farming, you will find that there is a lot of volatility, potential volatility in your agricultural supply. So again, here, this type of data that you can get from maps about most climate change affected areas, hence risk to farming, can be very crucial. So this is where we want to drive the process in the future. On the feasibility studies, what we advocate for is a sequentiality of feasibility studies. I think this is very important. We get a lot of requests to say, can you neither do a full-fledged feasibility study from the get-go? Please do it on that site. Government has already decided that this is where the park should be. And sometimes we question this approach from the very beginning to say, is this following a business rationale? do we find a sufficient industrial tissue and fabric around where the site is being proposed. So what we can do is, what I mean by sequentiality is we can do initial light scoping of potentially competing sites. We don't go into all the issues of legal analysis, urban planning, master planning, etc. And then we go to the next step of a pre-feasibility study as a short list from the long list. Again, we do the analysis at a lighter stage, but then looking already into all these issues. And then we take the shortlist from the shortlist and we do a feasibility analysis, which is not cheap. I mean, I'm just doing one in Nigeria, and it's 500,000 USD. If you do it well, especially if you want to see what is your catchment area around the park, maybe for SMEs to relocate, you may have to survey them if they have the financial means to relocate and all these type of things. Now, on the let's say the offsetting logic between revenue and economic returns, this is, I think, first a conversation that one has to have at the political level. Not all SEZs have to be profit-making per se, outweighed by job creation, digitalization impact, local linkages impact, etc. So what the system does, the COMFAR that Tamer mentioned, it does very much on financial feasibilities. So it looks into revenue models that park can generate from services they provide, from leasing out the land, from selling out the land sometimes, and yeah, again, all sorts of different services, legal services, financial services, training services, etc., that they could charge for. And then, of course, to juxtapose that with the capital expenditures and the operating expenditures. When it comes to economic analysis, it's a bit trickier because, first of all, there is such a huge metrics around what you can measure. I mean, if some of you have dabbled into impact investing as maybe investors you want to attract, the impact investor community themselves struggle. Should we use the SDGs, the SDG targets as our metrics? Should we use, for example, IRIS Plus is another metrics of 500 social, environmental indicators that you can use to measure the product. We have Global Reporting Initiative, Sub-Z, etc. So what we need to do is initially to define maybe the priority 3, 4, 5 social and environmental indicators that we want to measure. Because if it's too many, it's difficult to measure across time. And that, again, is a conversation we need to have. It's anchored from the policies, from the SDG, let's say, objectives, which should be anchored into the industrial policy. And from that downwards, we would cascade what that then exactly means in measure social and environmental returns from SEZ.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we can take one more quick question. I think the woman here wanted to ask a specific question. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you so much for your presentation and for the great technology you just gave all of us. So I have a question. As an industrial park builder, I'm wondering how exactly are you going to make sure that the data that you are getting are always going to be updated? Because now you're definitely relying on human interaction. I will have to give you my SEZ data and so on. Is there a way to leverage technology to make sure that you will always get the relevant data and that we can, all of us, use? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. I mean, at the moment, what we do is we have focal points in the SEZ authorities, which give us the data at one specific point in time, and we would define, let's say, the rate intervals within which we want to update the data, which ideally should maybe be every 6 months, not much longer than that. the next step in the development of the system would actually to have sort of an interface which can be directly managed by the focal point in the SEZ authority to have sort of at any point in time, if one attribute changes in any of your park sites and you learn about it, you can go into a system and change that specific attribute directly. Then still we would probably validate it before then we are posting it live. But that's sort of the next step. Right now you would have to send the questionnaire to UNIDO, and we would have to insert it in the backend. Yeah, but what you see, and that's why we developed this solution almost 3 years, is it's not just the portal, the front end that you see, but it's completely through an API and a digital interface linked to a backend solution. And so data flows from the backend to the front end, and even through the inquiries that Tamer mentioned, from the front end, which catches the inquiries, back into the back end, where then a focal point can ideally swiftly handle the inquiries. So it's a process. It's a process like any IT project. And it, of course, we want to have sort of also check-in points so that we are not on a spree to keep developing, but we want to see if the clients are responsive and positive about the solution. And once we ascertain that, then we move to the next stage.
And one thing, we don't guarantee the, let's say, recency of the data. You should guarantee the recency of the data, because we are not using the data, we are going to use the data. And we are providing the tool that you can see on the platform how old is this data from this company, and whether you need to update. And again, measurement comes with what matters. If it doesn't matter, you should not measure. Why you are asking the question if you are not utilizing the data? That's the important part. Of course, you can do the ad hoc data collection if you have got some subject, a presentation before, they did a wonderful study out of the SEZs. Yes, create the policy. But once you are starting with this decentralized data collection in different institutions, you can collate this data, aggregate this data, and you can build up the policies and turn back implementation these policies, measure again whether it's effective or not. I mean, if you are not using the data, please do not collect, because each time when I'm talking with the investors, what is the benefit out of this? Every second month, somebody is coming and asking something. And there are ways, I mean, it is quite long discussion we can have, but let's start with the registration. And we can build upon, on top of this, whether we will go with the measurement or the profiling of the tenants, and if we are profiling on which purposes, on what we are going to do, whether we have got any specific topic like the technical assistance, the development, the supplier development, or energy efficiency, and then we have got the purpose. Then we can implement the programs together with the data.
Thank you very much. Yes, I agree. Really, really important effort, and I would like to thank you as well for pursuing it. I think we all agree on that. So thank you both for the introduction of your website and your tool. And yeah, that leads me to thank you for presenting it here, Tamer and Stefan. So this concludes the speakers part of the meeting. I just have a few announcements left. For those who are AESO members, the General Assembly has been moved backwards, obviously. It will now be in 10 minutes, in 8 minutes, downstairs where the gala dinner was, so at 12 o'clock. For all who are members, the General Assembly, you can please move downstairs. And for me, it leaves me just simply to thank the organizers again, the AESO and the African Union Commission, for organizing this. I am very impressed. I was very impressed for the 2 days all the speakers, all the interesting and fascinating insights provided. I personally learned enormous amounts, and I'm sure you did it as well. And you're looking forward to next year's session, or next year's meeting as well. I also would like to thank all the speakers for making themselves available and for all the preparations and so on that went into their contributions, and of course to you as participants for being here, for asking questions and so on. So, and finally, for myself, it's been a pleasure to serve you as the moderator slash master of ceremony today and yesterday, and I wish you an enjoyable rest of the conference, obviously, and on this afternoon's visits to SEZ facilities as well, which started 2 p.m. Okay, that's for me, and I wish you a good rest of the day.
Think about Africa's limitless potential. Think about our continent's abundant natural resources and youth.
Imagine Africa forging its own path to industrialization.
Imagine this. Gabonese timber not just exported as logs, but also transformed within Gabon into luxury furniture. Well, it's happening.
Imagine cotton, not just picked in Benin, but woven into high-quality garments right here. That is also happening.
Imagine soybeans from Togo, processed and bottled as table oil in Togo. It's happening here and now. Actually, you don't need to imagine. This is the reality. It's already happening. Thanks to him, thanks to her, thanks to us.
Working hand in hand with the states to accelerate our country's development.
This new dawn of African industrialization was once thought impossible. It is now happening. We are transforming locally and ensuring our continent no longer export its valuable resources raw and at a low cost. It's happening.
Our mission is to train and educate our youth in industrial trade, creating tens of thousands of jobs. That's happening. Our objective is to add more value on our soil. This is not just a vision, it is a journey we made happen.
We design, finance, build and operate industrial platforms dedicated to the industrialization of our nation.
In Gabon, Togo, in Benin, but also in
Côte d'Ivoire,
Democratic Republic of the Congo,
Nigeria, Rwanda,
the Republic of Congo,
Chad, Sierra Leone.
Each day we strive to unleash Africa's full industrial potential.
An ambitious plan comes with its challenges, and ours is no exception. Yet, we face them with humility, and we push ourselves to exceed our limits.
we are transforming Africa because we believe in Africa.
And this transformation is not an imagination. It's happening here and now.